New Guide to Health, or Botanic Family Physician, containing a complete system of practice, on a plan entirely new, with a description of the vegetables made use of, and directions for preparing and administering them, to cure disease, to which is added a description of several cases of disease. Attended by the author, with the mode of treatment and cure. By Samuel Thomson. Boston, printed for the author, and sold by his general agent, at the office of the Boston Investigator. J. Q. Adams, Printer, 1835. Entered according to Act of Congress, in the year 1835, by Samuel Thomson, in the Clerk's Office of the District Court of Massachusetts. To the public. The preparing the following work for the press has been a task of much difficulty and labor, for to comprise in a short compass, and to convey a correct understanding of the subject, from such a mass of materials as I have been enabled to collect by 30 years' practice, is a business of no small magnitude. The plan that has been adopted I thought the best to give a correct knowledge of my system of practice, and am confident that the descriptions and directions are sufficiently explained to be understood by all those who take an interest in this important subject. Much more might have been written, but the main object has been to confine it to the practice, and nothing more is stated of the theory, than what was necessary to give a general knowledge of the system. If any errors should be discovered, it is hoped that they will be viewed with candor, for in first publishing a work, such things are to be expected, but much care has been taken that there should be no error which would cause any mistake in the practice, or preparing the medicine. Many persons are practicing by my system, who are in the habit of pretending that they have made great improvements, and in some instances, it is well known that poisonous drugs have been made use of under the name of my medicine, which has counteracted its operation, and thereby tended to destroy the confidence of the public in my system of practice. This has never been authorized by me. The public are therefore cautioned against such conduct, and all those who are well disposed towards my system are desired to lend their aid in exposing all such dishonest practices, in order that justice may be done. Those who possess this work may, by examining it, be able to detect any improper deviations therefrom, and they are assured that any practice which is not conformable to the directions given, and does not agree with the principles herein laid down, is unauthorized by me. N.B. In all places where a 30 years' practice is mentioned or alluded to, it means at the time the work was first published, in 1822. Agreement. The subscriber, who is the discoverer and proprietor of the system of medical practice contained in this work, agrees to give, whenever applied to, any information that shall be necessary to give a complete understanding of the obtaining, preparing, and using all such vegetables as are made use of in said system, to all those who purchase the right. And the purchasers, in consideration of the above information, and also what is contained in this book, agree in the spirit of mutual interest and honor, not to reveal any part of said information, to any person, except those who purchase the right, to the injury of the proprietor, under the penalty of forfeiting their word and honor, and all right to the use of the medicine. And every person who purchases the right is to be considered a member of the Friendly Botanic Society, and entitled to a free intercourse with the members for information and friendly assistance. Samuel Thomson. New Guide to Health, or Botanic Family Physician. Introduction. There are three things which have in a greater or less degree called the attention of men, viz., religion, government, and medicine. In ages past, these things were thought by millions to belong to three classes of men: priests, lawyers, and physicians. The priests held the things of religion in their own hands, and brought the people to their terms, kept the scriptures in the dead languages, so that the common people could not read them. Those days of darkness are done away, the scriptures are translated into our own language, and each one is taught to read for himself. Government was once considered as belonging to a few, who thought themselves born only to rule. The common people have now become acquainted with the great secret of government, and know that all men are born free and equal, and that magistrates are put in authority, or out, by the voice of the people, who choose them for their public servants. While these, and many other things are brought where a common people can understand them, the knowledge and use of medicine is in a great measure concealed in a dead language, and a sick man is often obliged to risk his life, where he would not risk $1, and should the apothecary or his apprentice make a mistake, the sick man cannot correct it, and thus is exposed to receive an instrument of death, instead of that which would restore him to health had he known good medicine. It may be alleged, said Dr. Buchan, that laying medicine more open to mankind would lessen their faith in it. This indeed would be the case with regard to some, but it would have a quite contrary effect upon others. I know many people who have the utmost dread and horror of everything prescribed by a physician, who will, nevertheless, very readily take a medicine which they know, and whose qualities they are in some measure acquainted with. Nothing ever can or will inspire mankind with an absolute confidence in physicians, but by their being open, frank, and undisguised in their behavior. The most effectual way to destroy quackery in any art or science is to diffuse the knowledge of it among mankind. Did physicians write their prescriptions in the common language of the country, and explain their intentions to the patient, as far as he could understand them, it would enable them to know when the medicine had the desired effect, would inspire him with absolute confidence in the physician, and would make him dread and detest every man who pretended to cram a secret medicine or poison down his throat. It is true that much of what is at this day called medicine is deadly poison, and were people to know what is offered them of this kind, they would absolutely refuse ever to receive it as a medicine. This I have long seen and known to be true, and have labored hard for many years to convince them of the evils that attend such a mode of procedure with the sick, and have turned my attention to those medicines that grow in our own country, which nature has prepared for the benefit of mankind. Long has a general medicine been sought for, and I am confident I have found such as are universally applicable in all cases of disease, and which may be used with safety and success in the hands of the people. After 30 years' study, and repeated successful trials of the medicinal vegetables of our own country, in all the diseases incident to our climate, I can with well-grounded assurance recommend my system of practice and medicines to the public as salutary and efficacious. Great discoveries and improvements have been made in various arts and sciences since the first settlement of our country, while its medicines have been very much neglected. As these medicines, suited to every disease, grow spontaneously upon our own soil, as they are better adapted to the constitution, as the price of imported drugs is very high, it follows, whether we consult health which is of primary importance, or expense, a decided preference should be given to the former, as an object of such magnitude as no longer to be neglected. Yet in the introduction of those medicines I have been violently opposed, and my theory and practice condemned, notwithstanding the demonstrative proofs in their favor. But those who thus condemn have taken no pains to throw off prejudice, and examine the subject with candor and impartiality. Such as are thoroughly satisfied of their utility and superior excellence. From those who measure a man's understanding and ability to be beneficial to his fellow men only from the acquisition he has made in literature from books, from such as are governed by outward appearance, and who will not stoop to examine a system on the ground of its intrinsic merit, I expect not encouragement, but opposition. But this will not discourage me. I consider the discovery I have made of inestimable value to mankind, and intended for the great benefit of those who are willing to receive it. Being born in a new country, at that time almost a howling wilderness, my advantages for an education were very small, but possessing a natural gift for examining the things of nature, my mind was left entirely free to follow that inclination, by inquiring into the meaning of the great variety of objects around me. Possessing a body like other men, I was led to inquire into the nature of the component parts of what man is made. I found him composed of the 4 elements, earth, water, air, and fire. The earth and water, I found, were the solids, the air and fire the fluids. The 2 first I found to be the component parts, the 2 last kept him in motion. Heat, I found, was life, and cold, death. Each one who examines into it will find that all constitutions are alike. I shall now describe the fuel which continues the fire, or life of man. This is contained in 2 things, food and medicines, which are in harmony with each other, often grow in the same field, to be used by the same people. People who are capable of raising their food, and preparing the same, may as easily learn to collect and prepare all their medicines and administer the same when it is needed. Our life depends on heat, food is the fuel that kindles and continues that heat. The digestive powers being correct, causes the food to consume, This continues the warmth of the body by continually supporting the fire. The stomach is the depository from which the whole body is supported. The heat is maintained in the stomach by consuming the food, and all the body and limbs receive their proportion of nourishment and heat from that source, as the whole room is warmed by the fuel which is consumed in the fireplace. The greater the quantity of wood consumed in the fireplace, the greater the heat in the room. So in the body, the more food, well digested, the more heat and support through the whole man. By constantly receiving food into the stomach, which is sometimes not suitable for the best nourishment, the stomach becomes foul, so that the food is not well digested. This causes the body to lose its heat, then the appetite fails, the bones ache, and the man is sick in every part of the whole frame. This situation of the body shows the need of medicine, and the kind needed, which is such as will clear the stomach and bowels, and restore the digestive powers. When this is done, the food will raise the heat again, and nourish the whole man. All the art required to do this is, to know what medicine will do it, and how to administer it, as a person knows how to clear a stove and the pipe when clogged with soot, that the fire may burn free, and the whole room be warm as before. The body, after being cleared of whatever clogs it, will consume double the food, and the food will afford double the nourishment and heat that it did before. We know that our life depends on food, and the stomach being in a situation to receive and digest it. When the stomach and bowels are clogged, all that is needed is the most suitable medicine to remove the obstructions in the system. All disease is caused by clogging the system, and all disease is removed by restoring the digestive powers, so that food may keep up that heat on which life depends. I have found by experience that the learned doctors are wrong in considering fever a disease or enemy. The fever is a friend, and cold the enemy. This I found by their practice in my family, until they had 5 times given them over to die. Exercising my own judgment, I followed after them, and relieved my family every time. After finding a general principle respecting fevers, and reducing that to practice, I found it sure in all disease, where there was any nature left to build on, and in 3 years' constant practice, I never lost one patient. I attended on all the fevers peculiar to our country, and always used it as a friend, and that returned the gratitude to the patient. I soon began to give this information to the people, and convinced many that they might as certainly relieve themselves of their disease, as of their hunger. The expense to them to be always able to relieve themselves and families would be but small, and the medicine they may procure and prepare themselves. This greatly disturbed the learned doctors, and some of them undertook to destroy me by reporting that I used poison, though they made no mention of my using their instruments of death, mercury, opium, ratsbane, nitre, and the lancet. I considered it my duty to withstand them, though I found my overthrow was what they aimed at. A plan was once laid to take me in the night, but I escaped. Next I was indicted as though I had given poison, and a bill brought against me for wilful murder. I was bound in irons and thrust into prison, to be kept there through the winter, without being allowed bail. I petitioned for and obtained a special court to try the cause, and was honorably acquitted, after 40 days' imprisonment. I maintained my integrity in the place where my persecution began. In 5 years, while vindicating this new and useful discovery, I lost $5,000, besides all the persecution, trouble, loss of health, and reproach which has been in connection with the losses. It has been acknowledged, even by those who are unfriendly to me and my practice, that my medicine may be good in some particular cases, but not in all. But this is an error. For there are but 2 great principles in the constitution of things, whether applied to the mind or body, the principle of life and the principle of death. That which contains the principle of life may be perverted, by a misapplication, into an administration of death, as the stomach may be overloaded, and injured, even by wholesome food, but nothing that is wholesome in any case, unless abused, can be even tortured into an administration of death. If, then, a medicine is good in any case, it is because it is agreeable to nature, or this principle of life, the very opposite of disease. If it is agreeable in one case, it must be absolutely so in all. By the active operation of nature, the whole animal economy is carried on, and the father of the healing art, Hippocrates, tells us what is an obvious truth, that nature is heat. The principle is the same in all, differing only in degree. When disease invades the frame, it resists in proportion to its force, till overpowered into submission, and when extinguished, death follows, and it ceases to operate alike in all. If then, heat is life, and its extinction death, a diminution of this vital flame in every instance, constitutes disease, and is an approximation to death. All then, that medicine can do in the expulsion of disorder, is to kindle up the decaying spark, and restore its energy till it glows in all its wonted vigor. If a direct administration can be made to produce this effect, and it can, it is evidently immaterial what is the name, or color of the disease, whether bilious, yellow, scarlet or spotted, whether it is simple or complicated, or whether nature has one enemy or more. Names are arbitrary things. The knowledge of a name is but the cumen and anise, but in the knowledge of the origin of a malady, and its antidote, lies the weightier matters of this science. This knowledge makes the genuine physician, all without it is real quackery. It has been a general opinion that extensive study and great erudition are necessary to form the eminent physician. But all this may be as Paul saith, but science, falsely so called. A man may have a scientific knowledge of the human frame, he may know the names in every language of every medicine, mineral and vegetable, as well as every disease, and yet be a miserable physician. But there have been men without this to boast of, from the earliest ages of the world, who have arisen, blessed with the sublimer powers of genius, who have as it were, with one look pierced creation, and with one comprehensive view, grasped the whole circle of science, and left learning itself, toiling after them in vain. A man never can be great without intellect, and he never can more than fill the measure of his capacity. There is a power beyond the reach of art, and there are gifts that study and learning can never rival. The practice of the regular physicians, that is those who get a diploma, at the present time, is not to use those means which would be most likely to cure disease, but to try experiments upon what they have read in books, and to see how much a patient can bear without producing death. After pursuing this plan during their lives, they know just about as much as they did when they began to practice, of what is really useful to mankind. If a patient dies under their hands, why, it is the will of God, and they are sure to get extravagantly paid for their trouble, and nothing more is said about it. But if 1 out of hundreds of my patients die, and where the doctors have given them over as incurable, they at once cry out that it is quackery, that I gave them poison, etc., for the purpose of running me and my medicine down, and to prevent its being used by the people. The fact is well known to thousands who have used my medicine, and to which they are ready to attest, that it is perfectly harmless, and I defy the faculty to produce one instance wherein it has had any bad effects. It is true that the study of anatomy, or structure of the human body, and of the whole animal economy is pleasing and useful, nor is there any objection to this, however minute and critical, if it is not to the neglect of first great principles, and the weightier matters of knowledge. But it is no more necessary to mankind at large, to qualify them to administer relief from pain and sickness, than to a cook in preparing food to satisfy hunger and nourishing the body. There is one general cause of hunger and one general supply of food, one general cause of disease, and one general remedy. One can be satisfied, and the other removed, by an infinite variety of articles, best adapted to those different purposes. That medicine, therefore, that will open obstruction, promote perspiration, and restore digestion, is suited to every patient, whatever form the disease assumes, and is universally applicable. And acute disorders, such as fevers, colics, and dysentery, may be relieved thereby, in 24 or 48 hours, at most. Remarks on fevers. Much has been said and written upon fevers, by the professedly learned doctors of medicine, without throwing the most profitable light on the subject, or greatly benefiting mankind. They have been abundantly fruitful in inventing names for disease, and with great care and accuracy distinguished the different symptoms, but they appear quite barren as to the knowledge of their origin and remedy. To the first, but little importance, comparatively speaking, can be attached, the latter is of the highest importance to all classes of people. According to the writings of learned physicians, there are a great variety of fevers, some more and some less dangerous. But to begin with a definition of the name. What is fever? Heat, undoubtedly, though a disturbed operation of it. But is there in the human frame more than one kind of heat? Yes, says the physician, strange as it may appear, there is the pleuritic heat, the slow nervous heat, the putrid heat, the hectic heat, the yellow heat, the spotted or cold heat, the typhus or ignorant heat, and many other heats, and sometimes, calamitous to tell, one poor patient has the most, or the whole of these fevers, and dies at last for want of heat. Is fever or heat a disease? Hippocrates, the acknowledged father of physicians, maintained that nature is heat, and he is correct. Is nature a disease? Surely it is not. What is commonly called fever is the effect, and not the cause of disease. It is the struggle of nature to throw off disease. The cold causes an obstruction, and fever arises in consequence of that obstruction to throw it off. This is universally the case. Remove the cause, the effect will cease. No person ever yet died of a fever. For as death approaches, the patient grows cold, until in death, the last spark of heat is extinguished. This the learned doctors cannot deny, and as this is true, they ought, in justice, to acknowledge that their whole train of depletive remedies, such as bleeding, blistering, physicking, starving, with all their refrigeratives, their opium, mercury, arsenic, antimony, nitre, etc., are so many deadly engines, combined with the disease, against the constitution and life of the patient. If cold, which is the commonly received opinion, and which is true, is the cause of fever, to repeatedly bleed the patient, and administer mercury, opium, nitre, and other refrigerants to restore him to health, is as though a man should, to increase a fire in his room, throw a part of it out of the house, and to increase the remainder, put on water, snow, and ice. As it is a fact that cannot be denied that fever takes its rise from one great cause or origin, it follows, of course, that one method of removing that cause will answer in all cases, and the great principle is to assist nature, which is heat. At the commencement of a fever, by direct and proper application of suitable medicine, it can be easily and speedily removed, and the patient need not be confined long. 24 or 48 hours, to the extent, are sufficient, and often short of that time, the fever may be removed, or that which is the cause of it. But where the patient is left unassisted, to struggle with the disease, until his strength is exhausted, and more especially, when the most unnatural and injurious administrations are made if a recovery is possible, it must of necessity take a longer time. These declarations are true, and have been often proved, and can be again, to the satisfaction of every candid person, at the hazard of any forfeiture the faculty may challenge. Notwithstanding all these things, how true are the words of the intelligent Dr. Hervey, who says, by what unaccountable perversity in our frame does it appear, that we set ourselves so much against anything that is new? Can any one behold, without scorn, such drones of physicians, and after the space of so many 100 years' experience and practice of their predecessors, not one single medicine has been detected that has the least force directly to prevent, to oppose, and expel a continued fever? Should any, by a more sedulous observation, pretend to make the least step towards the discovery of such remedies, their hatred and envy would swell against him, as a legion of devils against virtue. The whole society will dart their malice at him, and torture him with all the calumnies imaginable, without sticking at anything that should destroy him root and branch. For he who professes to be a reformer of the art of physic, must resolve to run the hazard of the martyrdom of his reputation, life, and estate. The treatment which the writer has received from some of the learned physicians, since his discovery of the remedy for the fever, and various other diseases, is a proof of the truth of this last saying of Dr. Hervey. They have imprisoned him, and charged him with everything cruel and unjust, though upon a fair trial, their violent dealings have come down upon their heads, while he has not only been proved innocent before the court, but useful, having relieved many which the other physicians had given over to die. I will now take notice of the yellow fever. The cause of this fatal disease is similar to spotted fever. The cause of death in the latter is in consequence of its producing a balance by cold, outward and inward, and in the former there is a balance of heat outward and inward, both produce the same thing, that is a total cessation of motion, which is death. The color of the skin has given name to both these diseases. The yellow is caused by the obstruction of the gall. Instead of being discharged through its proper vessels, it is forced and diffused through the pores of the skin. The same effects that are produced by these two fevers may be observed in the motion of the sea. When the tide is done running up, there is what is called slack water, or a balance of power, and the same thing takes place when it is done running down. When the fountain is raised, the water runs from it, but when it is lowered, the water runs towards it. The same cause produces the same effects in the spotted and yellow fevers, for when a balance of power between the outward and inward heat takes place, death follows. Having described the two kinds of fever which are the most alarming, they being most fatal, I shall pass over those of a less alarming nature, and merely observe that there is no other difference in all cases of fever than what it caused by the different degrees of cold, or loss of inward heat, which are two adverse parties in one body, contending for power. If the heat gains the victory, the cold will be disinherited, and health will be restored. But on the other hand, if cold gains the ascendancy, heat will be dispossessed of its empire, and death will follow of course. As soon as life ceases, the body becomes cold, which is conclusive evidence that its gaining the victory is the cause of death. When the power of cold is nearly equal to that of heat, the fever or strife between the two parties may continue for a longer or shorter time, according to circumstances. This is what is called a long fever, or fever and ague. The battle between cold and heat will take place periodically, sometimes every day, at other times every other day, and they will leave off about equal, heat keeping a little the upper hand. In attempting to cure a case of this kind, we must consider whether the fever is a friend or an enemy. If it is a friend, which I hold to be the fact, when the fever fit is on, increase the power of heat, in order to drive off the cold, and life will bear the rule. But, on the contrary, should cold be considered a friend, when the cold fit is on, by increasing its power, you drive off the heat, and death must ensue. Thus you may promote life or death by tempering cold and heat. Much has been said by the doctors concerning the turn of a fever, and how long a time it will run. When it is said that a fever will turn at such a time, I presume it must mean that it has been gone. This is true, for it is then gone on the outside, and is trying to turn again and go inside, where it belongs. Instead of following the dictates of nature and aiding it to subdue the cold, the doctor uses all his skill to kill the fever. How, I would ask, in the name of common sense, can anything turn when killed? Support the fever and it will return inside. The cold, which is the cause of disease, will be driven out and health will be restored. In all cases called fever, the cause is the same in a greater or less degree, and may be relieved by one general remedy. The cold causes canker, and before the canker is seated, the strife will take place between cold and heat, and while the hot flashes and cold chills remain, it is evidence that the canker is not settled, and the hot medicine alone, occasionally assisted by steam, will throw it off. But as the contest ceases, the heat is steady on the outside, then canker assumes the power inside. This is called a settled fever. The truth is, the canker is fixed on the inside and will ripen and come off in a short time, if the fever is kept up so as to overpower the cold. This idea is new and never was known till my discovery. By raising the fever with numbers 1 and 2, and taking off the canker with number 3, and the same given by injections, we may turn a fever when we please, but if this is not understood, the canker will ripen and come off itself, when the fever will turn and go inside and the cold will be driven out. Therefore they will do much better without any aid, than with a doctor. The higher the fever runs, the sooner the cold will be subdued, and if you contend against the heat, the longer will be the run of the fever, and when killed, death follows. When a patient is bled, it lessens the heat and gives double power to the cold, like taking out of one side of the scale, and putting it in the other, which doubles the weight, and turns the scale in favor of the disease. By giving opium it deadens the feelings. The small doses of niter and calomel tend to destroy what heat remains, and plants new crops of canker, which will stand in different stages in the body, the same as corn planted in the field every week, will keep some in all stages, so is the different degrees in canker. This is the reason why there are so many different fevers as are named. When one fever turns another sets in and so continues one after another until the harvest is all ripe, if the season is long enough. If not, the cold and frost takes them off, then it is said they died of a fever. It might with as much propriety be said that the corn killed with frost died with the heat. The question, whether the heat or cold killed the patient, is easily decided, for that power which bears rule in the body after death is what killed the patient, which is cold, as much as that which bears rule when he is alive is heat. When a person is taken sick, it is common to say, "I have got a cold, and am afraid I am going to have a fever," but no fears are expressed of the cold he has taken, neither is it mentioned when the cold left him. The fashionable practice is to fight the remains of heat till the patient dies, by giving cold the victory, in which case is it not a fact that the doctor assists the cold to kill the patient? Would it not have been more reasonable, or likely to have cured them, when the fever arose to throw off the cold, to have helped the fever and give nature the victory over its enemy, when the health would be restored the same as before they took the cold? We frequently see in the newspapers accounts of people dying in consequence of drinking cold water when very warm. Some fall dead instantly, and others linger for several hours. The doctors have not been able to afford any relief when called. The principal symptoms are chills, and shivering with cold, which is viewed with astonishment by those who witness it. Proper caution should always be observed by persons when very warm and thirsty, who go to a pump to drink, by swallowing a little at a time, which will prevent any fatal effects. This strange circumstance of being cold on a hot day, and which has never been accounted for in a satisfactory manner to the public, I shall endeavor to explain in as comprehensive and plain language as I am capable. The component parts of animal bodies are earth and water, and life and motion are caused by fire and air. The inward heat is the fountain of life, and as much as that has the power above the outward heat, so much we have of life and strength, and when we lose this power of heat, our strength and faculties decay in proportion, and it is immaterial whether we lose this power by losing the inward heat or raising the outward heat above it, as the effect is the same. If you raise the stream level with the fountain, it stops the current, and all motion will cease, and the same effects will follow by lowering the fountain to a level with the stream. When the outward heat becomes equal with the inward, either by the one being raised, or the other being lowered, cold assumes the power, and death takes place. The cause of the fatal effects by drinking cold water is because the fountain of life is lost by the stream being raised above the fountain, or the inward heat lowered by throwing into the stomach so large a quantity of cold water as to give the outward heat the power of balancing the inward, and in proportion as the one approaches to an equality with the other, so the strength is diminished, and when equal, death ensues. I shall now make some further remarks on this and other subjects, with a hope that it may be beneficial to mankind. The reason why these extraordinary cases appear so wonderful to the people is because they are unacquainted with the cause. Why should we wonder at a person being cold on a hot day, when we are not, any more than we should wonder at another being hungry, when we have just been eating, or that others can be in pain, when we are enjoying good health? The one is as plain and simple as the other, when understood. The want of inward heat is the cause of their being cold, just as much as the want of food is the cause of hunger, or the want of health is the cause of pain. One person may have lost the natural power of heat, by an effect which others in similar situations may not have experienced, and will suffer the consequences of cold in proportion to the loss of inward heat. This is manifest in the different degrees of sickness. If the inward heat loses its balance of power suddenly, death is immediate, which is the case in spotted fever, and in drowned persons. When the inward and outward cold is balanced, life ceases, and the blood being stopped in its motion, settles in spots, which appearance has given name to what is called spotted fever. The same appearances take place on drowned persons, and from the same cause. The practice of bleeding for the purpose of curing disease, I consider most unnatural and injurious. Nature never furnishes the body with more blood than is necessary for the maintenance of health. To take away part of the blood, therefore, is taking away just so much of the life, and is as contrary to nature, as it would be to cut away part of the flesh. Many experiments have been tried by the use of the lancet in fevers, but I believe it will be allowed by all, that most of them have proved fatal, and several eminent physicians have died in consequence of trying the experiment on themselves. If the system is diseased, the blood becomes as much diseased as any other part. Remove the cause of the disorder, and the blood will recover and become healthy as soon as any other part. But how taking part of it away can help to cure what remains, can never be reconciled with common sense. there is no practice used by the physicians that I consider more inconsistent with common sense, and at the same time more inhuman than blistering, to remove disease, particularly in sane persons, or what the doctors call dropsy on the brain, in which cases they shave the head and draw a blister on it. Very few patients, if any, ever survived this application. What would be thought if a scald should be caused by boiling water to remove disease? Yet there is no difference between this and a blister made by flies. I have witnessed many instances where great distress and very bad effects have been caused by the use of blisters, and believe I can truly say that I never knew any benefit derived from their use. It very frequently causes strangury, when the attempted remedy becomes much worse than the disease. In support of my opinions on the subject, I will give the following extract from the writings of Dr. Hilary, an eminent physician of London. I have long observed that blisters are too frequently, and too often improperly used, as they are now so much in fashion. It is very probable that we have no one remedy, in all the materia medica, that is so frequently, and so often improperly applied, not only in too many cases, where they cannot possibly give any relief, but too often where they must unavoidably increase the very evil which they are intended to remove or relieve. How often do we see them applied, and sometimes several of them, by pretended dabblers in physic, not only where there are no indications for applying them, but where the true indication are against their application. As, in the beginning of most fevers, and especially those of the inflammatory, and of the putrid kind, where, in the first, the stimulus of the acrid salts of the cantharides, which pass into the blood, must unavoidably increase, both the stimulus, and the momentum of the blood, which were too great before, and so render the fever inflammatory, and all its symptoms worse. And it is well known that the cantharides contain a great quantity of alkaline semi-volatile salts, which pass into the blood, though they are applied externally, and attenuate, dissolve, and hasten, and increase its putrefaction, which is also confirmed by the putrid alkaline acrimony which they produce in the urine, with the heat and strangury, which it gives to the urinary passage. On steaming. Steaming is a very important branch of my system of practice, which would in many cases without it, be insufficient to effect a cure. It is of great importance in many cases, but considered by the medical faculty as desperate, and they would be so under my mode of treatment, if it was not for this manner of applying heat to the body, for the purpose of reanimating the system and aiding nature in restoring health. I had but little knowledge of medicine, when through necessity, I discovered the use of steaming, to add heat or life to the decaying spark, and with it I was enabled, by administering such vegetable preparations as I then had a knowledge of, to effect a cure in cases where the regular practitioners had given them over. In all cases where the heat of the body is so far exhausted as not to be rekindled by using the medicine and being shielded from the surrounding air by a blanket, or being in bed, and chills or stupor attend the patient, then applied heat by steaming becomes indispensably necessary. And heat caused by steam in the manner that I use it is more natural in producing perspiration than any dry heat that can be applied to the body in any other manner, which will only serve to dry the air and prevent perspiration in many cases of disease, where a steam by water or vinegar would promote it and add a natural warmth to the body, and thereby increase the life and motion, which has lain silent in consequence of the cold. Dr. Jennings has contrived a plan to apply heat to the body by a dry vapor, caused by burning spirit, which he calls a vapor bath, the idea of which was, I have no doubt, taken from hearing of my steaming to raise the heat of the body. It may answer in some cases and stages of disease, but in a settled fever and other cases where there is a dry inflammation on the surface of the body, it will not answer any good purpose, and I think would be dangerous without the use of my medicine to first raise a free perspiration. For when the surface of the body is dry, the patient cannot bear it, as it will crowd to the head and cause distress, the same as is produced by burning charcoal, or from hot stoves in a tight room, and will bring on a difficulty in breathing, which is not the case in steaming in my way. This machine can only be used in bed, where the vapor cannot be applied to the body equally at the same time, therefore is no better than a hot, dry stone, put on each side and to the feet of the patient, for he can turn himself and get heat from them as well as to have all the trouble of burning spirit and turning to the vapor of it, to get warm by this dry heat. When the patient stands over a steam raised by putting a hot stone in water, which gives a more equal heat all over the body than can be done in any other manner, it can be raised higher, and may be tempered at pleasure by wetting the face and stomach with cold water as occasion requires. The method adopted by me, and which has always answered the desired object, is as follows: take several stones of different sizes and put them in the fire till red hot, then take the smallest first, and put one of them into a pan or kettle of hot water, with the stone about half immersed. The patient must be undressed and a blanket put around him so as to shield his whole body from the air, and then place him over the steam. Change the stones as often as they grow cool, so as to keep up a lively steam, and keep them over it. If they are faint, throw a little cold water on the face and stomach, which will let down the outward heat and restore the strength. After they have been over the steam long enough, which will generally be about 15 or 20 minutes, they must be washed all over with cold water or spirit, and be put in bed, or may be dressed, as the circumstances of the case shall permit. Before they are placed over the steam, give a dose of numbers 2 and 3, or composition, to raise the inward heat. When the patient is too weak to stand over the steam, it may be done in bed, by heating 3 stones, and put them in water till done hissing, then wrap them in a number of thicknesses of cloths wet with water, and put one on each side and one at the feet, occasionally wetting the face and stomach with cold water, when faint. Many other plans may be contrived in steaming, which would make less trouble and be more agreeable to the patient, especially where they are unable to stand over the steam. An open work chair may be made, in which they might sit and be steamed very conveniently, or a settee might be made in the same manner, in which they might be laid and covered with blankets so as to shield them from the surrounding air. Such contrivances as these would be very convenient in cases where the patient would have to be carried through a course of medicine, and steamed a number of times, as is frequently necessary, particularly in complaints that have been of long standing. As I have frequently mentioned a regular course of medicine, I will here state what is meant by it, and the most proper way in which it is performed. Firstly, give numbers 2 and 3, or composition, adding a teaspoonful of number 6. Then steam, and when in bed repeat it, adding number 1, which will cleanse the stomach and assist in keeping up a perspiration. When this has done operating, give an injection made with the same articles. Where there are symptoms of nervous affection, or spasms, put half a teaspoonful of the nerve powder into each dose given, and into the injection. In violent cases, where immediate relief is needed, numbers 1, 2, 3, and 6 may be given together. Injections may be administered at all times, and in all cases of disease to advantage. It can never do harm, and in many cases, they are indispensably necessary, especially where there is canker and inflammation in the bowels, and there is danger of mortification, in which case, add a teaspoonful of number 6. In cases of this kind, the injection should be given first, or at the same time of giving the composition or number 3. The use of steaming is good in preventing sickness, as well as curing it. When a person has been exposed to the cold, and is threatened with disease, it may be prevented, and long sickness and expense saved by a very little trouble, by standing over a steam and following the directions before given, till the cold is thoroughly thrown off, and a lively perspiration takes place. Then go to bed, taking the stone from the kettle, and wrap it in wet cloths, and put it to the feet. This may be done without the medicine, when it cannot be had, but is much better to take something to raise the inward heat at the same time. A tea made of mayweed or summer savory, or ginger and hot water sweetened, may be given, or anything that is warming. This advice is for the poor, and those who have not a knowledge of the medicine, and will many times save them much trouble and long sickness. Steaming is of the utmost importance in cases of suspended animation, such as drowned persons, in which case, place the body over a moderate steam, shielded by a blanket, from the weight of the external air, and rarefying the air immediately around them with the steam. Pour into the mouth some of the tincture of numbers 1, 2, and 6, and if there is any internal heat remains, there will be muscular motion about the eyes, and in the extremities. If this symptom appears, repeat the dose several times, and renew the hot stones, raising the heat by degrees. If the outward heat is raised too sudden, so as to balance the inward, you will fail of the desired object, even after life appears. This is the only danger of any difficulty taking place. Always bear in mind to keep the fountain above the stream, or the inward heat above the outward, and all will be safe. After life is restored, put them in bed and keep the perspiration free for 12 hours, by hot stones wrapped in cloths wet with water, and occasionally giving the tincture as before mentioned, when the coldness and obstructions are thrown off, and the patient will be in the enjoyment of his natural strength. Beware of bleeding, or blowing in the mouth with a bellows, as either will generally prove fatal. In many cases of spotted fever, steaming is as necessary as in drowned persons, such as when they fall apparently dead. Then the same treatment is necessary to lighten the surrounding air till you can raise the inward heat so as to get the determining power to the surface. Begin with a small stone, and as life gains, increase the steam as the patient can bear it. If the distress is great, give more hot medicine inside, and as soon as an equilibrium takes place, the pain will cease. In all cases of this kind, the difficulty cannot be removed without applied heat to the body, and is more natural by steam than by any other means that can be made use of. In cases of long-standing, where the patient has been run down with mercury, and left in a cold and obstructed state, liable to rheumatism and other similar complaints, they cannot be cured with medicine without applied heat by steam, as nothing will remove mercury but heat. When a patient is carried through a course of my medicine and steamed, who has been long under mercurial treatment, and while under the operation of the steam, when the heat is at the highest, the face will swell, in consequence of the poisonous vapor being condensed by the air, the face being open to it. To relieve this, put them in bed, and take a hot stone wrapped in several thicknesses of cloth wet with water, pouring on a little vinegar, and making a lively steam, put it in the bed and cover the head with the clothes and let them breathe the steam as hot as can be borne, until the sweat covers the swelled part. This will, in about 15 or 20 minutes, throw out the poison, and the swelling will abate. This method also is of great service in agues and toothache caused by cold, and many other cases of obstruction from the same cause, especially young children stuffed on the lungs. To steam small children, the best way is to let them sit in the lap of a person, covering both with a blanket and set over the steam, pouring a little vinegar on the stone. Or, it may be done in bed with a hot stone wrapped in cloths wet with water, putting on a little vinegar, and covering them with the bed clothes laid loosely over them, but in this way you cannot exercise so good judgment in tempering the steam, as when you are steamed with them. If the child appears languid and faint, the outward heat is high enough, put a little cold water on the face or breast, which will restore the strength, then rub them in a cloth wet with vinegar, spirit or cold water, put on clean clothes, and put them in bed, or let them sit up as their strength will permit. This is safe in all cases of cold and obstructed perspiration. It ought always to be borne strongly in mind, to give a child drink often, when under the operation of medicine, or while steaming. If this is not done, they will suffer much, as they cannot ask for it. In all cases of falls or bruises, steaming is almost infallible, and is much better than bleeding, as is the common practice, which only tends to destroy life instead of promoting it. If the person is not able to stand over the steam, it must be done in bed, as has been described. Give the hottest medicine inside that you have, and keep the perspiration free till the pain and soreness abates, and the strength will be soon restored. If the advantages of this mode of treatment was generally known, bleeding in such cases, or any other, to remove disease, would never be resorted to by the wise and prudent. The use of steaming is to apply heat to the body where it is deficient, and clear off obstructions caused by cold, which the operation of the medicine will not raise heat enough to do, for as the natural heat of the body becomes thereby lower than the natural state of health, it must by art be raised as much above as it has been below. And this must be repeated until the digestive powers are restored, sufficient to hold the heat by digesting the food. Then the health of the patient will be restored by eating and drinking such things as the appetite shall require. In this way the medicine removes disease, and food, by being properly digested, supports nature and continues that heat on which life depends. Some who practice according to my system boast of carrying their patients through in a shorter time without the trouble of steaming. This is easily accounted for. Steaming is the most laborious part of the practice for those who attend upon the sick, and the most useful to the patient, as one operation of steaming will be more effectual in removing disease than 4 courses without it, and to omit it is throwing the labor upon the patient, with the expense of 3 or 4 operations more of the medicine than would be needed, did the person who attends do his duty faithfully. On giving poison as medicine. The practice of giving poison as medicine, which is so common among the medical faculty at the present day, is of the utmost importance to the public, and is a subject that I wish to bring home to the serious consideration of the whole body of the people of this country, and enforce in the strongest manner on their minds the pernicious consequences that have happened and are daily taking place by reason of giving mercury, arsenic, nitre, opium and other deadly poisons to cure disease. It is admitted by those who make use of these things that the introducing them into the system is very dangerous, and that they often prove fatal. During 30 years' practice, I have had opportunity to gain much experience on this subject, and am ready to declare that I am perfectly and decidedly convinced, beyond all doubt, that there can be no possible good derived from using in any manner or form whatever those poisons, but on the other hand, there is a great deal of hurt done. More than 9/10 of the chronic cases that have come under my care have been such as had been run down with some one or the whole of the above-named medical poisons, and the greatest difficulty I have had to encounter in removing the complaints which my patients labored under has been to clear the system of mercury, nitre, or opium, and bring them back to the same state they were in before taking them. It is a very easy thing to get them into the system, but very hard to get them out again. Those who make use of these things as medicine seem to cloak the administering them under the specious pretense of great skill and art in preparing and using them, but this kind of covering will not blind the people if they would examine it and think for themselves, instead of believing that everything said or done by a learned man must be right, for poison given to the sick by a person of the greatest skill will have exactly the same effect as it would if given by a fool. The fact is, the operation of it is diametrically opposed to nature, and every particle of it that is taken into the system will strengthen the power of the enemy to health. If there should be doubts in the minds of any one of the truth of what I have said concerning the articles I have named being poisonous and destructive to the constitution and health of man, I will refer them to the works published by those who recommend their use, where they will find evidence enough to satisfy the most credulous of the dangerous consequences and fatal effects of giving them as medicine. To remove all doubts of their being poison, I will make a few extracts from standard medical works, as the best testimony that can be given in the case. Muriate of mercury is one of the most violent poisons with which we are acquainted. Externally it acts as an escharotic or a caustic, and in solution, it is used for destroying fungus flesh, and for removing hepatic eruptions, but even externally, it must be used with very great caution. Yet, reader, this active poison is used as medicine, and by being prepared in a different form, and a new name given it, calomel, its good qualities are said to be invaluable, and is a certain cure for almost every disease. Oxide of arsenic is one of the most sudden and violent poisons we are acquainted with. In mines, it causes the destruction of numbers of those who explore them, and it is frequently the instrument by which victims are sacrificed, either by the hand of wickedness or imprudence. The fumes of arsenic are so deleterious to the lungs that the artist ought to be on his guard to prevent their exhalation by the mouth. For if they be mixed and swallowed with the saliva, effects will take place similar to those which follow its introduction into the stomach in a saline state. Namely, a sensation of a piercing, gnawing, and burning kind, accompanied with an acute pain in the stomach and intestines, which last are violently contorted, convulsive vomiting, insatiable thirst, from the parched and rough state of the tongue and throat, hiccup, palpitation of the heart and a deadly oppression of the whole breast, succeed next. The matter ejected by the mouth, as well as the stools, exhibit a black, fetid, and putrid appearance. At length, with the mortification of the bowels, the pain subsides, and death terminates the sufferings of the patient. When the quantity is so very small as not to prove fatal, tremors, paralysis, and lingering hectic succeed. Notwithstanding this terrible description of the fatal effects of this article, the author says, though the most violent of mineral poisons, arsenic, according to Murray, equals, when properly administered, the first medicines in the class of tonics. Of all the diseases, says Dr. Duncan, in which white oxide of arsenic has been used internally, there is none in which it has been so frequently and so successfully employed, as in the cure of intermittent fevers. We have now the most satisfactory information concerning this article, in the medical reports, of the effects of arsenic in the cure of agues, remitting fevers, and periodical headaches, by Dr. Fowler, of Stafford. Such are the powers of this medicine, that 2 grains of it are often sufficient to cure an intermittent that has continued for weeks. As an external remedy, arsenic has long been known as the basis of the celebrated cancer powders. Arsenic has ever been applied in substance, sprinkled upon the ulcer, but this mode of using it is exceedingly painful and extremely dangerous. There have been fatal effects produced from its absorption. No other escharotic possesses equal powers in cancerous affections. It not infrequently amends the discharge, causes the sore to contract in size, and cases have been related of its having effected a cure. But, says Dr. Willick, we are, on the combined testimony of many medical practitioners, conspicuous for their professional zeal and integrity, irresistibly induced to declare our opinion, at least, against the internal use of this active and dangerous medicine. I shall leave it to the reader to reconcile, if he can, the inconsistencies and absurdities of the above statements of the effects of ratsbane, and ask himself the question, whether it can be possible, for an article, the use of which is attended with such consequences, to be in any shape or form, proper to be used as medicine. Yet it is a well-known fact, that this poison is in constant use among the faculty, and forms the principal ingredient in most of those nostrums sold throughout the country, under the names of drops, powders, washes, balsams, etc., and there can be no doubt that thousands either die, or become miserable invalids in consequence. Antimony, in the modern nomenclature, is the name given to a peculiar metal. The antimonial metal is a medicine of the greatest power of any known substance. A quantity too minute to be sensible in the most delicate balance is capable of producing violent effects, if taken dissolved, or in a soluble state. Sulphuretted antimony was employed by the ancients in Calyria, against inflammation of the eyes, and for staining the eyebrows black. Its internal use does not seem to have been established till the end of the 15th century, and even at that time it was by many looked upon as poisonous. All the metallic preparations are uncertain, as it entirely depends on the state of the stomach, whether they have no action at all, or operate with dangerous violence. The principal general medicinal application of antimony has been for the use of febrile affections. In the latter stage of fever, where debility prevails, its use is inadmissible. Of the propriety of using this metal as medicine, I shall leave it to the reader to judge for himself. Nitre. Saltpeter. This salt, consisting of nitric acid and potash, is found ready formed on the surface of the soil in warm climates. Purified nitre is prescribed with advantage in numerous disorders. Its virtues are those of a refrigerant and diuretic. It is usually given in doses from 2 or 3 grains to a scruple, being a very cooling and resolvent medicine, which by relaxing the spasmodic rigidity of the vessels, promotes not only the secretion of urine, but at the same time insensible perspiration, in febrile disorders, while it allays thirst and abates heat. Though in malignant cases in which the pulse is low, and the patient's strength exhausted, it produces contrary effects. This powerful salt, when inadvertently taken in too large quantities, is one of the most fatal poisons. For some interesting observations relative to the deleterious properties of saltpeter, the reader is referred to Dr. Mitchell's letter to Dr. Priestley. I have found from a series of practical experiments for many years, that saltpeter has the most certain and deadly effects upon the human system, of any drug that is used as medicine. Although the effects produced by it are not so immediately fatal as many others, yet its whole tendency is to counteract the principles of life, and destroy the operation of nature. Experience has taught me that it is the most powerful enemy to health, and that it is the most difficult opponent to encounter, with any degree of success, that I have ever met with. Being in its nature cold, there cannot be any other effects produced by it, than to increase the power of that enemy of heat, and to lessen its necessary influence. Opium, when taken into the stomach to such an extent as to have any sensible effect, gives rise to a pleasant serenity of the mind, in general proceeding to a certain degree of languor and drowsiness. It excites thirst and renders the mouth dry and parched. Taken into the stomach in a larger dose, gives rise to confusion of the head and vertigo. The powers of all stimulating causes of making impressions on the body are diminished, and even at times, and in situations, when a person would naturally be awake, sleep is irresistibly induced. In still larger doses, It acts in the same manner as the narcotic poisons, giving rise to vertigo, headache, tremors, delirium and convulsions, and these terminating in a state of stupor, from which the person cannot be roused. This stupor is accompanied with slowness of the pulse, and with stertor in breathing, and the scene is terminated in death, attended with the same appearances as take place in an apoplexy. In intermittents it is said to have been used with good effect. It is often of very great service in fevers of the typhoid type. In smallpox, when the convulsions before eruption are frequent and considerable, opium is liberally used. In cholera and pyrosis, it is almost the only thing trusted to. The administration of opium to the unaccustomed is sometimes very difficult. The requisite quantity of opium is wonderfully different in different persons and in different states of the same person. A quarter of a grain will in one adult produce effects which 10 times the quantity will not do in another. The lowest fatal dose to the unaccustomed, as mentioned by authors, seems to be 4 grains, but a dangerous dose is so apt to puke that it has seldom time to occasion death. From the above extracts, it will readily be seen that the use of opium, as medicine, is very dangerous, at least, if not destructive to health. Its advocates, it will be observed, do not pretend that it will cure any disorder, but is used as a palliative for the purpose of easing pain, by destroying sensibility. Pain is caused by disease, and there can be no other way to relieve it, but by removing the cause. Sleep produced by opium is unnatural, and affords no relief to the patient, being nothing more than a suspension of his senses, and it might with as much propriety be said, that a state of delirium is beneficial, for a person in that situation is not sensible of pain. The fact is, opium is a poison, and when taken into the system, produces no other effect than to strengthen the power of the enemy to health, by deadening the sensible organs of the stomach and intestines, and preventing them from performing their natural functions, so important to the maintaining of health and life. In all the cases that have come within my knowledge, where the patient has been long in the habit of taking opium, I have found it almost impossible, after removing the disease, to restore the digestive powers of the stomach. I have made the foregoing extracts on the subject of poisons, for the purpose of giving a more plain and simple view of the pernicious consequences caused by their being given as medicine, than I could do in any other manner. In this short address, it is impossible to do that justice to the subject that I could wish, and which its importance demands. But I am not without hope, that what is here given will satisfy every candid person who reads it, of the truth of those principles, which it has been at all times my endeavor to inculcate, for the benefit of mankind, and convince them, that what has a tendency to destroy life, can never be useful in restoring health. In support of what has been before said on the use of mercury, I will here give a short extract from Dr. Mann's medical sketches, which is but a trifle in comparison with the many cases that he has given of the fatal effects of that poison. Calomel should never be administered, unless the patient is so situated that the skin may be preserved in its natural warmth. If this is not attended to during its administration, either the bowels or the glands of the mouth suffered. To one of these parts it frequently directed all its stimulating powers, and induced on one or the other high degrees of inflammation, which terminated in mortification of the intestines, or destruction of not only the muscles, but the bones of the face. For cases under these formidable effects of mercurial tialism, were admitted into the General Hospital at Lewistown, 3 of whom died with their jaws and faces dreadfully mutilated. The 4th recovered with the loss of the inferior maxilla on one side, and the teeth on the other. He lived a most wretched life, deformed in his features, when I last saw the patient, incapable of taking food, except through a small aperture in place of his mouth. There are several vegetables that grow common in this country, which are poisons, and in order that the public may be on their guard against using them as medicine, I will here give a list of those within my knowledge, viz., garden hemlock, nightshade, apple peru, poppy, henbane, poke root, mandrake root, garget root, wild parsnip, indigo weed, ivy, dogwood, tobacco, and laurel. In case either of these articles, or any other poison should be taken through accident, or otherwise, a strong preparation of number 1, with a small quantity of number 2, will be found to be a sovereign remedy. Cases frequently occur in the country, of being poisoned externally, by some of the above vegetable poisons, in which they swell very much. When this happens, by taking number 2, or composition, and washing with the tincture, or the third preparation of number 1, relief may be speedily obtained. It is a common thing with the doctors to make use of many of the above-mentioned vegetable poisons as medicine, but I would caution the public against the use of them in any way whatever, as they will have no other effect than to increase the difficulty and injure the constitution of the patient. Being deadly poisons, it is impossible that they can do any good. No dumb beast will ever touch them, and they are correct judges of what is good for food or medicine. Great use is made in many parts of the country of garden hemlock, cicuta, and is recommended by the doctors for many complaints, to be taken or applied externally. I have been credibly informed that large quantities of this article are collected and boiled down to a thick substance, by the people in the country, and sold by them to the doctors and apothecaries. It is well known to be the greatest poison of any vegetable, and was used in ancient times to put criminals to death, but this was before it was ever thought of, that the same article that would cause immediate death when taken for that purpose, would also cure disease. Many persons that pretend to make use of my system of practice, are in the habit of using some of the vegetables that I have mentioned as poisonous. I wish the public to understand that it is entirely unauthorized by me, as there is nothing in my practice or writings, but what is directly opposed to everything of a poisonous nature being used as a medicine, for it has always been my aim to ascertain and avoid the use of everything except such articles as I knew by actual experience to be agreeable to nature, and also free from all danger or risk in using them to cure disease. I therefore caution the public against putting any confidence in such as make use of either vegetable or mineral poison. There has been several cases of death published by the doctors, which they say were caused by those who practice by my system. And from the description they have given of the treatment, I have good reason to suppose, if there is any truth at all in them, were attended by such as I have before mentioned, pretending to practice by my system without having a correct knowledge of it, and who are tampering with every kind of medicine they can find. For there is no such treatment of disease, as they describe, ever been recommended by me, or that can be found in my writings or practice. It is very convenient for them, and has become common, to say, when they happen to be successful, it is their own great improvements, but when the patient dies, it is then laid to the Thomsonian system of practice. This is unjust, and ought to be exposed, and I ask all those who have a wish to promote the practice, to adopt some means to ascertain the truth, and make it public. The doctors without a system. That the doctors have no system is a fact pretty generally acknowledged by themselves, or at least they have none that has been fixed upon as a general rule for their practice. Almost every great man among them has had a system of his own, which has been followed by their adherents till some other one is brought forward more fashionable. This is, undoubtedly, a great evil, for it makes everything uncertain. Where it is constantly changing, there can be no dependence on anything, and the practice must always be experimental. No useful knowledge can be obtained by the young practitioners, as they will be constantly seeking after new theories. What should we say of a carpenter who should undertake to repair a building without having any rule to work by, and should for want of one, destroy the half of all he undertook to repair? The employers would soon lose all confidence in him, and dismiss him as an ignorant blockhead. And is it not of infinitely more importance for those who undertake to repair the human body, to have some correct rule to work by? Their practice is founded on visionary theories, which are so uncertain and contradictory, that it is impossible to form any correct general rule as a guide to be depended upon. In order to show the opinions of others, as well as my own, I shall make a few extracts from late writers on the subject. Speaking of the revolutions of medicines, one says, "We have now noticed the principal revolutions of medicine, and we plainly perceive that the theory of medicine not only has been, but is yet, in an unsettled state, that its practical application is wavering, fallacious, and extremely pernicious. And taking a survey of the various fortunes of the art, we may well say with Bacon, that medicine is a science that hath been more professed than laboured, and yet more laboured than advanced, the labour having been in a circle, but not in progression. Theories are but the butterflies of the day, they buzz for a while and then expire. We can trace for many centuries past, one theory overturning another, yet each in its succession promising itself immortality. The application of the rules which the practitioner lays down to himself is direct, and in their choice, no one can err with impunity. The least erroneous view leads to some consequence. We must remember the lives of our fellow creatures are at stake. For how many cruel and premature deaths, how many impaired and debilitated constitutions have paid for the folly of theories? Follies which have proved almost always fascinating. The study of a system is more easy than an investigation of nature, and in practice, it seems to smooth every difficulty. In my lectures on the art of physic, says Dr. Ring, both theoretical and practical, I have fully proved that there is no necessity for that bane of the profession, conjecture or hypothesis. And if I were asked whether, if I myself were dangerously ill, I would suffer any hypothetical, however plausible physician, to prescribe for my malady, my answer would be no, assuredly no, unless I wished to risk the loss of my life. I could give a remarkable instance of this. Speculation and hypothesis are always at variance with sound experience and successful practice. The above extracts evince the pernicious effects of false theory and hypothesis, which at the present day constitute nearly the whole art of physic. The following just remarks are copied from the writings of the Reverend John Wesley. As theories increased, simple medicines were more and more disregarded and disused, till, in a course of years, the greater part of them were forgotten, at least in the more polite nations. In the room of these, abundance of new ones were introduced, by reasoning, speculative men, and those more and more difficult to be applied, as being more remote from common observation. Hence, rules for the application of these, and medical books were immensely multiplied, till at length physic became an abstruse science, quite out of the reach of ordinary men. Physicians now began to be held in admiration, as persons who were something more than human. And profit attended their employ, as well as honor. So that they had now two weighty reasons for keeping the bulk of mankind at a distance, that they might not pry into the mysteries of their profession. To this end they increased those difficulties, by design, which were in a manner by accident. They filled their writings with abundance of technical terms, utterly unintelligible to plain men. Those who understood only how to restore the sick to health, they branded with the name of empirics. They introduced into practice abundance of compound medicines, consisting of so many ingredients, that it was scarce possible for common people to know which it was that wrought a cure. Abundance of exotics, neither the nature nor names of which their own countrymen understood. The history of the art of medicine in all ages, says Dr. Blaine, so teems with the fanciful influence of superstitious observances, the imaginary virtues of medicines with nugatory, delusive, inefficient, and capricious practices, fallacious and sophistical reasonings, as to render it little more than a chaos of error, a tissue of deceit unworthy of admission among the useful arts and liberal pursuits of man. Description of the vegetable medicine used in my system of practice. In describing those vegetables which I make use of in removing disease and restoring the health of the patient, agreeably to my system of practice, I shall mention those only which I have found most useful by a long series of practical knowledge, and in the use of which I have been successful in effecting the desired object. A much greater number of articles in the vegetable kingdom, that are useful as medicine, might have been described, and their medical virtues pointed out, if I had thought it would be beneficial. In fact, I am confident, there are very few vegetable productions of our country, that I have not a tolerable good knowledge of, it having been my principal study for above 40 years, but to undertake to describe them all would be useless and unprofitable to my readers, and could lead to no good result. The plan that I have adopted in describing such articles as I have thought necessary to mention, and giving directions how to prepare and administer them, is to class them under the numbers which form my system of practice. This was thought to be the best way to give a correct and full understanding of the whole subject. Each number is calculated to effect a certain object, which is stated in the heading to each as they are introduced. Every article, therefore, that is useful in promoting such objects will be described as applicable to the number under which it is classed. The three first are used to remove disease and the others as restoratives. There are a number of preparations and compounds that I have made use of and found good in curing various complaints. The directions for making them and a description of the articles of which they are composed are given as far as was deemed necessary. The manner of applying them will be hereafter more particularly stated, when I come to give an account of the manner of treating some of the most important cases of disease which have come under my care. Number 1. To cleanse the stomach, overpower the cold, and promote a free perspiration. Emetic herb, Lobelia inflata of Linnaeus. In giving a description of this valuable herb, I shall be more particular, because it is the most important article made use of in my system of practice, without which it would be incomplete, and the medical virtues of which and the administering it in curing disease, I claim as my own discovery. The first knowledge I ever had of it was obtained by accident more than 50 years ago, and never had any information whatever concerning it, except what I have gained by my own experience. A great deal has been said of late about this plant, both in favor and against its utility as a medicine, but all that the faculty have said or published concerning it only shows their ignorance on the subject. For there is very little truth in what they have stated concerning its medical properties, except wherein they have admitted it to be a certain cure for the asthma, one of the most distressing complaints that human nature is subject to. It is a truth which cannot be disputed by any one, that all they have known about this article, and the experiments that have been made to ascertain its value, originated in my making use of it in my practice. In the course of my practice, a number of the doctors discovered that the medicine I made use of produced effects which astonished them, and which they could not account for. This induced them to conclude that because it was so powerful in removing disease, it must be poison. This I think can be very satisfactorily accounted for. They have no knowledge of anything in all their medical science which is capable of producing a powerful effect upon the human system, except what is poisonous, and therefore naturally form their opinions agreeably to this erroneous theory. There is a power to produce life and a power to produce death, which are of course directly opposed to each other, and whatever tends to promote life cannot cause death, let its power be ever so great. In this consists all the difference between my system of practice and that of the learned doctors. In consequence of their thus forming an erroneous opinion of this herb, which they had no knowledge of, they undertook to represent it as a deadly poison. And in order to destroy my practice, they raised a hue and cry about my killing my patients by administering it to them. Some of the faculty even made oath that it was poison, and when taken into the stomach, if it did not cause immediate vomiting, it was certain death. It is unnecessary for me now to point out the falsity of this, for the fact is pretty well known, that there is no death in it, but, on the contrary, that there is no vegetable that the earth produces, more harmless in its effects on the human system, and none more powerful in removing disease and promoting health. There is no mention made of this herb, by any author, that I have been able to find, previous to my discovering it, excepting by Linnaeus, who has given a correct description of it under the name of Lobelia inflata. But there is nothing said of its medical properties. It is therefore reasonable to conclude that they were not known till I discovered it, and proved it to be useful. When the faculty first made the discovery that I used the emetic herb in my practice, they declared it to be a deadly poison, and while persecuting me by every means in their power, and representing to the world that I killed my patients with it, they were very ready to call it my medicine, and allow it to be my own discovery. But since their ignorance of it has been exposed, and they find it is going to become an article of great value, an attempt seems to be making to rob me of all the credit for causing its value to be known, and the profits which belong to me for the discovery, in which some who have been instructed by me are ready to join, for the purpose of promoting their own interest at my expense. Dr. Thatcher, in his dispensatory, has undertaken to give an account of this herb, but is very erroneous, except in the description of it, which is nearly correct. It appears that all the knowledge he has on the subject, as to its virtues, is borrowed from others, and is probably derived from the ridiculous ideas entertained of its power by those doctors who knew nothing about it, except what they gained by my making use of it, as has been before stated. As to its being dangerous to administer it, and that if it does not puke, it frequently destroys the patient, and sometimes in 5 or 6 hours, and that even horses and cattle have been supposed to be killed by eating it accidentally, is as absurd as it is untrue, and only proves their ignorance of the article. He tells a melancholy story about the Lobelia inflata being administered by the adventurous hand of a noted empiric, who, he says, frequently administered it in a dose of a teaspoonful of the powdered leaves, and often repeated, which, he says, furnishes alarming examples of its deleterious properties and fatal effects. This, there is no doubt, alludes to me, and took its rise from the false statement circulated about me at the time of my trial, to prejudice the public against my practice. It is true, the dose that I usually prescribed is a teaspoonful of the powder, but that it ever produced any fatal effect is altogether incorrect, and is well known to be so by all who have any correct knowledge on the subject. What is quoted in the dispensatory, from the Reverend Dr. M. Cutler, concerning this herb, is, in general, correct, particularly as it regards its being a specific for the asthma, though he labored under many mistaken notions about its effects when taken into the stomach. He says, if the quantity be a little increased, it operates as an emetic and then as a cathartic, its effects being much the same as those of the common emetics and cathartics. In this he is mistaken, for it is entirely different from any other emetic known, and as to its operating as a cathartic, I never knew it to have such an effect in all my practice. And I certainly ought to know something about it, after having made use of it for above 40 years, and administering it in every form and manner that it can be given, and for every disease that has come within my knowledge. It appears that all the knowledge he and other doctors have got of this herb's being useful in curing disease, particularly in the asthma, was obtained from me, for when I was prosecuted, I was obliged to expose my discoveries to show the falsity of the indictment. Dr. Cutler was brought forward as a witness at my trial, to prove the virtues of this plant by his evidence, that he cured himself of the asthma with it. He says the first information he had of its being good for that complaint, was from Dr. Drury, of Marblehead. In the fall of the year, 1807, I introduced the use of the emetic herb, tinctured in spirit, for the asthma and other complaints of the lungs, and cured several of the consumption. In 1808, I cured a woman in Newington of the asthma who had not lain in her bed for 6 months. I gathered some of the young plants not bigger than $1, bruised them, and tinctured them in spirits, gave her the tincture, and she lay in bed the first night. I showed her what it was, and how to prepare and use it, and by taking this and other things according to my direction, she has enjoyed a comfortable state of health for 12 years, and has never been obliged to sit up one night since. The same fall I used it in Beverly and Salem, and there can be no doubt but all the information concerning the value of this article was obtained from my practice. After Dr. Cutler had given his testimony of the virtues of this herb, and the doctors having become convinced of its value, they come forward and say it is good medicine in skillful hands. Who, I would ask, is more skillful than he who discovered it, and taught them how to prepare and use it in curing one of the most distressing complaints known? If it is a good medicine, it is mine, and I am entitled for the credit of introducing it into use, and have paid dear for it. If it is poison, the doctors do not need it, as they have enough of that now. Dr. Thatcher undertakes to make it appear that the fatal effects he tells about its producing was owing to the quantity given, and says I administered a teaspoonful of the powder, and when he comes to give directions for using it, says that from 10 to 20 grains may be given with safety. It appears strange that different terms should produce such different effects in the operation of medicine. If a teaspoonful is given by an empiric, its effects are fatal, but if the same quantity is administered by a learned doctor, and called grains, it is a useful medicine. This herb is described in Thatcher's dispensatory under the names of Lobelia inflata, Lobelia emetica, emetic weed, and Indian tobacco. Several other names have been given it, some by way of ridicule and others for the purpose of creating a prejudice against it, all of which have so confounded it with other articles that there is a difficulty in ascertaining what they mean to describe. I have been informed that there is a poisonous root which grows in the southern states, called lobelia, which has been used as a medicine. The calling this herb by that name has probably been one reason of its being thought to be poison. Why it has had the name of Indian tobacco given it, I know not. There is a plant that is called by that name, which grows in this country, but is entirely different from this herb both in appearance and medical virtues. In the United States Pharmacopoeia, there are directions given for preparing the tincture of Indian tobacco. Whether they mean this herb or the plant that has been always called by that name, does not appear, but it is probable they mean the emetic herb, and that all the knowledge they have of it is from Dr. Cutler's description. It is said by Thatcher that it was employed by the aborigines and by those who deal in Indian remedies, and others who are attempting to rob me of the discovery affect to believe the same thing, but this is founded altogether upon conjecture, for they cannot produce a single instance of its having been employed as a medicine till I made use of it. The fact is, it is a new article, wholly unknown to the medical faculty, till I introduced it into use, and the best evidence of this is, that they are now ignorant of its powers, and all the knowledge they have of it has been obtained from my practice. It would be folly for me to undertake to say but that it may have been used by the natives of this country, but one thing I am certain of, that I never had any knowledge of their using it, nor ever received any information concerning it from them, or anyone else. The emetic herb may be found in the first stages of its growth at all times through the summer, from the bigness of a 6-cent piece to that of $1, and larger, lying flat on the ground, in a round form, like a rose pressed flat, in order to bear the weight of snow which lays on it during the winter, and is subject to be winter-killed like wheat. In the spring it looks yellow and pale, like other things suffering from wet and cold, but when the returning sun spreads forth its enlivening rays upon it, it lifts up its leaves and shoots forth a stalk to the height of from 12 to 15 inches, with a number of branches, carrying up its leaves with its growth. In July it puts forth small pointed pale blue blossoms, which is followed by small pods about the size of a white bean, containing numerous very small seeds. This pod is an exact resemblance of the human stomach, having an inlet and outlet higher than the middle. From the inlet it receives nourishment, and by the outlet discharges the seeds. It comes to maturity about the 1st of September, when the leaves and pods turn a little yellow. This is the best time to gather it. It is what is called by botanists a biennial plant, or of only 2 years' existence. This plant is common in all parts of this country. Wherever the land is fertile enough to yield support for its inhabitants it may be found. It is confined to no soil which is fit for cultivation, from the highest mountains to the lowest valleys. In hot and wet seasons it is most plenty on dry and warm lands, in hot and dry seasons on clay and heavy lands. When the season is cold, either wet or dry, it rarely makes its appearance, and if the summer and fall is very dry the seed does not come up, and of course there will be very little to be found the next season. I have been in search of this herb from Boston to Canada, and was not able to collect more than 2 pounds, and in some seasons I have not been able to collect any. I mention this to show the uncertainty of its growth, and to put the people on their guard to be careful and lay up a good stock of it when plenty. In the year 1807, if I had offered a reward of $1,000 for a pound of this herb, I should not have been able to have obtained it. I have seen the time that I would have given $2 for an ounce of the powder, but there was none to be had, which necessity taught me to lay up all I could obtain when it was plenty. In seasons when this herb is plenty, it may be found growing in highways and pastures, by the side of old turnpikes, and in stubble land, particularly where it has been laid down to grass the year before. When grass is scarce, it is eaten by cattle, and is hard to be found when full grown. It is a wild plant, and a native of this country, but there is no doubt of its being common to other countries. It may be transplanted and cultivated in gardens, and will be much larger and more vigorous than when growing wild. If some stalks are left, it will sow itself, and probably may be produced from the seed, but how long the seeds remain in the ground before they come up, I do not know, never having made any experiments to ascertain the fact. It is certain that it is produced from the seed, and there is no good reason to suppose that it may not be cultivated in gardens from the seed as well as other vegetables. I think it most probable, however, from the nature of the plant, that it will not come up till the seeds have laid at least 1 winter in the ground. This plant is different in one very important particular, from all others that I have a knowledge of, that the same quantity will produce the same effect in all stages of its growth, from its first appearance till it comes to maturity, but the best time for gathering it, as has before been mentioned, is when the leaves and pods begin to turn yellow, for then the seed is ripe, and you have all there can be of it. It should then be cut and kept clean, and spread in a large chamber or loft, to dry, where it is open to the air in the daytime, and to be shut from the damp air during the night. When perfectly dry, shake out the seed and sift it through a common meal sieve, and preserve it by itself, then beat off the leaves and pods from the stalks, and preserve them clean. This herb may be prepared for use in 3 different ways, viz. First, the powdered leaves and pods. Second, a tincture made from the green herb with spirit. Third, the seeds reduced to a fine powder and compounded with numbers 2 and 6. 1. After the leaves and pods are separated from the stalks, pound or grind them in a mortar to fine powder, sift it through a fine sieve, and preserve it from the air. This is the most common preparation, and may be given in many different ways, either by itself or compounded with other articles. For a common dose, take a teaspoonful of this powder with the same quantity of sugar in half a teacupful of warm water, or a tea of number 3 may be used instead of the water. This dose may be taken all at one time, or at 3 times, at intervals of 10 minutes. For a young child, strain off the liquor and give a part as circumstances shall require. There is but one way in which this herb can be prepared, that it will refuse its services, and that is when boiled or scalded. It is therefore important to bear in mind that there must never be anything put to it warmer than a blood heat. 2. To prepare the tincture, take the green herb in any stage of its growth. If the small plants are used, take roots and all, put them into a mortar and pound them fine, then add the same quantity of good spirits. When well pounded and worked together, strain it through a fine cloth and squeeze and press it hard to get out all the juice. Save the liquor in bottles, close stopped, for use. Good vinegar or pepper sauce may be used instead of the spirit. Prepared in this manner, it is an effectual counterpoison, either taken or externally applied. It is also an excellent medicine for the asthma and all complaints of the lungs. This is the only way in which the doctors have made use of the emetic herb, and they acknowledge it to be one of the best remedies in many complaints that has been found, though they know but little about it. For a dose, take from half to a teaspoonful. Its effects will be more certain if about the same quantity of number 2 is added, and in all cases where there are nervous symptoms, add half a teaspoonful of nerve powder, umbel, to the dose. 3. Reduce the seeds to a fine powder in a mortar, and take half an ounce of this powder, or about a large spoonful, with the same quantity of number 2, made fine, and put them in a gill of number 6, adding a teaspoonful of umbel, to be kept close stopped in a bottle for use, when taken, to be well shaken together. This preparation is for the most violent attacks of disease, such as lockjaw, bite of mad dog, drowned persons, fits, spasms, and in all cases of suspended animation, where the vital spark is nearly extinct. It will go through the system like electricity, giving heat and life to every part. In cases where the spasms are so violent that they are stiff, and the jaws become set, by pouring some of this liquid into the mouth between the cheek and teeth, as soon as it touches the glands at the roots of the tongue, the spasms will relax, and the jaws will become loosened so that the mouth will open. Then give a dose of it, and as soon as the spasms have abated, repeat it, and afterwards give a tea of number 3, for canker. This course I never knew fail of giving relief. It is good in less violent cases, to bring out the measles and smallpox, and if applied to pimples, warts, etc., will remove them. I have cured 3 dogs with this preparation, who were under the most violent symptoms of hydrophobia. One of my agents cured a man with it who had been bitten by a mad dog, and I have not the least doubt of its being a specific for that disease. For a dose, take a teaspoonful. Much has been said of the power of the emetic herb, and some have expressed fears of it on that account, but I can assure the public that there is not the least danger in using it. I have given it to children from 1 day old to persons of 80 years. It is most powerful in removing disease, but innocent on nature. Its operation in different persons is according to their different tempers, moving with the natural current of the animal spirits. There is 2 cases where this medicine will not operate, viz., when the patient is dying, and where there is no death, or in other words, when there is no disease. There can be no war where there is no enemy. When there is no cold in the body there is nothing to contend against, and when there is no heat in the body there is nothing to kindle. In either case therefore this medicine is silent and harmless. It is calculated to remove the cause and no more, as food removes hunger, and drink, thirst. It clears all obstructions to the extremities, without regard to the names of disease, until it produces an equilibrium in the system, and will be felt in the fingers and toes, producing a prickling feeling like that caused by a knock of the elbow. This symptom is alarming to those unacquainted with its operation, but is always favorable, being a certain indication of the turn of the disorder, and they generally gain from that time. In regard to the quantity to be given as a dose, it is matter of less consequence than is generally imagined. The most important thing is to give enough to produce the desired effect. If too little is given, it will worry the patient and do little good. If more is given than what is necessary, the surplus will be thrown off, and is a waste of medicine. I have given directions what I consider as a proper dose in common cases of the different preparations, but still it must be left to the judgment of those who use it, how much to give. The most safe way will be to give the smallest prescribed dose first, then repeat it till it produce the wished operation. In cases where the stomach is cold and very foul, its operation will be slow and uncertain, in which case give number 2, which will assist it in doing its work. See also, page 90, section 11. When this medicine is given to patients that are in a decline or are laboring under a disease of long standing, the symptoms indicating a crisis will not take place till they have been carried through from 3 to 8 courses of the medicine, and the lower they have been, the more alarming will be the symptoms. I have seen some who would lay and sob like a child that had been punished, for 2 hours, not able to speak or to raise their hand to their head, and the next day be about, and soon get well. In cases where they have taken considerable opium, and this medicine is administered, it will in its operation produce the same appearances and symptoms that is produced by opium when first given, which having laid dormant, is roused into action by the enlivening qualities of this medicine, and they will be thrown into a senseless state. The whole system will be one complete mass of confusion, tumbling in every direction, will take 2 or 3 to hold them on the bed, they grow cold as though dying, remaining in this way from 2 to 8 hours, and then awake, like one from sleep after a good night's rest, be entirely calm and sensible as though nothing had ailed them. It is seldom they ever have more than one of these turns, as it is the last struggle of the disease, and they generally begin to recover from that time. I have been more particular in describing these effects of the medicine, as they are very alarming to those unacquainted with them, in order to show that there is no danger to be apprehended, as it is certain evidence of a favorable turn of the disease. The emetic herb is of great value in preventing sickness as well as curing it. By taking a dose when first attacked by any complaint, it will throw it off, and frequently prevent long sickness. It not only acts as an emetic, and throws off the stomach everything that nature does not require for support of the system, but extends its effects to every part of the body. It is searching, enlivening, quickening, and has a great power in removing all obstructions, but it soon exhausts itself, and if not followed by some other medicine to hold the vital heat till nature is able to support itself by digesting the food, it will not be sufficient to remove a disease that has become seated. To effect this important object put me to much trouble, and after trying many experiments to get something that would answer the purpose, I found that what is described under number 2 was the best and only medicine I have a knowledge of that would hold the heat in the stomach and not evaporate. And by giving number 3, to remove the canker, which is the great cause of disease, and then following with numbers 4 and 5, to correct the bile, restore the digestion, and strengthen the system, I have had little trouble in effecting a cure. Directions for preparing etc., see page 79. Number 2, to retain the internal vital heat of the system and cause a free perspiration. Cayenne, capsicum. This article being so well known, it will be unnecessary to be very particular in describing it. It has been a long time used for culinary purposes, and comes to us prepared for use by being ground to powder, and a proportion of salt mixed with it. This destroys, in some degree, its stimulating effects, and makes it less pungent, but it is not so good for medicine as in its pure state. It is said to be a native of South America, and is cultivated in many of the West India Islands. That which comes to this country is brought from Demerara and Jamaica. It also grows in other parts of the world. I once bought 100 pounds of it in the pod, which was brought from the coast of Guinea, had it ground at Portsmouth, and it was as good as any I ever used. There are several species that are described under the name of capsicum, all of which are about the same, as to their stimulating qualities. The pods only are used, they are long and pointed, are of a green color till ripe, when they turn of a bright orange-red. When the pods are green, they are gathered and preserved in salt and water and brought to this country in bottles, when vinegar is put to them, which is sold under the name of pepper sauce. The ripe pods ground to a powder is what is used for medicine and cooking, but the pepper sauce is very good to be taken as medicine and applied externally. The green pods hold their attracting power till ripe, and therefore keep their strength much longer when put in vinegar, as the bottle may be filled up a number of times, and the strength seems to be the same. But when the ripe pods are put in vinegar, the first time will take nearly all the strength. I shall not undertake to dispute but that cayenne has been used for medical purposes, long before I had any knowledge of it, and that it is one of the safest and best articles ever discovered to remove disease, I know to be a fact, from long experience. But it is equally true, that the medical faculty never considered it of much value, and the people had no knowledge of it as a medicine, till I introduced it, by making use of it in my practice. Mention is made of cayenne in the Edinburgh dispensatory, as chiefly employed for culinary purposes, but that of late it has been employed also in the practice of medicine. The author says that there can be little doubt that it furnishes one of the purest and strongest stimulants which can be introduced into the stomach, while at the same time it has nothing of the narcotic effects of ardent spirits. It is said to have been used with success in curing some cases of disease that had resisted all other remedies. All this I am satisfied is true, for if given as a medicine, it always will be found useful. But all the knowledge they had of it seems to have been derived from a few experiments that had been made, without fixing upon any particular manner of preparing or administering it, or in what disease, as is the case with all other articles that are introduced into general practice. In Thatcher's dispensatory, the same account is given of cayenne, as in the Edinburgh, and in almost the same words. I never had any knowledge of cayenne being useful as a medicine, or that it had ever been used as such, till I discovered it by accident, as has been the case with most other articles used by me. After I had fixed upon a system for my government in practice, I found much difficulty in getting something that would not only produce a strong heat in the body, but would retain it till the canker could be removed, and the digestive powers restored, so that the food, by being properly digested, would maintain the natural heat. I tried a great number of articles that were of a hot nature, but could find nothing that would hold the heat any length of time. I made use of ginger, mustard, horseradish, peppermint, butternut bark, and many other hot things, but they were all more or less volatile, and would not have the desired effect. With these, however, and the emetic herb, together with the aid of steam, I was enabled to practice with pretty general success. In the fall of the year 1805, I was out in search of umble, on a mountain, in Walpole, New Hampshire. I went into a house at the foot of the mountain, to inquire for some rattlesnake oil. While in the house, I saw a large string of red peppers hanging in the room, which put me in mind of what I had been a long time in search of, to retain the internal heat. I knew them to be very hot, but did not know of what nature. I obtained these peppers, carried them home, reduced them to powder, and took some of the powder myself, and found it to answer the purpose better than anything else I had made use of. I put it in spirit with the emetic herb, and gave the tincture mixed in a tea of witch hazel leaves, and found that it would retain the heat in the stomach after puking, and preserve the strength of the patient in proportion. I made use of it in different ways for 2 years, and always with good success. In the fall of 1807, I was in Newburyport, and saw a bottle of pepper sauce. Being the first I had ever seen, I bought it and carried it home, got some of the same kind of pepper that was dried, which I put into the bottle. This made it very hot. On my way home, was taken unwell, and was quite cold. I took a swallow from the bottle, which caused violent pain for a few minutes, when it produced perspiration, and I soon grew easy. I afterwards tried it and found that after it had expelled the cold, it would not cause pain. From these experiments, I became convinced that this kind of pepper was much stronger, and would be better for medical use than the common red pepper. Soon after this, I was again in Newburyport, and made inquiry, and found some cayenne, but it was prepared with salt for table use, which injured it for medical purposes. I tried it by tasting, and selected that which had the least salt in it. I afterwards made use of this article, and found it to answer all the purposes wished, and was the very thing I had long been in search of. The next year I went to Portsmouth, and made inquiries concerning cayenne, and from those who dealt in the article, I learned that it was brought to this country from Demerara and Jamaica, prepared only for table use, and that salt was put with it to preserve it and make it more palatable. I became acquainted with a French gentleman who had a brother in Demerara, and made arrangements with him to send to his brother, and request him to procure some, and have it prepared without salt. He did so, and sent out a box containing about 80 pounds, in a pure state. I sent also by many others, that were going to the places where it grows, to procure all they could, in consequence of which, large quantities were imported into Portsmouth, much more than there was immediate demand for. I was not able to purchase but a small part of what was brought, and it was bought up by others on speculation, and sent to Boston. The consequence was, that the price was so much reduced, that it would not bring the first cost, which put a stop to its being imported, and it has since been very scarce. When I first began to use this article, it caused much talk among the people in Portsmouth, and the adjoining towns. The doctors tried to frighten them by telling that I made use of cayenne pepper as a medicine, and that it would burn up the stomach and lungs as bad as vitriol. The people, generally, however, became convinced by using it, that all the doctors said about it was false, and it only proved their ignorance of its medicinal virtues, and their malignity towards me. It soon came into general use, and the knowledge of its being useful in curing disease was spread all through the country. I made use of it in curing the spotted fever, and where it was known, was the only thing depended on for that disease. I have made use of cayenne in all kinds of disease, and have given it to patients of all ages and under every circumstance that has come under my practice, and can assure the public, that it is perfectly harmless, never having known it to produce any bad effects whatever. It is no doubt the most powerful stimulant known. Its power is entirely congenial to nature, being powerful only in raising and maintaining that heat on which life depends. It is extremely pungent, and when taken, sets the mouth as it were on fire. This lasts, however, but a few minutes, and I consider it essentially a benefit, for its effects on the glands causes the saliva to flow freely, and leaves the mouth clean and moist. The only preparation necessary is to have it ground or pounded to a fine powder. For a dose, from half to a teaspoonful may be taken in hot water sweetened, or the same quantity may be mixed with either of the other numbers when taken. It will produce a free perspiration, which should be kept up by repeating the dose, until the disease is removed. A spoonful, with an equal quantity of common salt, put into a gill of vinegar, makes a very good sauce, to be eaten on meat, and will assist the appetite and strengthen the digestion. 1 spoonful of this preparation may be taken to good advantage, and will remove faint, sinking feelings, which some are subject to, especially in the spring of the year. Pepper sauce is good for the same purpose. A teaspoonful of cayenne may be taken in a tumbler of cider, and is much better than ardent spirits. There is scarce any preparation of medicine that I make use of, in which I do not put some of this article. It will cure the ague in the face, by taking a dose, and tying a small quantity in fine cloth, and put it between the cheek and teeth, on the side that is affected, setting by the fire covered with a blanket. It is good to put on old sores. Red peppers. These are very plenty in this country, being cultivated in gardens, and are principally made use of for pickling, for which purpose the pods are gathered when green, and preserved in vinegar. It is of the same nature as cayenne pepper, but not so strong, and is the best substitute for that article, of anything I have ever found. For medical use they should not be gathered till ripe, when they are of a bright red color, should be reduced to a fine powder, and may be used instead of cayenne, when that article cannot be obtained. Ginger. This is a root which is brought from foreign countries, and is too well known to need any further description. It is a very good article, having a warming and agreeable effect on the stomach. It is a powerful stimulant, and is not volatile like many other hot articles, and is the next best thing to raise the inward heat and promote perspiration, and may be used with good success for that purpose, as a substitute for cayenne, when that or the red peppers cannot be had. It is sold in the shops, ground, but is sometimes mixed with other articles to increase the quantity, and is not so strong. The best way is to get the roots, and grind or pound them to a fine powder. The dose must be regulated according to circumstances. If given to raise the internal heat, and cause perspiration, it must be repeated till it has the desired effect. It makes an excellent poultice, mixed with pounded cracker, or slippery elm bark, for which I make much use of it. To keep a piece of the root in the mouth and chew it like tobacco, swallowing the juice, is very good for a cough, and those of a consumptive habit, and this should be also done by all who are exposed to any contagion, or are attending on the sick, as it will guard the stomach against taking the disease. It may be taken in hot water sweetened, or in a tea of No. 3. Black pepper. This may be used to good advantage as a substitute for the foregoing articles, when they are not to be had, and may be prepared and administered in the same manner. These for that I have mentioned, are all the articles I have been able to find, that would hold the heat of the body for any length of time. All the others that I have tried, are so volatile, that they do little good. See directions, page 80. No. 3, to scour the stomach and bowels, and remove the canker. Under this head, I shall describe such vegetable productions as are good for canker, and which I have found to be best in removing the thrush from the throat, stomach, and bowels, caused by colds, and there will be more or less of it in all cases of disease. For when cold gets the power over the inward heat, the stomach and bowels become coated with canker, which prevents those numerous little vessels, calculated to nourish the system, from performing their duty. A cure, therefore, cannot be effected without removing this difficulty, which must be done by such things as are best calculated to scour off the canker and leave the juices flowing free. There are many articles which are good for this, but I shall mention only such as I have found to be the best. Several things that are used for canker are too binding, and do more hurt than good, as they cause obstructions. I have adopted a rule to ascertain what is good for canker, which I have found very useful, and shall here give it as a guide for others, that is, to chew some of the article, and if it causes the saliva to flow freely, and leaves the mouth clean and moist, it is good, but, on the other hand, if it dries up the juices, and leaves the mouth rough and dry, it is bad, and should be avoided. Bayberry, or candleberry. This is a species of the myrtle, from which wax is obtained from the berries, and grows common in many parts of this country. It is a shrub growing from 2 to 4 feet high, and is easily known by the berries which it produces annually, containing wax in abundance. These grow on the branches close to them, similar to the juniper. The leaves are of a deep green. The bark of the roots is what is used for medicine, and should be collected in the spring, before it puts forth its leaves, or in the fall, after done growing, as then the sap is in the roots. This should be attended to in gathering all kinds of medicinal roots, but those things that the tops are used, should be collected in the summer when nearly full grown, as then the sap is in the top. The root should be dug and cleaned from the dirt, and pounded with a mallet or club, when the bark is easily separated from the stalk, and may be obtained with little trouble. It should be dried in a chamber or loft, where it is not exposed to the weather, and when perfectly dry, should be ground or pounded to a fine powder. It is an excellent medicine, either taken by itself or compounded with other articles, and is the best thing for canker of any article I have ever found. It is highly stimulating and very pungent, pricking the glands and causing the saliva and other juices to flow freely. Is good used as tooth powder, cleanses the teeth and gums, and removes the scurvy. Taken as snuff, it clears the head and relieves the headache. It may be given to advantage in a relax, and all disorders of the bowels. When the stomach is very foul, it will frequently operate as an emetic. For a dose, take a teaspoonful in hot water, sweetened. White pond lily, the root. This is well known from the beautiful flower which it bears, opening only to the sun, and closing again at night. It grows in fresh water ponds, and is common in all parts of this country where I have been. The best time to gather it is in the fall of the year, when dry, and the water in the ponds is low, as it may then be obtained with little difficulty. It has large roots, which should be dug, washed clean, split into strips, and dried as has been directed for the bayberry root bark. When perfectly dry, it should be pounded in a mortar and preserved for use. This article is a very good medicine for canker, and all complaints of the bowels, given in a tea alone, or mixed with other articles. Hemlock, the inner bark. This is the common hemlock tree, and grows in all parts of New England. The best for medicine is to peel the bark from the young tree, and shave the ross from the outside, and preserve only the inner rind, dry it carefully, and pound or grind it to a powder. This article, with some further remarks upon it, has been retained in all former editions of this work, but it has been found by long practice that it is of too drying a nature, operating too much as an astringent. I have, therefore, wholly laid it aside, and would not recommend it to be used as medicine when any of the other articles recommended for the same purpose can be obtained. This, with bayberry bark and the lily root, I formerly used in No. 3, or what has been commonly called coffee, though many other things may be added, or either of them may be used to advantage alone. The boughs, made into a tea, are very good for gravel and other obstructions of the urinary passages, and for rheumatism. Marsh rosemary, the root. This article is very well known in all parts of this country, and has been made use of for canker and sore mouth. I have made use of it with bayberry bark as No. 3, in my practice, for many years, with good success, but after finding that the lily root was better, have mostly laid it aside. It is so binding in its nature that it is not safe to use it without a large proportion of the bayberry bark. Sumac, the bark, leaves and berries. This appears to be a new article in medicine, entirely unknown to the medical faculty, as no mention is made of it by any author. The first of my knowledge that it was good for canker was when at Onion River in 1807, attending the dysentery, being in want of something to clear the stomach and bowels in that complaint, found that the bark, leaves or berries answered the purpose extremely well, and have made much use of it ever since. It is well known, and is found in all parts of the country. Some of it grows from 8 to 12 feet high, and has large spreading branches. The berries grow in large bunches, and when ripe, are a deep red color, of a pleasant sour taste, and are used by the country people to dye with. The leaves and young sprouts are made use of in tanning Morocco leather. For medicine, the bark should be peeled when full of sap, the leaves, when full grown, and the berries, when ripe, they should be carefully dried, and when used as part of No. 3, should be pounded, and may be used all together, or either separate. A tea made of either or altogether is very good, and may be given with safety in almost all complaints, or put into the injections. It will scour the stomach and bowels, and is good for strangury, as it promotes urine and relieves difficulties in the kidneys, by removing obstructions and strengthening those parts. I have been in the habit, of late years, of making use of this article with bayberry bark and lily root, equal parts, for No. 3, or coffee, and it has always answered a good purpose. But the bayberry is sufficient of itself, but if the bayberry cannot be had, the other articles may be used, either simple or compounded. Witch hazel, the leaves. I found the use of this article as medicine, when I was quite young, and have made much use of it in all my practice. It is too well known in the country to need any description, is a small tree or bush, and grows very common, especially in new land. A tea made of the leaves is an excellent medicine in many complaints, and may be freely used to advantage. It is the best thing for bleeding at the stomach, of any article I have ever found, either by giving a tea made of the dry leaves, or chewing them when green, have cured several with it. This complaint is caused by canker eating off the small blood vessels, and this medicine will remove the canker and stop the bleeding. I have made much use of the tea, made strong for injections, and found it in all complaints of the bowels, to be very serviceable. An injection made of this tea, with a little of No. 2, is good for the piles, and many complaints common to females, and in bearing down pains it will afford immediate relief, if properly administered. These leaves may be used in No. 3, to good advantage, as a substitute for either of the other articles, or alone for the same purpose. Red raspberry, the leaves. This is an excellent article, and I believe was never made use of as medicine, till discovered by me. When at Eastport, I had no article with me good for canker, and resorted to my old rule of tasting, and found that these leaves were good for that complaint. Made into a strong tea, it answered every purpose wished. I gathered a large quantity of the leaves, and dried them, and have been in constant use of it as a medicine ever since, and have found it an excellent article, both for canker and many other complaints. For relax and other bowel complaints of children, it is the best thing that I have found. By giving the tea and using it in the injections, it affords immediate relief. A tea made of the leaves sweetened with milk in it is very pleasant and may be used freely. It is the best thing for women in travail, of any article I know of. Give a strong tea of it, with a little of No. 2, sweetened, and it will regulate everything as nature requires. If the pains are untimely, it will make all quiet. If timely and lingering, give more No. 2, and umble in the tea. When the child is born, give it some of the tea with sugar and milk in it. This prevents sore mouth, and the tea is good to wash sore nipples with. A poultice made with this tea and cracker, or slippery elm bark, is very good for burns or scalds. If the skin is off, by applying this poultice or washing with the tea, it will harden and stop smarting. It may be used in No. 3, as a substitute for other articles, or alone, to good effect. Scour weed, Indian name kokash. This is known in the country by the name of frostweed, or meadow scabish. It is a wild weed, and grows in wet land, by the sides of brooks. It has a stalk that grows 4 or 5 feet high, which is rough and woolly, with a narrow leaf, and bears a blue blossom late in the fall, which remains till the frost kills it. The root lives through the winter, and in the spring puts forth a new stalk. The leaves at the bottom remain green through the winter. The roots and top are used for medicine. It has a fragrant taste and smell like lovage. It was the first thing I ever knew used for canker, and was given to me when I had the canker rash. Being considered then the best article known for canker, I have frequently used it for that complaint, and found it very good. Take the green roots and leaves, bruise them, and pour on hot water. Give this tea, sweetened. It may be kept by adding a little spirit, and is good for rheumatism and nervous affections. It is perfectly harmless and may be used freely. It makes a very good bitter, tinctured with hot water and spirit, and is good for dizziness and cold hands and feet. See directions, etc., page 80. No. 4, bitters, to correct the bile, and restore digestion. Bitter herb, or balmony. This herb grows in wet mowing land, by the side of brooks. It is about the size of mint, the leaves some larger, the stalk is square, the leaves are of a dark green, of a sweetish bitter taste. It bears a white blossom of singular form, resembling a snake's head with the mouth open. This herb is very good to correct the bile, and create an appetite. A tea of it may be used alone, or it may be added to the other articles described under this number, which are all calculated to restore the digestive powers. Poplar bark. There are several species of the poplar tree that grow common in this country. One kind is called the white poplar, and another stinking poplar. The bark of both these kinds are good for medicine, but the latter is the best, being the most bitter. It has tags hanging on the limbs, which remain on till it leaves out, which is about a week later than the other kind. It has short brittle twigs, which are extremely bitter to the taste. The inner bark, given in tea, is one of the best articles to regulate the bile and restore the digestive powers, of anything I have ever used. The bark may be taken from the body of the tree, the limbs or the roots, and the outside shaved off and preserve the inner bark, which should be dried and carefully preserved for use. To make the bitters, No. 4, it should be pounded or ground fine, and mixed with the other articles, or it may be used alone for the same purpose. To make a tea, take a handful of the bark pounded or cut into small strips, and put into a quart mug, and fill it with boiling water, which if taken freely will relieve a relax, headache, faintness at the stomach, and many other complaints caused by bad digestion. Is good for obstructions of the urine, and weakness in the loins, and those of a consumptive habit will find great relief in using this tea freely. Barberry, the bark. This is a well-known shrub, producing red berries, of a pleasant sour taste, which are much used as a pickle, and are also preserved with sugar or molasses. The bark of the root or top is a good bitter, and useful to correct the bile, and assist the digestion. The bark should be collected at the proper season, carefully dried and pounded or ground to fine powder, and is used as a part of the bitters, No. 4. A tea made of this bark is very good for all cases of indigestion, and may be freely used. Bitter root, or wandering milkweed. This valuable vegetable grows in meadows and in hedges, and in appearance is something like buckwheat, having similar white blossoms. When the stalk is broken, it discharges a milky substance. It has 2 small pods, about the size of the cabbage seed pods, with a silky substance. This herb is wandering, that is, the roots run about underground to a considerable distance and produce many stalks, which grow up from different parts of the root to the height of about 2 feet. The kind that is commonly known by the name of wandering milkweed grows only on upland. There is another kind which grows near rivers and on islands, where high water flows over it. This differs some from the other in appearance. The roots run deep in the sand, it has leaves and pods like the first, and both are good for medicine. The bark of the root is used. The root should be dug and dried, and when perfectly dry, may be pounded in a mortar when the bark is easily separated from the woody part. This root is very bitter, and is one of the greatest correctors of the bile I know of, and is an excellent medicine to remove costiveness, as it will cause the bowels to move in a natural manner. A strong decoction of this root, made by steeping it in hot water, if drank freely, will operate as a cathartic, and sometimes as an emetic, and is most sure to throw off a fever in its first stages. It should be used in all cases of costiveness. Golden seal, or Ohio curcuma, the root. This article grows only in the western country. I am not well enough acquainted with the herb to give a description of it, but of the medical virtues of the root, I have had a sufficient experience to recommend it as a very pleasant bitter, and in cases where the food in the stomach of weak patients causes distress, a teaspoonful of the powder, given in hot water, sweetened, will give immediate relief. It is an excellent corrector of the bile, and may be used for that purpose alone, or with the bitter root, or may be compounded with either or all the articles described under this number, to restore the digestive powers. See directions, etc., page 82. The purposes for which the articles described under this head are used is to regulate the stomach so that the food taken into it may be properly digested, and I have mentioned enough to enable those who make use of the practice to effect that object, if properly attended to. This is a very important part of the system of practice, for unless the food is digested, it is impossible to keep up that heat upon which life depends. Number 5. Syrup for the dysentery, to strengthen the stomach and bowels, and restore weak patients. The articles used in this preparation are the bark of poplar and bayberry, which have been described, peach meats, or meats of cherry stones, sugar, and brandy. Peach meats. The meats that are in the peach stones have long been used as medicine, and need but little to be said about them, except that they are of great value to strengthen the stomach and bowels, and restore the digestion, for which purpose I have made much use of them, and always to good advantage. Made into a cordial with other articles, in the manner as will be hereafter directed, forms one of the best remedies I know of, to recover the natural tone of the stomach after long sickness, and to restore weak patients, particularly in dysentery. A tea made of the leaves of the peach tree is very good for bowel complaints in children and young people, and will remove colic. Cherry stones. The meats of the wild cherry stones are very good, and may be used instead of the peach meats, when they cannot be had. Get these stones as clean as possible. When well dried, pound them in a mortar, and separate the meats from the stones, which is done with little trouble. Take the same quantity as is directed, of the peach meats, and it will answer equally as well. A tea made of the cherries, pounded with the stones, and steeped in hot water, sweetened with loaf sugar, to which add a little brandy, is good to restore the digestive powers, and create an appetite. Bitter almonds may be used as a substitute for the peach meats or cherry stones, when they cannot be had. See directions, etc., page 82. Number 6. Rheumatic drops, to remove pain, prevent mortification, and promote a natural heat. The principal articles used in this preparation are high wines, or fourth-proof brandy, gum myrrh, and cayenne. For external application, spirits of turpentine is added, and sometimes gum camphor. The manner of preparing will be hereafter given. Gum myrrh. This is a gum, obtained from a tree which grows in the East Indies, and is brought to this country and sold by the apothecaries for medicinal uses. There is nothing sold by them that possesses more useful and medicinal properties than this article, though the doctors seem to have but little knowledge of its virtues. All those whom I have heard express an opinion upon it consider it of very little value. When I obtained my patent, Dr. Thornton, the clerk of the patent office, said it was good for nothing. All this, however, does not lessen its value. The first knowledge I had of it was when I was laid up with my lame ankle at Onion River, as has been before related in my narrative. An old man from Canada, passing that way, and hearing of my case, called to see me, and observing the putrid state I was in, told my father that gum would be good for me, as it was an excellent article to prevent mortification. He immediately obtained some of the tincture, and not having a syringe, he took some in his mouth, and squirted it through a quill into the wound. The smarting was severe for a short time. By tasting it himself, and finding it a pleasant bitter, he gave me some to take. By using it there was a favorable alteration, both in my bodily health, and in the state of my wound. After this, I had great faith in this article, and was seldom without it. When I came to have a family, I made much use of myrrh. It was one of the principal articles used in restoring my wife, when given over by the midwife, as related in my narrative. In several cases of bad wounds and old sores, it afforded great relief, and in what the doctors call worm complaints in children, by giving the tincture, when such symptoms appeared, it removed them. I used it at this time, by making a tincture with spirit, but after having a knowledge of cayenne, I put some of this with it, which made it much better. I found out by accident, that boiling it would prevent the fumes of the spirit from rising to the head, which would otherwise, in some cases produce bad effects, particularly in such as were subject to hysterical affection. This was the origin of my rheumatic drops, a preparation which has proved more generally useful than any one compound I make use of. In selecting myrrh for use, take that of a light brown color, somewhat transparent, and of a bitter taste, a little pungent. It should be reduced to a fine powder by being pounded in a mortar before used. Spirit of turpentine. This article is too well known to need any description, being used by painters. The only way in which I use it is in such preparations as are intended for external application, in which I have found it useful. A proportion of it should be added to the rheumatic drops when used for the itch or other bad humors. It is a powerful article and should be used with caution. Gum camphor. I shall say but little about this article, as I never found any very great advantages from its use, though I never knew it to do any harm. It is made much use of, and I think there is more credit given to it than what it deserves. I have been in the habit of adding some of it to the rheumatic drops, when used for bad sprains, and in such cases have found it useful, and I have no doubt but that it may be sometimes given to advantage to warm the stomach, and relieve pain, but there are other articles which I make use of for that purpose, that are much better. See directions, etc., page 83. Nerve powder. American valerian, or lady's slipper, sometimes called umbel, or male and female nervine. There are 4 species of this valuable vegetable, 1 male and 3 female. The male is called yellow umbel, and grows in swamps and wet land, has a large cluster of fibrous roots matted together, joined to a solid root, which puts forth several stalks that grow about 2 feet high. It has leaves something resembling the poke leaf. The female kinds are distinguished by the color of the blossoms, which are red, and white, and white. The red has but 2 leaves, which grow out of the ground, and lean over to the right and left, between which a single stalk shoots up to the height of from 8 to 10 inches, bearing on its top a red blossom of a very singular form, that gives it the name of female umbel. This kind is found on high ledges, and in swamps. The red and white umbel, grows only in swamps, and is in larger clusters of roots than the yellow, but in a similar form. Its top is similar to the red, except the color of the blossom. The yellow and red are the best for medicine. The root should be dug in the fall, when done growing, or in the spring, before the top puts forth. If dug when growing, the roots will nearly all dry up. When the roots are dug, they should be washed clean, carefully dried, and pounded or ground to a fine powder, sifted through a fine sieve, and preserved from the air for use. This powder is the best nervine known. I have made great use of it, and have always found it to produce the most beneficial effects, in all cases of nervous affection, and in hysterical symptoms, In fact, it would be difficult to get along with my practice in many cases without this important article. It is perfectly harmless, and may be used in all cases of disease with safety, and is much better than opium, which is generally given in cases of spasmodic affection, and which only deadens the feelings, and relieves pain only by destroying sensibility, without doing any good. It has been supposed by the doctors to be of a narcotic nature, but this is a mistake. They have drawn this conclusion, I suppose, from its tendency to promote sleep, but this is altogether owing to its quieting the nerves, and leaving the patient at ease, when nature requires sleep to recover the natural tone of the system. Half a teaspoonful may be given in hot water, sweetened, and the dose repeated, if necessary, or the same quantity may be mixed with a dose of either the other numbers, when given, and put into the injections, and where there is nervous symptoms, it should never be dispensed with. See directions, etc., page 83. I have thus far given a description of all the important vegetables made use of in my system of practice, with the manner of preparing and using them. I shall now proceed to describe a number of articles of less importance, all of which I have used and found good in various complaints. Some of them form a part of my medical preparations, and many others may be used as substitutes for some that have been mentioned. They are all of a warming nature, and may be used to advantage in throwing off disease in its first stages. Spearmint. This is a well-known herb, and makes a very pleasant tea, which may be freely used in sickness. The most valuable property it possesses is to stop vomiting. If the emetic herb, or any other cause should produce violent vomiting, by giving a strong tea made of this herb, it will stop it, and sit pleasantly on the stomach. Peppermint. This article is very hot in its nature, and may be used to advantage to promote perspiration and overpower the cold. I have frequently used it for that purpose with success, but it is volatile, and will not retain the heat long in the stomach. In colds and slight attacks of disease, to drink freely of a tea made of this herb on going to bed, will throw it off. The essence, put in warm water, is good to give children, and will relieve pain in the stomach and bowels. A few drops of the oil, given in warm water, or on loaf sugar, is good for the same purpose. Pennyroyal. This herb grows common in all parts of the country, and is too well known to need any description. It is an article of great value in medicine, and a tea of it may be freely used in all cases of sickness. It is good for the stomach, being warming and cleansing, if drank freely, will produce perspiration, and remove obstructions. In colds and slight attacks of disease, it will be likely to throw it off, and prevent sickness. It is very good for children, and will remove pain in the bowels and wind. In going through a course of medicine, a tea of this herb may be given for drink, and will cause the medicine to have a pleasant operation. Summer savory. This herb grows in gardens, and is made use of to season meats in cooking. It is of a very pleasant flavor, and of a hot nature. A tea of it is good for colds, and may be used freely in case of sickness. There is an oil made from this herb, which will cure the toothache, by putting a little on cotton wool, and applying it to the affected tooth. Horehound. This plant grows common in this country, and is made much account of in removing cough. An infusion, made of the leaves, sweetened with honey, is good for the asthma, and all complaints of the lungs. The syrup of this plant will loosen tough phlegm, and remove hoarseness caused by a bad cold. The horehound candy is very useful for such as are troubled with cough, particularly old people, and those that are short-winded. Elecampane. The root of this plant, made into syrup, is good for a cough, and I have made use of it for that purpose with advantage in many cases, and can recommend it as a safe and useful remedy in complaints of that kind. Mayweed. A tea made of this herb, to be drank hot when going to bed, is very good for a cold, and in slight attacks of a fever, if used freely, and a hot stone put to the feet, will in most cases throw it off. It grows common in old fields, and by the sides of roads. Wormwood. This herb is a very wholesome bitter, and may be taken to advantage in different ways. It is of a hot nature, and is good for the stomach, to create an appetite, and assist the digestion. It may be taken in tea, or the green herb may be pounded and tinctured in spirit, which is good to apply to a bruise or sprain. Tansy. This is a hot bitter herb, grows common in highways, and is cultivated in gardens. A tea made of this herb is good for hysterics and other female complaints. It will strengthen those that have weak reins and kidneys, and is good for the strangury, or stoppage of urine. The green leaves pounded are good to put on bruises and sprains, and will allay the swelling. Chamomile. This is a well-known herb. The flowers are sold by the apothecaries and are made much use of in a tea for many complaints. It is good given in a tea for bowel complaints, and externally applied will relieve sprains, bruises, and swellings, and remove calluses, corns, etc., and restore shrunk sinews. Bittersweet. This herb has long been esteemed as a medicine of considerable value for many complaints. It grows common in this country, in hedges where the ground is moist, and the top runs along the ground or climbs on bushes. Its taste, when chewed, is first bitter and then sweet, which has given it its name. It is said to be a good medicine for internal injuries, and to remove obstructions, which I have no doubt is correct, but the only way I make use of it is for external application. The bark of the root, with chamomile and wormwood, makes an ointment of great value, which is an excellent thing for a bruise, sprain, callus, swelling, or for corns. Mullein. The leaves of this plant are very good to bring down swelling, and to restore contracted sinews, by pounding them, and applying them warm to the part affected. For external use, they are an excellent article in many complaints. This herb is too well known to need any description. It is an important article in my strengthening plaster. Burdock. The leaves of this plant, wilted by the fire, and applied to an external injury, will allay the inflammation and ease pain, and they are good pounded and put onto a bruise or sprain, as it will give immediate relief. It is made use of in the strengthening plaster. The leaves are good applied to the feet in case of fever to keep them moist, and promote perspiration. Skunk cabbage. This vegetable grows common in all parts of New England. It has large leaves something resembling cabbage, from which and its disagreeable smell, it takes its name. It may be found in the meadows and wetland. The root only is used for medicine, which should be dug and split into strips, and carefully dried. When dry, it should be pounded or ground to a powder. This powder may be taken in tea, sweetened, or made into a syrup, or half a teaspoonful may be mixed in honey, and taken in the morning, or at night when going to bed. It is good for asthma, cough, difficulty of breathing, and all disorders of the lungs, and with other articles makes one of the best preparations for those complaints I have ever found. Wake robin. This plant grows wild in this country. It has 3 triangular leaves. From between them it puts forth a naked stalk, on the top of which is a singular stem or pistil, enclosed in a sheath, resembling a flower, which is followed by a bunch of reddish berries. This root is used for medicine, and resembles a small turnip. This root is extremely pungent and stimulating, and is often given for colic and pain in the bowels, and to expel wind. I have mostly made use of it for cough and disorders of the lungs, for which I have found it a very useful article, and it forms part of my composition for coughs. The root should be dried and reduced to a powder, and may be given mixed with honey, or in a syrup. Thoroughwort. This herb is well known in the country, and is made use of by the people in tea for many complaints. It is of a warming nature, and is good for cough and other complaints of the lungs. It is used in my compound, prepared for coughs. Featherfew. This herb is stimulating, and is good for hysteric complaints, and many other disorders common to females. It promotes the passage of urine, and removes obstructions in those parts. It should be taken in tea alone, or may be added with chamomile, and used to advantage in all cases of obstructions. Clivus. This is a sort of joint grass and grows in mowing land, where the ground is wet. It has small leaves at each joint, the stalk is square, and the edges are rough like a sickle. This herb, made into a strong tea, and drank freely, is very good for the stoppage of urine, and may be made use of for all obstructions in those parts to advantage. Black birch bark. A tea made of this bark is useful in curing all complaints of the bowels, and to remove obstructions. I have made much use of it in dysentery. This tea, with peach meats or cherry stone meats, made into a syrup, is an excellent article to restore patients, after having been reduced by that disease, and to promote the digestion. It is good for canker, and all complaints of the bowels. Evan root. This is called by some people chocolate root, on account of its resembling that article in taste, and is made use of by some for common drink, instead of tea or coffee. It is good for canker, and may be used in number 3, as a substitute for other articles. It grows common in this country, and is too well known to need describing. Slippery elm bark. The inner bark of this tree is an article of much value, and may be used to advantage in many different ways. There are several species of the elm that grow common in this country, and there are 2 kinds of the slippery elm. The bark of one is rather hard and tough, and the other is very brittle. The latter is the best for medicinal uses. The bark should be peeled, the outside ross shaved off, dried, and ground or pounded to a fine powder. If used internally, put a teaspoonful of this powder into a teacup with as much sugar, mix them well together, then add a little cold water, and stir it till perfectly mixed, and then put hot water to it and stir till it forms a jelly thick enough to be eaten with a spoon. A teaspoonful may be taken at a time, and is an excellent medicine to heal soreness in the throat, stomach and bowels, caused by canker, or more hot water may be put to it and made into a drink, and freely taken for the same purpose. I have made much use of this bark for poultices, and have in all cases found it a most excellent article for that purpose. Mixed with pounded cracker and ginger, it makes the best poultice I have ever found, for burns, scalds, felons, old sores, etc. It is the best thing I have met with, to allay the inflammation, ease the pain, and heal them in a short time. Balsam fir. This balsam is obtained from a tree well known in many parts of this country. It is taken from small blisters, which form in the bark. It is of a very healing nature, and is good to remove internal soreness. It forms an important article in my healing salve. When taken it may be dropped on loaf sugar. Gentian. This root grows wild in this country, and is found plentifully in Vermont. It was formerly collected for exportation, and large quantities of it were sent to China, where it brought a great price. It is said the people of that country considered it of great value, but for what purpose they use it is, I believe, only known to themselves. It is a nervine, and may be used to advantage in all cases of nervous affection, either alone or mixed with other articles. The root should be dug in the fall, dried, and reduced to a fine powder. From half to a teaspoonful may be given for a dose, in hot water, sweetened. Snake root. This is a well-known article, grows wild, and may be found in most parts of this country. It is of a hot nature, and is made much use of in tea, for measles and other eruptions, to keep the disorder out, for which it is considered very good. This is owing to its warming qualities, which keeps the determining powers to the surface, which effect may be produced by almost any strong stimulant, but number 2, or the composition powders, is much the best for that purpose. A tea made of this root may be given to advantage in many cases of disease. It has a tendency to promote perspiration, and is good to remove pain in the stomach and bowels, and expel wind. The roots reduced to powder may be mixed with gentian or umbel for all nervous complaints. Mustard. The seed of this herb is principally made use of for culinary purposes, being eaten on meat, for which it is ground to a fine powder, and mixed with warm water. It is very pungent, and of a hot nature, but is volatile, and will not hold the heat long enough to do much good in retaining the internal heat. It is good to create an appetite, and assist the digestion, and given in hot water sweetened, will remove pain in the bowels and stomach. It is frequently used for rheumatism, both internally and externally, but numbers 2 and 6 are much better for that purpose. Horseradish. The root of this plant is mostly used for culinary purposes, and it has some medicinal properties. It is of a hot nature, but very volatile. Its warming qualities will mostly evaporate before it gets into the stomach. The roots may be given to promote the appetite, and assist the digestion. The leaves are sometimes applied to remove external pain, but is apt to raise a blister. Balm of Gilead. This tree is of the species of the poplar and possesses some medicinal virtues. It resembles the kind of poplar that has been described, having similar tags, but the buds and leaves are larger. The buds bruised and tinctured in spirit produces an effect something like the tincture of myrrh, and is good taken inwardly as a restorative, and for bathing sores. The bark scraped from the twigs, and steeped in hot water, is a good corrector of the bile, and will operate both as an emetic and cathartic. It is more harsh than the other kind of poplar, but may be used to advantage in many cases of disease. Butternut. This tree grows common in this country, and is well known from the nut which it bears, of an oblong shape, and nearly as large as an egg, in which is a meat containing much oil, and very good to eat. The bark of this tree is used by the country people to color with. The bark taken from the body of the tree or roots, and boiled down till thick, may be made into pills, and operates as a powerful emetic and cathartic. A syrup may be made by boiling the bark, and adding 1/3 molasses and a little spirit, which is good to give children for worm complaints. The buds and twigs may also be used for the same purpose, and are more mild. White ash bark and balm of Gilead may be added, equal parts, and made into syrup or pills. Those who are fond of drastic purges may have their ends sufficiently answered by these preparations, and they are the most safe and harmless of any that I know of, and those who wish to be tortured with blisters, can have them cheap, by bruising the green shell of the nut, or the bark, and applying it where the blister is wanted, keeping the bandage wet, and in 3 hours they will be completely drawn, and the skin as black as that of an African. This is much quicker and safer than if done with flies, and will not cause strangury. The bark of the butternut is the principal ingredient in Dr. Hawkes's rheumatic and cancer pills, and also of Chamberlain's bilious cordial, which have been so celebrated for many complaints. It is called by some people oilnut and lemon walnut. Blue and white vervine. This is a well-known herb, growing very common. It ranks next to the emetic herb, for a puke, and may be used for that purpose, either alone or combined with thoroughwort. It is good to prevent a fever in its first stages. This herb has been used with considerable success in consumption, having cured several cases where the doctors had given them over. It may be used in a tea made of the dry herb, or prepared in powder like the emetic herb. Pipsisway, or rheumatic weed. This herb grows on mountainous land, and on pine plains, where the boxberry or checkerberry is found plenty. It is an evergreen, and grows from 3 to 6 inches high, has a number of dark green leaves, about ½ an inch wide, and from 1 to 2 inches long, with a scalloped edge, bears several brown seeds, resembling allspice. The tops and roots are used for medicine. The roots, when chewed, are very pungent, which will be felt for several hours on the tongue, as though burnt. A strong tea made of this plant is good for cancers and all scrofulous humours, by drinking the tea and bathing with it the parts affected. Another evergreen plant, called wild lettuce, grows on the same kind of land, which possesses much the same medical properties as the above. It has round leaves, from the size of a cent to that of $1, resembling a common lettuce. The roots of this plant, and of the pipsisway, dried and powdered together, equal parts, is good to cure all bad humours. Take a teaspoonful of the powder in a glass of hot water, and bathe the parts affected with the same. It is also good to restore weak nerves. Goldenrod. This herb may be found common on pine plains and in hedges. It grows about 2 or 3 feet high, has a long narrow leaf, very smooth and glossy, and a large cluster of yellow blossoms. It has a sweet, spicy taste and smell, resembling fennel or anise. There is an oil obtained from this herb, good for medicine, and also prepared in essence, is good for pain in the head, to be taken, or the outside bathed with it. The oil is good to scent the bayberry and bitter root snuff, which is very good to be taken and snuffed up the nose. There are several herbs that resemble this in appearance, but are very different in smell and taste. Meadow fern. This is a shrub, and grows in meadows, and by the side of stagnant water. Sometimes growing in the water, it is found in thick bunches, and grows from 2 to 3 feet high. When the leaves are off, it has a large bud, which is larger on some bushes than others. Some of them bear a small burr, or cluster of seeds, which, when rubbed between the fingers, leaves an oily or balsamy substance, having a fragrant smell, something like spirits of turpentine. These burrs, pounded fine and simmered in cream, hog's lard or fresh butter, is almost a sovereign remedy for the itch, or external poison, and all bad humour sores. When the burrs cannot be had, take the bush and buds and make a strong decoction. Drink of this and wash with the same. This liquor may be prepared in syrup, and by boiling it down, may be made into ointment, as has been described for the burrs. The syrup should be taken, and the ointment put on the affected parts. This ointment, or the wash, is good for salt rheum, or canker sores, and may be used freely. Yellow dock. The root of this plant is well known as being made into ointment for the itch. The root should be bruised fine in a mortar, and put in a pewter basin, add cream enough to make an ointment, keep it warm for 12 hours, be careful not to scald it. Rub it on at night when going to bed. 3 times using it will generally effect a cure. The foregoing described ointments, together with number 3, and the rheumatic drops prepared with the spirits of turpentine, will be sufficient to cure any case of this complaint. Prickly ash. This is a shrub or bush that grows in the western country, and is well known by the people there. It grows from 8 to 12 feet high, and bears a berry that grows close to the limbs. It has leaves like the white ash. The bark and the berries are used for medical purposes. The berries are very pungent and are a powerful stimulant, as also the bark of the top and roots, though not so strong. It should be pounded to a powder and steeped in hot water, then put into wine or spirit, and it makes a very good hot bitter. Take half a glass 2 or 3 times a day. It is good for fever and ague, for which it is much used, and for lethargy, or sleepiness, and for cold feet and hands, and other complaints caused by cold. Bitter thistle. This herb is a species of the thistle, and is cultivated in gardens. It is of 1 year's growth, the seed being sown in the spring, and it comes to maturity in the fall. The stalk has a number of branches, and a great quantity of leaves. The leaf is some larger than the Canada thistle, with prickles like it, and it bears seeds about the size of the barley corn, with a beard on the end, nearly as long as the seed. The leaves are used for medicine, which may be steeped in hot water, and drank like other herb tea, or they may be reduced to a powder and taken in molasses or warm water, or in wine or spirit. It is an excellent corrector of the bile, and may be safely used for that purpose. The Cardes benedictus, or beloved thistle, is cultivated in the same manner, and may be used for the same purpose. Archangel. This herb grows wild in wet land, and may be often found among the grass, and at the edges of plough fields. It grows from 4 to 12 inches high, the leaves are rather smaller than mint leaves. It bears a kind of burr-containing seed, which grows round the stalk at each joint. There are 2 kinds which grow near each other. They look very much alike, but are very different in taste. One is very bitter, and the other has no bitter taste, but is very rough, and of a balsamic taste. They may be used together in a tea or syrup, and answer 2 important purposes. The rough removes the canker, and the bitter is a corrector of the bile. By adding number 2, the compound contains the 3 great principles of the healing art, viz., hot, rough and bitter. Directions for preparing and using vegetable medicine. Number 1. Emetic herb. The preparation of this herb has been sufficiently described, for which see page 43. It is prepared and used in 3 different ways, viz. 1. The powdered leaves and pods. This is the most common form of using it, and from half to a teaspoonful may be taken in warm water, sweetened, or the same quantity may be put into either of the other numbers when taken, to cleanse the stomach, overpower the cold, and promote a free perspiration. 2. A tincture made from the green herb in spirit. This is used to counteract the effects of poison, to be either internally or externally used, and for asthma and other complaints of the lungs. For a dose, take a teaspoonful, adding about the same quantity of number 2, in half a teacupful of warm water, sweetened, and in all cases of nervous affection add half a teaspoonful of nerve powder. For the external effects of poison, take the above dose, and bathe the parts affected with the tincture, repeating it till cured. 3. The seeds reduced to a fine powder, and mixed with numbers 2 and 6. This is for the most violent attacks of spasms and other complaints, such as lockjaw, bite of a mad dog, fits, drowned persons, and all cases of suspended animation, where the vital spark is nearly extinct. For a dose, give a teaspoonful, and repeat it till relief is obtained, then follow with a tea of number 3, for canker. For children, the dose must be regulated according to their age. If very young, steep a dose of the powder in half a teacupful of warm water or tea of raspberry leaves, and give a teaspoonful at a time of the tea, strained through a fine cloth, and sweetened, repeating the dose every 10 minutes, till it operates, and give pennyroyal, or some other herb tea for drink. Number 2. Cayenne. This is a medicine of great value in the practice, and may be safely used in all cases of disease, to raise and retain the internal vital heat of the system, cause a free perspiration, and keep the determining powers to the surface. The only preparation is to have it reduced to a fine powder. For a dose, take from half to a teaspoonful, in hot water, or a tea of number 3, sweetened, or the same quantity may be mixed with a dose of either the other numbers, when taken. The dose should be repeated every 10 or 15 minutes till the desired object is effected, and continued occasionally till health is restored. When this number is given, the patient should be kept warm, by sitting by the fire, covered with a blanket, or in a warm bed. Number 3. For canker. Take bayberry root bark and white pond lily root, equal parts of each, pounded and well mixed together, steep 1 ounce of the powder in a pint of boiling water, and give for a dose, a common wine glassful, sweetened. If the above cannot be had, take as a substitute, sumac bark, leaves or berries, red raspberry or witch hazel leaves, marsh rosemary, or either of the other articles described under the head of number 3, they are all good for canker, and may be used together or separately. When the violence of the disease requires a course of medicine, steep 1 ounce of the above-mentioned powder, number 3, in a pint of boiling water, strain off a wine glassful while hot, and add a teaspoonful of number 2, and the same quantity of sugar. When cool enough to take, add a teaspoonful of number 1, and half that quantity of nerve powder. Let this dose be given 3 times, at intervals of 15 minutes, and let the same compound be given by injection, and if the case requires it, again repeat it. If mortification is apprehended, a teaspoonful of number 6 may be added to each dose, and to the injections. After the patient has recovered sufficiently from the operation of the medicine, which is usually in 2 or 3 hours, place them over the steam, as is directed in page 21. This operation is sufficient for one time, and must be repeated each day, or every other day, as the circumstances of the case may require, till the disorder is removed. 3 times will generally be sufficient, and sometimes once or twice will answer the purpose, but in bad chronic cases it may be necessary to continue to carry them through a regular course 2 or 3 times a week, for a considerable length of time. Great care must be taken to keep up an internal heat, so as to produce perspiration, after they have been through the operation, by giving occasionally number 2, or the composition powder, for if this is not attended to, the patient may have a relapse, in which case it will be very difficult to raise it again, as they will fall as much below a natural heat as they have been raised above it by artificial means. During the operation give milk porridge, or gruel well seasoned, with a little cayenne in it, and after it is over, the patients may eat any kind of nourishing food that the appetite may crave. A teacupful of the tea of number 3 should be taken night and morning, to prevent a relapse of the disease, and during the day drink frequently of a tea made of poplar bark, and if costive, use the bitter root. As soon as the disorder is removed, use the bitters, number 4, to correct the bile and restore the digestion, and half a wine glassful of the syrup, number 5, may be taken 2 or 3 times a day, which will strengthen the stomach and assist in regulating the digestive powers. The foregoing directions are calculated for the more violent attacks of disease, and such as have become settled, but those of a less violent nature must be treated according to circumstances. In the first stages of a disease, it may be most generally thrown off by a dose of the emetic herb, with number 2, to raise a free perspiration, followed by a tea of number 3, to remove the canker, and the bitters, or a tea of poplar bark, to regulate the digestion. For a sudden cold, take a dose of the composition powder on going to bed, and put a hot stone, wrapped in wet cloths, at the feet, which will in most cases remove the complaint, but if these applications do not answer the purpose, the patient should be carried through a regular course as soon as possible. Steaming is safe and will always do good, and the injections must not be neglected, particularly where the bowels are disordered. In consumption, and all old lingering complaints, give the composition powder for 2 or 3 days before going through a regular course. Number 4. Bitters. Take the bitter herb, or balmony, barberry and poplar bark, equal parts, pulverized, 1 ounce of the powder to a pint of hot water, and half a pint of spirit. For a dose, take half a wine glassful. For hot bitters, add a teaspoonful of number 2. This preparation is calculated to correct the bile and create an appetite, by restoring the digestive powers, and may be freely used both as a restorative and to prevent disease. When the above articles cannot be had, either of those that have been before described under number 4, which are all good for the same purpose, may be used as a substitute. Number 5. Syrup. Take poplar bark and bark of the root of bayberry, 1 pound each, and boil them in 2 gallons of water, strain off and add 7 pounds of good sugar, then scald and skim it, and add half a pound of peach meats, or the same quantity of cherrystone meats, pounded fine. When cool, add a gallon of good brandy, and keep it in bottles for use. Take half a wine glassful 2 or 3 times a day. Any other quantity may be prepared, by observing the same proportion of the different articles. This syrup is very good to strengthen the stomach and bowels, and to restore weak patients, and is particularly useful in the dysentery, which leaves the stomach and bowels in a sore state. In a relax, or the first stages of the dysentery, by using a tea of number 3, freely, and giving this syrup, it will generally cure it, and will also prevent those exposed, from taking the disease. Number 6. Rheumatic Drops. Take 1 gallon of good 4th proof brandy, or any kind of high wines, 1 pound of gum myrrh pounded fine, 1 ounce of number 2, and put them into a stone jug, and boil it a few minutes in a kettle of water, leaving the jug unstopped. When settled, bottle it up for use. It may be prepared without boiling, by letting it stand in the jug for 5 or 6 days, shaking it well every day, when it will be fit for use. These drops are to remove pain and prevent mortification, to be taken, or applied externally, or to be put into the injections. 1 or 2 teaspoonfuls of these drops may be given alone, or the same quantity may be put into a dose of either of the medicines before mentioned, and may be also used to bathe with in all cases of external swellings or pains. It is an excellent remedy for rheumatism, by taking a dose and bathing the parts affected with it. In the headache, by taking a swallow, and bathing the head, and snuffing a little up the nose, it will remove the pain. It is good for bruises, sprains, swelled joints, and old sores, as it will allay the inflammation, bring down swelling, ease pain, and produce a tendency to heal. In fact, there is hardly a complaint in which this useful medicine cannot be used to advantage. It is the best preservative against mortification of anything I have ever found. For bathing, in rheumatism, itch, or other humours, or in any swelling or external pain, add 1/4 part of spirits of turpentine, and for sprains and bruises, a little gum camphor may be added. Nerve powder. This is the American valerian, or umbel, and the preparation has been sufficiently described, for which see page 65. This powder is a valuable and safe medicine, and may be used in all cases without danger, and when there are nervous symptoms, it must never be dispensed with. For a dose, take half a teaspoonful in hot water sweetened, or the same quantity should be put into a dose of either of the other medicines, and also into the injections, in all nervous cases. Composition, or vegetable powder. Take 2 pounds of the bayberry root bark, 1 pound of ginger, 2 ounces of cayenne, 2 ounces of cloves, all pounded fine, sifted through a fine sieve, and well mixed together. For a dose, take a teaspoonful of this powder, with an equal quantity of sugar, and put to it half a teacupful of boiling water, to be taken as soon as sufficiently cool, the patient being in bed, or by the fire, covered with a blanket. This composition is calculated for the first stages and in less violent attacks of disease. It is a medicine of much value, and may be safely used in all complaints of male or female, and for children. It is good for relax, dysentery, pain in the stomach and bowels, and to remove all obstructions caused by cold or loss of inward heat, by taking a dose on going to bed, and putting a hot stone to the feet, wrapped in wet cloths. It will cure a bad cold, and will generally throw off a disease in its first stages, if repeated 2 or 3 times. If the symptoms are violent, with much pain, add to each dose a teaspoonful of No. 6, and half a teaspoonful of No. 1, and in nervous symptoms, add half a teaspoonful of nerve powder, at the same time give an injection of the same. If these should not answer the purpose, the patient must be carried through a regular course of the medicine, as has been before described. Cough powder. Take 4 teaspoonfuls of skunk cabbage, 2 of horehound, 1 of wake robin, 1 of No. 1, 1 of No. 2, 1 of bayberry bark, 1 of bitter root, and 1 of nerve powder, all made fine and well mixed together. When taken, to be mixed with molasses. Take half a teaspoonful of the powder on going to bed, keep warm, and continue to take it till relief is obtained, particularly on going to bed. Where the cough has been of long standing, it will be best, while taking this prescription, to go through a regular course of the medicine, and repeat it if necessary. Cancer plaster. Take the heads of red clover, and fill a brass kettle, and boil them in water for 1 hour, then take them out, and fill the kettle again with fresh ones, and boil them as before in the same liquor. Strain it off, and press the heads to get out all the juice, then simmer it over slow fire till it is about the consistence of tar, when it will be fit for use. Be careful not to let it burn. When used, it should be spread on a piece of bladder, split and made soft. It is good to cure cancers, sore lips, and all old sores. Salve. Take 1 pound of beeswax, 1 pound of salt butter, 1½ pound of turpentine, 12 ounces of balsam fir, melt and simmer them together, then strain it off into a basin, and keep it for use. It may be used to heal fresh wounds, burns, scalds, and all bad sores, after the inflammation is allayed, and the wound cleansed. Strengthening plaster. Take burdock leaves and mullein leaves, bruise them and put them in a kettle, with a sufficient quantity of water, and boil them well, then strain off the liquor, press or squeeze the leaves, and boil it down till about half as thick as molasses. Then add 3 parts of rosin and 1 of turpentine, and simmer well together, until the water is evaporated, then pour it off into cold water, and work it with the hands, like shoemaker's wax. If too hard, put in more turpentine, when it will be fit for use. It should be spread on soft leather and applied to the part affected, and it is good to strengthen weakness in the back and other parts of the body. Volatile salts. Take crude sal ammoniac, 1 ounce, pearl ash, 2 ounces, and pound each by itself, mix them well together, and keep it close stopped in a bottle for use. By damping it with spirit or essence, will increase the strength. This applied to the nose, is good for faintness, and to remove pain in the head, and is much better than what is generally sold by the apothecaries. Nerve ointment. Take the bark of the root of bittersweet, 2 parts of wormwood and chamomile, each equal, 1 part, when green, or if dry, moisten it with hot water, which put into horse or porpoise oil, or any kind of soft animal oil, and simmer them over a slow fire for 12 hours. Then strain it off, and add 1 ounce of spirits of turpentine to each pound of ointment. To be used for a bruise, sprain, callus, swelling, or for corns. Poultice. Make a strong tea of raspberry leaves, or of No. 3, take a cracker pounded fine, and slippery elm bark pulverized, with ginger, and make a poultice of the same. This is good for old sores, whitlows, felons, and for bad burns, scalds, and parts frozen. Apply this poultice and renew it, at least as often as every 12 or 24 hours, and wash with soap suds at every renewal, wetting it in the interim with cold water, or a tea of raspberry leaves, till it discharges, then apply the salve till a cure is effected. Injections, or CLYSTERS. This manner of administering medicine is of the greatest importance to the sick. It will frequently give relief when all other applications fail. It is supposed that the use of them is of great antiquity. Whether this be true or not, the using them to relieve the sick was certainly a very valuable discovery, and no doubt thousands of lives have been saved by it. The doctors have long been in the practice of directing injections to be given to their patients, but they seem to have no other object in administering them than to cause a movement in the bowels. Therefore it was immaterial what they were made of. According to the plan which I have adopted, there are certain important objects aimed at in the administration of medicine to remove disease, viz., to raise the internal heat, promote perspiration, remove the canker, guard against mortification, and restore the digestion. To accomplish these objects, the medicine necessary to remove the complaint must be applied to that part where the disease is seated. If in the stomach only, by taking the medicine, it may be removed, but if in the bowels, the same compound must be administered by injection. Whatever is good to cure disease, when taken into the stomach, is likewise good for the same purpose if given by injection, as the grand object is to warm the bowels and remove the canker. In all cases of dysentery, colic, piles, and other complaints, where the bowels are badly affected, injection should never be dispensed with. They are perfectly safe in all cases, and better that they be used 10 times when not needed, than once neglected when they are. In many violent cases, particularly where there is danger of mortification, patients may be relieved by administering medicine in this way, when there would be no chance in any other. I do, therefore, most seriously advise that these considerations be always borne in mind, and that this important way of giving relief be never neglected, where there is any chance for it to do good. In many complaints peculiar to females, they are of the greatest importance in giving relief, when properly attended to, for which purpose it is only necessary to repeat what has been before stated. Let the remedy be applied with judgment and discretion to that part where the disease is seated. The common preparation for an injection or clyster is to take a teacupful of strong tea made of No. 3, strain it off when hot, and add half a teaspoonful of No. 2, and a teaspoonful of No. 6. When cool enough to give, add half a teaspoonful of No. 1, and the same quantity of nerve powder. Let it be given with a large syringe made for that purpose, or where this cannot be had, a bladder and pipe may be used. They must be repeated as occasion may require, till relief is obtained. Many other articles may be used to advantage in the injections. A tea of witch hazel and red raspberry leaves, either, or both together, are very good in many cases. For canker, a tea of either the articles described under the head of No. 3 will answer a good purpose. When the canker is removed, the bowels will be left sore, in which case, give injections of witch hazel or raspberry leaves tea, with slippery elm bark. When injections are used to move the bowels only, No. 1 should be left out. It is always safe to add the nerve powder, and if there is nervous symptoms, it must never be omitted. Stock of medicine for a family. 1 ounce of the emetic herb. 2 ounces of cayenne. Half a pound bayberry root bark, in powder. 1 pound of poplar bark. 1 pound of ginger. 1 pint of the rheumatic drops. This stock will be sufficient for a family for 1 year, and with such articles as they can easily procure themselves, when wanted, will enable them to cure any disease, which a family of common size may be afflicted with during that time. The expense will be small, and much better than to employ a doctor, and have his extravagant bill to pay. General directions in curing or preventing disease. 1. Be careful to always keep the determining powers to the surface, by keeping the inward heat above the outward, or the fountain above the stream, and all will be safe. 2. It must be recollected that heat is life, and cold, death, or in other words, cold is disease, that fever is a friend and cold the enemy. It is therefore necessary to aid the friend and oppose the enemy, in order to restore health. 3. That the construction and organization of the human frame is in all men essentially the same, being formed of the 4 elements. Earth and water constitute the solids of the body, which is made active by fire and air. Heat in a peculiar manner gives life and motion to the whole, and when entirely overpowered from whatever cause by the other elements, death ensues. For a perfect state of health arises from a due balance of temperature of the elements, and when it is by any means destroyed, the body is more or less disordered. When this is the case, there is always a diminution of heat, or an increase of the power of cold, which is its opposite. 5. All disorders are caused by obstructed perspiration, which may be produced by a great variety of means. That medicine, therefore, must be administered that is best calculated to remove obstructions and promote perspiration. 6. The food taken into the stomach, and being well digested, nourishes the system, and keeps up that heat on which life depends, but by constantly taking food into the stomach, which is sometimes not suitable for nourishment, it becomes foul, so that the food is not well digested. This causes the body to lose its heat, and disease follows. 7. Canker is caused by cold, and there is always more or less of it in all cases of disease. Continue to make use of such articles as are calculated to remove it, as long as there is any appearance of disorder. 8. When the disease is removed, make free use of those things that are good to restore the digestive powers, not forgetting to keep up the inward heat, by giving occasionally. Number 2. 9. Keep always in mind that an ounce of prevention is better than a pound of cure, and give medicine on the first appearance of disorder, before it becomes seated, for it may be then easily thrown off, and much sickness and expense prevented. 10. In case of a fever, increase the internal heat by giving hot medicine, so as to overpower the cold, when the natural heat will return inwardly, and the cold will pervade the whole surface of the body, as the heat had done before. This is what is called the turn of the fever. 11. If number 1 should sicken and not puke, there may be 2 causes for it, viz., the coldness or acidity of the stomach. For the first, give number 2 more freely, and for the latter, dissolve a piece of pearl ash about the size of a large pea in a wine glass of water, and let them take it, which will counteract the acidity. If this fails, make use of the steam, which will open the pores, extract the cold, and set the medicine into operation. 12. In giving medicine to children, give about 1/2, a little more or less according to their age, of the quantity directed for a grown person. Be particular to offer them drink often, especially young children who cannot ask for it. 13. Dysentery is caused by canker on the bowels, for which, make a free use of the tea of number 3, with number 2, and give the same by injection, in the first of the disease, and afterwards give the syrup. Number 5. To strengthen the stomach and bowels, and restore the digestive powers. 14. The piles is canker below the reach of medicine given in the usual way, and must be cured by using a wash of number 3, made strong, and by giving injections of the same, with number 2. What is called bearing down pains in women, is from the same cause, and must be relieved by injections made of witch hazel or red raspberry leaf tea, steeped strong, with number 2, strained. If this dose not give relief, go through a regular course of medicine. 15. Women in a state of pregnancy ought to be carried through a regular course of the medicine, especially when near the time of delivery. When in travail, give raspberry leaf tea, with a teaspoonful of the composition powders, or number 2, and keep them in a perspiration. After delivery, keep up the internal heat, by giving the composition powder, or number 2. This will prevent cold and after pains. If there should be symptoms of fever, carry them through a regular course of the medicine, which will guard against all alarming complaints, peculiar in such cases. 16. In all cases of a burn, scald, or being frozen, wrap up the part in cloths wet with cold water, often wetting them with the same, to prevent their becoming dry, and be careful to give hot medicine, such as number 2, or the composition powders, to keep up the inward heat. Pursue this plan for 12 hours, and then, if the skin is off, apply the poultice, or salve. If there should be convulsions, or fever, a regular course of the medicine must without fail be attended to. 17. When a scald is over the whole or greatest part of the body, apply cotton cloth of several thicknesses to the whole body, wet with the tea of raspberry leaves, thoroughly wetting it with the same to prevent it from becoming dry, and give the hot medicine. When the scald is under the stocking, or any other tight garment, let it remain on, adding more cotton cloths, and wet the whole with cold water as often as the smart of the burn returns. 18. If the skin is off, or in case of an old burn, to guard against canker, apply a poultice of cracker and slippery elm bark, made with a tea of raspberry leaves, washing it with soap suds when the poultice is changed, and then with the same tea. When any part is frozen, the same method must be taken as for a burn. 19. For a fresh wound, cut, or bruise, wash immediately with cold water, and bind up in cloths wet with the same. Keep a hot stone at the feet, and take medicine to raise a gentle perspiration. Continue this till the inflammation is allayed, and the wound perfectly cleansed, then apply the poultice or salve, till healed. The air must be kept from all wounds or sores, as it will cause pain, and prevent them from healing. 20. In sudden and deadly attacks, such as spotted or yellow fevers, fits, drowned person, croup, etc. The heat and activity of the patient is so much diminished that the common administration will not give relief, the determining power to the surface being so small, through the loss of internal heat, that it will not give the medicine operation, as its effects are resisted and counterbalanced by the pressure of the external air. To counteract this pressure, keep the room, by aid of a good fire, about as warm as a summer heat, and more fully to rarefy and lighten the air, and aid the operation of the medicine. Make a free use of the steam bath, and keep the patient shielded by a blanket, at the same time give occasionally numbers 1 and 2. This course should be unremittingly persevered in till the patient is relieved. Footnote. Keep always in mind to give the patient fresh air when steaming, and while going through a course of medicine, by making a quick fire of shavings or very light wood, and opening a window at the same time, as this will immediately change the foul air in the room, by driving it out, and supplying its place by the fresh air from the surrounding atmosphere. This mode is essential in all disorders both in hot weather and in cold. Steaming is not essential in hot weather, except when going through a course of medicine, after which a shower bath is good in the morning, as it lets down the outward heat, which gives power to the inward. 21. If the glands are dry, so that there is no moisture in the mouth, or if the patient is much pressed for breath, give a strong tea of No. 2, sweetened, and repeat it till the mouth becomes moist. No. 3 should not be used while the mouth is dry. If any is used, add a large portion of No. 2. 22. Be careful not to have the outward heat too high, by too many clothes or fire, for if this is the case, it will cause a balance of the outward and inward heat, and will prevent the medicine from operating, by stopping the circulation, and the patient will be very much distressed. When this happens, throw cold vinegar on the face and stomach, and give more hot medicine, which will let down the outward heat, and raise the inward. 23. If the patient is restless, wet the head and body with cold vinegar, and if there are convulsions or spasms, give the nerve powder with No. 2. Injections must also be used. 24. Never make use of physic in cases where there is canker inside, for it will draw the determining powers inward, and increase the disease. I have seen so many bad effects from giving physic, that I have disapproved the use of it altogether, but if any is given, after the operation, be careful to keep up the inward heat, so as to cause a free perspiration. 25. Avoid all minerals used as medicine, such as mercury, arsenic, antimony, calomel, preparations of copper or lead, and also nitre and opium. They are all poison, and deadly enemies to health. 26. Beware of bleeding and blisters, as they can never do any good, and may be productive of much harm. They are contrary to nature, and strengthen the power of the enemy to health. Setons and issues should also be avoided, as they only tend to waste away the strength of the patient, without doing any good. It is a much better way to remove the cause by a proper administration of medicine, which will be more certain and safe in its effects. 27. Be careful not to make use of saltpeter in any way whatever. It is the greatest cold of anything that can be taken into the stomach, and was never intended for any other purpose than to destroy life. It is a very bad practice to put it on meat, for it destroys all the juices, which is the nourishing part, and leaves the flesh hard and difficult to digest. 28. Never eat meat that is tainted, or any way injured, as it will engender disease, for 1 ounce in the stomach is worse than the effluvia of a whole carcass. Eat salt provisions in hot weather, and fresh in cold. 29. Be careful about drinking cold water, in very hot weather, as it will tend to let down the inward heat so suddenly, as to give full power to the cold. If this should happen, its fatal effects may be prevented by giving the hot medicine to raise the inward heat above the outward. Be careful also not to cool suddenly, after being very warm, in consequence of uncommon exercise. 30. Remember that regularity in diet is very important to preserve health, and that if more food is taken into the stomach than is well digested, it clogs the system and causes disease. Therefore be cautious not to eat too much at a time, and have your food well cooked. This is very important to those who have weakly constitutions. 31. Ardent spirit is slow poison, it is taken to stimulate, but this effect is soon over, and much use of it destroys the tone of the stomach, injures the digestive powers, and causes disease. It is therefore much better, when the feelings require anything of the kind, to make use of stimulating medicine, such as numbers 2 and 6, for these will answer a far better purpose. By a strict observance of the foregoing directions, you may save much pain and expense, and enjoy good health and long life, which is the earnest wish of the writer. To make milk porridge. Put a quart of water in a kettle, with a proper quantity of salt, and while heating, mix a gill of flour in a bowl with water, made thick, and when the water is boiling hot, drop this into it with a spoon, let it be well boiled, then add half a pint of milk. This to be eaten while under the operation of the medicine, and is also good food for the sick, at any other time, especially while the stomach is weak. To make chicken broth. Take a chicken and cut it in pieces, put the gizzard in with it, opened and cleaned, but not peeled. Boil it till the meat drops from the bone. Begin to give the broth as soon as there is any strength in it, and when boiled, eat some of the meat. Let it be well seasoned. This may be given instead of the milk porridge, and is very good for weak patients, particularly in cases of the dysentery. When the operation of medicine is gone through, I have said that the patient may eat any kind of nourishing food his appetite should crave, but the best thing is to take a slice of salt pork boiled, or beefsteak, well done, and eat it with pepper sauce, or take cayenne, vinegar, and salt, mixed together, and eat with it, which is very good to create an appetite, and assist the digestion. Description of several cases of disease, with directions how they may be cured. Felons. This sore always comes on a joint, and is often caused by some strain or bruise, which makes a leak in the joint or muscle, and the sooner it has vent, the better. If it is brought to a head by poulticing, the skin being so thick that it will often be caused to break through the back of the hand, before it can get through the skin on the inside. The best way to give it vent, that I have ever found, is to burn a small piece of punk, the bigness of half a pea, on the place affected. If you think the flesh is dead down to the matter, you may prick the point of a needle into the dead skin, and raise it up and cut out a piece under the needle sufficient to let out the matter, then apply poultice or salve. If painful, wrap it in cloths of several thicknesses, wet with cold water, and repeat this as often as it becomes hot or painful. Take the composition or warm medicine, to keep up an inward heat. If the sore has been several days coming, and appears nearly ripe, apply a piece of unslacked lime to the part affected, wrap it up and wet the cloth with cold water, till the lime is slacked, and repeat this till the skin looks of a purple color, then open it as before directed. This method is more safe and quick in causing a cure, than laying it open with a knife, as is the practice of some doctors. By cutting the live flesh, it forms a leak, and often spoils the joint, but by searing them by either of the above modes, it secures and prevents the leak, and makes a speedy cure. Freezes and burns. These two names of disorder are one and the same thing, and require the same treatment. Take a cloth wet in cold water, and wrap several thicknesses round or laid onto the part, to be kept wet as often as the pain increases. Give warm medicine inside. If the scald is dangerous, carry them through a regular course of medicine, as though they had a fever, or any other acute disorder. Keep the cloth or poultice on to secure it from the air, from 12 to 14 hours, till the soreness or pain is entirely gone. If the skin is off, a poultice of flour bread wet with any of the articles composing number 3, and keep it wet with this tea or water till the sore discharges, then wash with soapsuds. When dressed, wash with the tea of number 3, and continue the poultice or salve until a cure is effected. A freeze is direct cold, and a burn is attracted cold, for as much as the heat opens the pores more than usual, the cold follows and closes them as much more than they were before the operation of the heat. This stops the perspiration from going through the surface, and the water collects under the grain of the skin, which is called blistering. The water applied in the cloth on the outside opens the pores, and lets the water out by perspiration, and the grain adheres to the skin, the pain ceases, and the cure is completed. Cure of my brother's son of a scald. He was about 14 years of age, and was taking off from the fire a kettle of boiling cider. The leg of the kettle caught by the log, tipped it forward, and poured the cider boiling hot into a large bed of live embers, which covered his bare feet with this hot mass. He was obliged to hold on till the kettle was set on the floor, and then jumped into a pail of cold water, and stood there until his father procured some cloths, which he immediately wrapped his feet up in. His father laid by the fire to attend to pour on water, to keep the cloths filled, which keeps the air from the surface, and eases the pain, for as the water wastes and lets the air to the burn, the pain will increase, but by pursuing this course for about 2 hours, the pain abated, and the boy fell asleep. Water was poured on the cloth but 2 or 3 times during the rest of the night, and in the morning, preparation was made to dress the wound, when, to the surprise of all present, no blister had arisen, nor a particle of skin broken. He put on his stockings and shoes as usual, and went about his work perfectly well. Case of a boy who was badly scalded. A lady took off from the fire a tea kettle filled with boiling water, when her little son, about 6 years old, stepped on the bale and turned the contents on to both his feet, and falling, one hand went into the tea kettle, both feet and one hand were very badly scalded. I happened to be present, and immediately tore up cloth sufficient to do up each part, wetting them with cold water. I then put him in bed and gave him some warm medicine, put a warm stone at his feet, and wet the cloths as often as he complained of pain. In about 2 hours he fell asleep, after which, 2 or 3 times wetting the cloths, kept him easy through the night. In the morning on taking off the cloths, there was no appearance of blisters, nor any skin broken, and he put on his shoes and stockings and appeared as well as before the accident happened. It had been the declared opinion of the family the night before, that the boy would not be able to go to school for a fortnight, but on finding him well in the morning, were hardly willing to believe their own senses, or that the child had been scalded. General remarks on burns. Burns are the most easily cured, if rightly managed and understood, of any wounds I ever attended, and are the most difficult and dangerous, when not understood, and wrongly treated. How often have we seen these sores continue all winter and could not be healed? As also, burns caused by blisters made with Spanish flies, which amount to the same thing. By not being treated in a proper manner in season, the canker gets in and eats out the flesh, after which what is called proud flesh fills up the sore. The doctor applies his sugar of lead, vitriol and red precipitate to eat out the dead flesh. This affects the cords and draws them out of shape and many times makes a sore that they cannot cure, which terminates in a mortifying canker sore. My friends, if you wish to avoid all this trouble, attend to what belongs to your peace and comfort, before it is hidden from your eyes, that is, to attend to the canker, which always awaits such cases, and where the skin is off. In all cases of burns or blisters, apply a poultice of cracker, or elm bark wet with a tea of No. 3, until the canker is gone. Sometimes add ginger. If the inflammation is high, add a little of No. 2, with the ginger, keeping the poultice wet with cold water. When the sore discharges, apply salve till a cure is effected. I shall continue my remarks on burns, by showing the evil consequences arising from blistering. Not long since I knew a case where a doctor drew a blister on a child's breast up to the neck, for being stuffed at the lungs. It lingered, with this scald near its vitals, about a week. I was then called to visit the child and found it to be dying. The mother asked me what I thought was the matter with it. I took off the dressing and showed her the mortified flesh all over the blister, and told her that was the disorder. She seemed much surprised, and I then asked her if the child had been scalded and it had mortified in like manner, whether she would have had any doubt of its being the cause of her child's death. She said that she should not. I gave her my opinion, that it was exactly a similar case, and that the child's death was caused as much by the blister as it would have been by a scald. The child died before morning. I had declined doing anything for it, as I was satisfied that I could do it no good, and if I had made the attempt, it would have been said that I killed it. I have seen many cases where I was perfectly satisfied that the patients died in consequence of blisters, not only on the stomach, but on the head. In many that I have witnessed, where a blister was drawn on the head, as soon as it began to draw, their senses were gone, and did not return till they died raving, or stupefied. More than half the cases where the head was shaved and blistered, that have come within my knowledge, have died. I never could see any reason why a scald on the head or body, done on purpose, should have a tendency to effect a cure when the person is sick, and the same thing happening to them by accident, when well, should destroy their health or cause their death. If a person should have their head or stomach so badly scalded as to take off the skin, we should consider them in the most dangerous condition, but nothing is said about it when drawn on purpose. I shall leave it to the reader to reconcile, if he can, this inconsistency. I have known most dangerous stranguries caused by blisters on the sides and limbs, and those who applied them did not know the cause, and I have been applied to for relief. Mortification of the limbs. I was called on to go on board a vessel, at Eastport, to see a young man, who had had a block fall from masthead on his foot, weighing 13.5 pounds, which bruised all his toes to pieces except the little one. The accident happened on Friday, and I did not see him till the Tuesday following, during which he had neither eaten nor slept. His nerves were much affected, and had spasms and convulsions through the whole system. I took off the dressing from his foot, and found it black, and the smell very offensive. The captain of the vessel appeared to be very anxious about him, asked me if I could help his foot. I told him that I must first try to save his life, for his whole body was as much disordered as his foot. He requested me to do what I thought best. I put a poultice of meal on his foot, and wet the cloth with cold water, to allay the heat, then gave him medicine the same as though he had been attacked with a nervous fever. The captain attended him through the night, and I went to see him the next morning, and found him much better. The captain said he was astonished at the operation of the medicine, for that his vomiting and sweating had carried off all the pain in his body and foot, and had also reconciled the nerves. I unbound his foot and found that the black and yellow streaks up the leg had disappeared, and on the foot, all the flesh that was alive seemed to receive fresh support from the body, and the living and dead flesh appeared as though two colors were painted by the side of each other. I then made a lye of pearl ash in warm water and soaked his foot in it, which caused a slimy glaze all over his foot. This took away all the offensive smell, and I washed it with vinegar to kill the alkali and keep it from irritating the skin. The acid cleared off all the slimy matter so that it wiped clean. I then cut off the great toe at the middle joint, and the two next at the upper joint, and set the next, which was broken. I cut none of the flesh but what was dead, to stop in part the putrefaction. I then put on another poultice, and ordered it to be kept wet with cold water, and a warm stone wrapped in a wet cloth, to be put to his feet to keep a steam, giving him warm medicines inside to keep up the inward heat, and by wetting the foot with cold water, it kept the determining power to the surface, thus raising the fountain and lowering the stream. By this treatment it becomes impossible that mortification can go from the limbs to the body, any more than a log that floats over the dam can go back again into the pond, when the fountain is kept full. The next day I dressed his foot and found that the dead flesh had digested very much. I again soaked it in pearl ash and then washed in vinegar as before, which was of great service in allaying the bad smell. I then caused him to be carried through a regular course of medicine, which completely restored his bodily health. His appetite was good, and all pain and soreness abated, so that he took food regularly, and lost no sleep afterwards, till he got entirely well, which was in about 4 weeks. The captain was a very good nurse, and was faithful in attendance on the young man till he got well, and expressed the highest gratitude for my attention and success, and as a proof of his confidence in the medicine, he purchased a right, for which he paid me $20 silver, observing at the same time that he never paid for anything with more satisfaction. Old canker sores on the legs. When I was a young man, I was much troubled through the winter, for many years, with sores on my legs. At the commencement of cold weather, if I broke the grain on my shin, it would become a bad sore, and continue through the winter, the canker would get into it and eat to the bone, and sometimes spread under the grain like a burn, and feel the same, being extremely sore, with stings and twinges like a cancer. These sores were so troublesome that it led me to invent a cure. Finding the cause to be canker, I took some of the articles composing number 3, steeped strong, and washed the part affected with it. If there was a bad smell, I first washed the sore with strong soap suds, taking off all the loose skin, which was blistered with cankery humor, and then washed with a tea of number 3, to destroy the canker and harden the sore, sometimes wetting it with the drops. If the inflammation run high, and the sore spread fast, I put into it a pinch of fine number 2, then put on a poultice of white bread and ginger, wet with the above tea, wrapping it up with several thicknesses of cloths wet with cold water, wetting them as often as dry, so as to be painful, and did not let the sore come to the air for 24 hours. In this time, if kept well wet and warm, it will discharge right matter, and the inflammation and canker will abate. When next dressed, wash first with soap suds as before, then with the tea. If the soreness is gone, you may apply the healing salve, with the wet cloths. If going to bed, to keep out the air, put occasionally a hot stone wrapped in wet cloths, to the feet to keep up a steam, and wetting the sore if painful with cold water. Take medicine to keep up the inward heat, such as composition or hot bitters, and when these do not answer the purpose, go through a course of the medicine, and repeat as occasion may require. This method, if persevered in, I seldom knew to fail of success. I was called to attend a case of this kind, not long since, where the inflammation and pain was very great, and fast spreading under the grain of the skin. There had been applied an elm and ginger poultice, made with tea of number 3. I opened and only added a pinch of number 2, and laid on the poultice again, putting on a wet cloth, and ordered it kept wet with cold water till next morning, when on dressing it, found the inflammation abated, the sore discharged right matter, and by 2 dressings more of the same, the cure was completed. Case of the bite of a rat, supposed to be mad. Not long since, I was sent for to attend a man who had been bitten on one of his eyebrows by a rat, supposed to be mad. The wound healed in a few days, then turned purple round it, as though the blood had settled, and turned more black, until he was blind. He was sick at the stomach, and had a high fever. I carried him through a course of the medicine, but with little advantage. The swelling and dark color progressed till he was about the color of a blackberry pie. These appearances led me to suspect that the madness of the rat was caused by eating ratsbane, and communicated this poison to the man by the bite, as he appeared the same as a person I had once seen, who had been killed by taking that poison. I then washed his face with a strong tea of numbers 1 and 2, and gave the same inward with number 3, carried him through another course of medicine, keeping a cloth on his face wet with the tea as before, to keep out the air when under the operation of the medicine, to sweat his face and throw the poison out. I kept him in a sweat for several days, occasionally with his face secured from the air, which method had the desired effect, by bringing the poison out. By continually keeping up the perspiration, the swelling abated, but whenever this was not well attended to, so as to keep the determining powers to the surface, the spasms would increase to such a degree that his life was frequently despaired of. He was carefully attended in this manner about 1 month, before I could determine in my own mind whether the disease or nature would gain the victory, after which time he began gradually to gain his health, and in about 6 months, he appeared to be clear of the poison. The man was 60 years of age, and the accident happening in the fall of the year, it was much more difficult to conquer this cold and deadly poison than it would have been in warm weather. This case convinced me that the cause of mad rats and mad cats is owing to the rats having been poisoned by ratsbane. The cats eat them and become affected by the poison, which makes them mad, and by biting the people, communicate the poison, from which many fatal consequences have frequently happened. Bad wound in the eye cured. While I was at Eastport, Maine, a man was cutting turf, about 12 miles from that place, and accidentally had a pitchfork stuck into one of his eyes, by a person who was pitching the turf near him. It passed by the eyeball, and stuck fast in the skull, so that it was with considerable exertion that he could draw it out. The eye swelled and closed up immediately, and the people were much frightened, and sent for me, but it so happened that I could not go. I gave directions to the man who came after me to return and carry him through a course of medicine as soon as possible, keeping several thicknesses of cloth wet with cold water on his eye, and not open it for 12 hours, and to keep him in a perspiration the whole time. This was faithfully attended to, and on opening the wound after the above time, the swelling was all gone, the eye was open, and a large quantity of blood was in the wet cloth, which had been drawn from the eye. They continued the wet cloth, and gave him warm medicine inside, keeping him in a gentle perspiration for the next 24 hours, which cleared the eye of all the blood, restored the sight, and amended his health, that he was well in about a week, to the astonishment of all who saw him. Cancer sores. A concise and general treatise on this violent and often fatal disease may convey some useful ideas on the subject. The cause of this sore is very little understood. In all sores of an eating nature, there is more or less canker, according to their virulence. A cancer is the highest degree of canker, being the most powerful effects of cold, and consequently the greatest degree of inflammation. Therefore the remedies ought to be those of a warming nature, as the greatest preventives against canker. Whenever a violent inflammation is discovered, it is supposed that heat causes the difficulty, but the fact is, it is only evidence of a war between heat and cold, for there is no inflammation where there is perfect health, because heat then bears complete rule, and no disease can take place until the cold makes an attack on the body, which causes an unnatural heat to oppose an unnatural cold. Wherever the cold takes possession, the inflammation shows itself. By stopping the circulation, the effect is swelling, inflamed callus, arising from some leak, caused by the natural course being stopped. If it suppurates, and discharges, it is called ulcer, bile, and the like, and the canker goes off with the putrefaction. If the leak is so slow as to callus as fast as they discharge it, it becomes a hard dead lump of flesh, and not having circulation enough to support it, it begins to rot. Here the canker shows its eating nature, being seated in the dead flesh, and eating on the live flesh, which is intermixed with it, causes pain and distress, in proportion as the body is filled with coldness and canker. If this is sufficient to keep the power above the natural circulation, the patient will continue in this distressed situation, being eaten up alive, until worn out with the pain, death comes as a friend to relieve them. This is the natural termination of this dreadful malady, which is far better than to combine with it the common form of practice in using arsenic, which only helps to eat up and distress the patient. In order to give a more correct idea of the dangerous effect of making use of arsenic in cancers, I shall make a short extract from Thatcher's Dispensatory. On the subject, arsenic has long been known to be the basis of the celebrated cancer powder. It has been sprinkled in substance on the ulcer, but this mode of using it is excessively painful, and extremely dangerous. Fatal effects have been produced from its absorption. This fact I have known in several instances, where Davidson's agents and others have undertaken to draw out cancers, when the patient would absorb enough of this poison, which seating on the lungs, caused them to die with the consumption, in the course of 1 year. My wish, in exposing this nostrum, is to benefit those who may be ignorant of the imposition, for it may be relied on as a truth, that there is more or less poison in all those burning plasters, used to cure cancers, and I would advise all to beware of them. It will be much safer to risk the cancer than the cancer quack. The principal object aimed at is to take out the bunch, and in doing that by the above method, a worse evil is inoculated, which is more fatal than the cancer. The tumor is a mixture of live and dead flesh, and is often under a live skin. If it is necessary to make an incision through the live skin, in order to dissolve the dead flesh, the best way is to burn a piece of punk on the place, and repeat it till the flesh is dead enough to suppurate. The smart will be but 2 or 3 minutes, and not so painful as the arsenic for the same time, which will last for 12 hours. Where the tumor is small, the cancer balsam will be found sufficient, by repeating the plaster for 2 or 3 weeks, to take out the dead flesh, and remove the canker. After this is done, apply a ginger and elm poultice, wet with a tea of No. 3. If the system appears to be generally affected with the cancer humour, carry them through a common course of medicine, and repeat the same while attending to the sore. I had a cancer on my foot about the bigness of an Indian corn, which had troubled me twice, by acute, darting pains and twinges. I cured it by applying a plaster of the cancer balsam, repeating it twice at each time. Where there is dead flesh under the skin, it is best to burn the punk first, and then apply the poultice or balsam, and it is also recommended to always give medicine to eradicate the canker from the system, both before and after the operation on the sore. 3 cancers on the breast have come under my care that I could not cure. One of them was as large as a half-peck measure and grew fast to the breastbone. I carried the woman through a course of medicine several times and applied a poultice of butternut shucks to dissolve the dead flesh, and continued this course for some months until the bunch had more than half dissolved and had grown off from the bone so that it was quite loose, and I was in hopes to have effected a cure, but she was taken with a fever in my absence and died. The other 2 I could relieve and keep them free from pain, making them comfortable as long as they lived, but nature was too far exhausted to complete a cure. I have had under my care many other cases of cancers on the breast and other parts of the body, which I had no difficulty in curing in the manner before stated. I shall conclude this subject by a few general remarks, viz., guard thoroughly against canker and coldness. Attend to the canker by a course of medicine, and repeat it. Use the ginger poultice if the inflammation is great, putting some No. 2 raw in the sore, then apply the poultice, keeping it wet with cold water, not forgetting the composition and No. 2 inside, at the same time. Let all poisonous drugs, burning plasters, and caustics alone. Attend faithfully to the directions here given, honor your own judgment, keep your money, and bid defiance to doctors. Piles, how cured? I was called to attend an elderly man in South Reading, who had been confined to the house, and much of the time to his bed, for 7 weeks, with the piles. 7 doctors attended him before I was sent for, and he had continued to grow worse. The doctors had operated on one side, and said they must on the other. It was their opinion, as well as his, that he was in a decline. The side that they had operated upon was much worse to cure than the other. I carried him through a regular course of medicine twice in 3 days, when he was able to go out of doors. The injection composed of No. 3, steeped, and a small quantity of No. 2, was used. Warm tallow was applied freely several times in the day, sometimes washing externally with the same tea. He had been dieted very low. I restored his digestive powers, and recovered his appetite, his sores healed, his general health amended to such a degree, that he was no more confined with that complaint. A little tallow used when going to bed prevents piles and chafes in young and old. Remember this. Sore heads in children, scald heads. This sore often comes after having had the itch. Kernels form in the neck. It is contagious, being caused by canker and putrefaction. The most effectual way to cure this disease is to carry them through a course of medicine several times, as the case may require, previous to which the head should be oiled and covered with cabbage leaves, or draw a bladder over the head, to keep out the cold air. The head should be covered so as to make it sweat as much as possible, in order to dissolve the hard scabs. After laying all night, the smell will be offensive. Wash the head in soap suds. When clean, wash it also with a tea of No. 3, after which wash with a tea of No. 1. Sometimes anoint it with the rheumatic drops and nerve ointment. Let it come to the air by degrees. Be careful to guard the stomach by giving composition, warm bitters, etc. The ointment, drops, and No. 1, in powder or juice, may be occasionally used together or separate. Continue to wash with soap suds, and then with No. 3, occasionally, until a cure is effected. Sore breasts. Some women suffer very much from this complaint, which is caused by cold, occasioning obstructions in the glands of the breast. When they are swelled, bathe with the rheumatic drops, or pepper vinegar. If this does not remove the swelling, and it should be necessary to bring it to a head, apply a poultice of lily root, made thick with ginger and slippery elm bark. At the same time, give the composition powder or No. 2, to keep up the inward heat. If the woman is sick, carry her through a regular course of the medicine, which will remove the complaint and restore her to health in a short time. I have cured many who were very bad, by pursuing the above plan, and never met with difficulty. I attended a woman in Portsmouth, who had both breasts badly swelled. She was sitting by the window with it up, and could hardly get her breath. She could not bear to have any fire in the room, complaining that it made her faint. I told her that if I could not make her bear heat, I could do her no good. I gave her some number 2, to raise the inward heat, and caused a good fire to be made in the room. The inward heat gained as fast as the outward, and in 1 hour she could bear as warm a fire as I could. I carried her through 3 regular courses of the medicine in 5 days, and at the same time applied the lily poultice, which brought them to a head without pain, and she was soon well. To stop bleeding. Internal bleeding is from the stomach or lungs, and is caused by canker, or soreness of the stomach. It often takes place very suddenly, and creates much alarm. The patient sometimes trembles with fright, and often has fits of the ague, which is caused by the cold increasing in proportion to the loss of blood. In the first place, shield them from the air with a blanket, by the fire, and give the hottest medicine you have. If nothing better can be had, give hot water, or any kind of hot tea, and get a perspiration as soon as possible. Then apply the steam bath, giving ginger tea, or number 2, if you have it, if not, black pepper. As soon as there is an equilibrium in the circulation, there will be no more pressure of the blood to the stomach or lungs than to the extremities, and the bleeding will cease. It has been my practice in cases of this kind, to give some of the rheumatic drops, shield them from the air with a blanket, placed by the fire. Then give a dose of the composition powders, and number 2, and if this does not answer the purpose, give a dose of number 1, which, with the steam, I never knew fail of stopping the blood, and by giving medicine to remove the canker and restore the digestive powers, I have always been able to effect a cure. The same application will answer for other weakening and alarming complaints in women. External bleeding, caused by wounds in the limbs, may be stopped by placing the wound higher than the body. One of my sons cut his leg very badly. I placed him on the floor and took his foot in my lap. As soon as the wound was higher than the body, the bleeding ceased. I then poured on cold water till the wound was white, then put in a few drops of number 6, took 2 or 3 stitches to bring the wound together, dressed it with salve, and it soon got well with very little soreness. Another case of a little girl, who cut off the main artery of the middle finger, and it bled very fast. I put my thumb above the wound and stopped the blood, then poured on cold water with my other hand, and washed the wound well, then placed her hand above her head, which prevented it from bleeding, till I could get ready to dress the wound. It bled no more, and soon got well. Rupture. This difficulty is caused by a hurt or strain, which makes a breach in the tough film, or membrane, that supports the bowels in their place, and the intestines come down into the cavity between this membrane and the skin, being sometimes very painful and difficult to be got back, and have to be kept from coming down by a truss. When the bowels come down and remain any length of time, they become swelled, and are very painful, causing great distress and danger, and sometimes have proved fatal, as they cannot be got up again till the swelling is removed. This may be effected by a course of the medicine without danger. A Mr. Woodbury, of Durham, was troubled with a rupture. His bowels came down, swelled, and was very painful. A doctor was sent for from Portsmouth, who applied a bag of snow, which drove the pain to the stomach and caused puking. The swelling increased, and became very hard. The case now becoming desperate, and the family being alarmed, I was sent for, and on hearing the circumstances, sent some medicine, and gave directions to sweat him as soon as possible. My directions were faithfully attended to, and as soon as he became warm, the nerves slackened, the swelling abated, all appearance of mortification disappeared, the bowels went back, and in 12 hours he was restored from a dangerous situation, to almost his usual state of health. In this case may be seen the difference between the artificial doctor and nature's physician, which is the same as between fire and snow. Ague in the face. This is caused by cold in the glands of the mouth, which keeps back the saliva till it causes swelling and soreness. The canker becomes prevalent at the same time, which causes severe pain in the face and throat. The sooner a cure is attempted the better. To effect this, take a dose of the tea of number 3, with a teaspoonful of number 6 in it, for the canker. Then tie a small quantity of number 2 in a fine piece of cloth, wet with number 6, and put it between the teeth and cheek, on the side where the pain is, set by the fire covered by a blanket, and breathe the warm air from the fire. This will prick the glands and cause the saliva to flow very freely, which will take out the soreness and relieve the pain. The face may be bathed at the same time with number 6. If the case is of long standing, so that the system is affected, and this does not remove the complaint, give a dose of number 1. If it is caused by decayed teeth, fill the hollow with cotton wool, wet with oil of summer savory, or spirits of turpentine, which will deaden the nerve, and stop its aching. This is good in all cases of the teeth ache, and will generally effect a cure without extracting. To relax the muscles in setting a bone. This may be done by bathing the part with warm water, and is much better than the method that is generally practiced, of extending the muscles by the strength of several persons, which weakens the part so much, that the bones are liable to get out of place again. Besides, the operation causes severe pain to the patient and much trouble to the operator, which is all obviated by my method. In cases where a joint is put out, or a bone broken, give a dose of number 2, or the composition powder with half a teaspoonful of nerve powder, which will promote a perspiration, prevent fainting, and quiet the nerves. Then wrap the part in cloths wet with water as hot as it can be borne, and pour on the warm water, placing a pan underneath to catch it, for a short time, when the muscles will become relaxed, so that the bones may be put in their place with little trouble. I was once called to a woman who had put her elbow out of joint by a fall from her horse. It was badly out, being twisted about 1/4 of the way round. I ordered some water to be made hot immediately, stripped her arm, and as soon as the water was hot, put a towel in a large tin pan and poured the hot water on it till well wet. As soon as cool enough, wrapped it round her arm from her wrist to her shoulder. Then placed the pan under her arm, and poured on the water from a pitcher, as hot as she could bear it, for about 15 minutes. I then took off the towel and directed one person to take hold of the arm above the elbow and another below, to steady it, and then placed my fingers against the end of the bone on the underside, and my thumb against that on the upper side, and by a gentle pressure each way, set the joint without pain, or force on the muscles, to the astonishment of all present, who calculated that it would require the strength of several men. I then wrapped it up with the same towel, which had become cold. This brought the muscles to their proper tone, and kept the joint firm in its place, put her arm in a sling, and she walked home that night, about a mile, and the next day was well enough to knit all day. In case a shoulder is out of joint, I relax the muscles in the same manner, and put the arm over my shoulder and lift up, which has always put the joint in its place, without any danger and with very little pain to the patient, and then by applying cold water, the muscles will become braced, so that there will be no danger of its getting out again. I knew of a case where a man had his hip turned out, and several doctors had exhausted all their skill in vain to set it. When one of my agents being present, undertook it by my plan of treatment, and after he had relaxed the muscles sufficiently, put his knee against the hip joint, and placing his hand on the inside of the knee, turned the leg out and crowded the joint into its place without any difficulty. Poison by IV or dogwood. Many people are troubled with this difficulty every season, and I have been much afflicted with it myself in my younger days, often being poisoned in such manner as to swell and break out very badly, and knew no remedy but to let it have its course, which was almost as bad as the smallpox. One of my sons was often afflicted in this way, and one season was poisoned 3 times, so as to be blind for several days. I long sought a remedy without success, till I found it in the emetic herb. By washing with a tincture of the green plant as is directed in the second preparation of the emetic herb, on the first appearance of the disease, is a certain remedy. If the complaint has been for any length of time, and has become bad, it will be necessary to take a dose of the powdered emetic, first preparation, to clear the system of the poison, at the same time of washing with the tincture. A tea made of the powdered leaves and pods will do to wash with, when the tincture, or green plant cannot be had. The powdered seeds, with numbers 2 and 6, third preparation, may also be used for the same purpose. Measles. This disease is very common, especially among children, and is often attended with bad consequences, when not properly treated. It is a high state of canker and putrefaction, and if the determining powers are kept to the surface, it will make its appearance on the outside, and go off of itself. But if cold overpowers the inward heat, so as to turn the determining powers inward, the disease will not make its appearance, and the patient will become much distressed, frequently producing fatal consequences, if some powerful stimulant is not administered, to bring the disorder out. To give physic in cases of this kind is very dangerous, as it strengthens the power of cold, and keeps the canker and putrefaction inside, which sometimes seats upon the lungs and causes consumption, or turns to the stomach and bowels, when they die suddenly, as has been the case with hundreds, for a few years past. I have attended a great many cases of the measles in the course of my practice, and never lost one, and never have known of any that have died of this disorder, who were attended by any of my agents. When the symptoms make their appearance, give a dose of the composition powder, or of number 2, then give the tea of number 3, to guard against canker, and add some number 2, to overpower the cold, and when the second dose is given, add number 1, to clear the stomach, and promote perspiration. As soon as this takes place, the disorder will show itself on the outside. By continuing to keep the determining power to the surface, nature will take its regular course, and the disease will go off without injuring the constitution. If the bowels appear to be disordered, give an injection, and be careful to keep the patient warm. I once had a case of a young woman who had the measles. She lingered with the symptoms for all 5 days, and then become very sick, turned of a dark purple color, and had a high fever when I was called to attend her. I gave her a strong dose of number 3, steeped, and put in it a spoonful of the third preparation of number 1, which caused such a violent struggle that I had to hold her in the bed. But it was soon over, for in about 10 minutes she vomited, and a perspiration took place, which was followed by the measles coming out, so that she was completely covered with the eruption. She was soon well and about her work. Smallpox. This disease is the highest state of canker and putrefaction, which the human body is capable of receiving, and is the most contagious, being taken in with the breath, or may be communicated by inoculation, in which case it is not so violent and dangerous as when taken in the natural way. The distressing and often fatal consequences that have happened in cases of the smallpox are more owing to the manner in which it has been treated than to the disease. The fashionable mode of treatment in this disease has been to give physic and reduce the strength by starving the patient and keeping them cold. This is contrary to common sense, as it weakens the friend and strengthens the enemy, and the same cause would produce similar effects in any other disorder. All that is necessary is to assist nature to drive out the canker and putrefaction, which is the cause of the disease, by keeping the determining powers to the surface, in which case there will be no danger. The same manner of treatment should be used in this complaint as has been directed for the measles. The canker rash, and all kinds of disease that a person is not liable to have but once, such as chicken pox, swine pox, etc., are from the same cause, and must be treated in a similar manner. Cough. The general opinion is that cough is an enemy to health, and ought to be treated as such, but this idea I hold to be altogether an error, for it is the effect, and not the cause of disease. When the lungs are diseased, there will be a collection of matter which must be thrown off, and the cough is like the pump of a ship, which discharges the water, and prevents her from sinking, so also the cough throws off what collects on the lungs, which, if suffered to remain, would soon putrefy and cause death. It is a common saying, that I have a bad cough, and can get nothing to stop it, and the doctor often says, if I could stop your cough, I should have hopes of a cure. But this is as unreasonable as it would be to stop the pumps of a ship, which would cause her to sink the sooner. Ask a sailor what he would do, and he would say, keep the pump going till you can stop the leak, and when that is stopped, the pump will become useless, as there will be nothing to throw off. Such medicine should be given as will promote the cough, till the cause can be removed, which is cold and canker on the lungs. After this is done, there will be no more cough. If a cough is caused by a sudden cold, it may be removed by taking the composition powder on going to bed, with a hot stone wrapped in wet cloths put to the feet, to produce a perspiration, and at the same time taking the cough powder, which will make the patient raise easy, and also help to remove the cause. When the cough has become seated, and the lungs are diseased, they must be carried through a regular course of the medicine, repeating the same as occasion may require, till a cure is effected, at the same time giving the cough powder, especially on going to bed. Whooping cough must be treated in the same manner, continue to give the cough powders till cured. Jaundice. Much has been said about the bile, or gall, being an enemy in case of sickness, but this is a mistake, for it is a friend, and should be treated as such. It is the mainspring to life, and the regulator of health, as without it the food could not be digested. When people have what is called the jaundice, it is the prevailing opinion that they have too much bile, and it is said they are bilious. This is a mistaken notion, for there is no such thing as being too much gall. It would be more correct to say there was not enough. The difficulty is caused by the stomach being cold and foul, so that the food is not properly digested, and the bile not being appropriated to its natural use, is diffused through the pores of the skin, which becomes of a yellow color. The symptoms are want of appetite, costiveness, faintness, and the patient will be dull and sleepy. These are evidences of bad digestion and loss of inward heat. The only way to effect a cure is to promote perspiration, cleanse the stomach, and restore the digestive powers, which will cause the bile to be used for the purpose nature designed it. Nature has contrived that each part of the body should perform its proper duty in maintaining health, and if there is no obstruction, there would never be disease. The gallbladder grows on the liver, and is placed between that and the stomach, so that when the latter is filled with food, the bile is discharged into the stomach to digest it. The bile never makes disorder, for it is perfectly innocent, being nature's friend, and those appearances called bilious show the effect of disease, and not the cause. The gall is a very bitter substance, and it is the practice of the doctors to order bitter medicine to cure the jaundice, and this seems to be the universal opinion, which is correct, but it certainly contradicts the notion that there is too much bile, for if there be too much, why give medicine to make more? I have attended many cases of this kind, and never had any difficulty in effecting a cure. My method is to give number 2, or the composition powders, to raise the internal heat, and number 1, to cleanse the stomach and promote perspiration, then give the bitters, number 4, to regulate the bile and restore the digestive powers. If the complaint has been of long standing, and the system is much disordered, they must be carried through a regular course of the medicine, and repeat it as occasion may require. At the same time give the bitters 2 or 3 times a day, till the appetite is good, and the digestion restored. Any of the articles described under the head of number 4 are good, and may be freely used for all bilious complaints. Worms. A great deal is said about worms causing sickness, and there is scarcely a disease that children are afflicted with, but what is attributed to worms. The doctors talk about worm complaints, worm fevers, worm colics, etc., and give medicine to destroy the worms. By so doing, they frequently destroy their patients. There was never a greater absurdity than their practice, and the universal opinion about worms causing disease. The fact is, they are created, and exist in the stomach and bowels for a useful purpose, and are friendly to health. Instead of being an enemy, they are bred and supported by the cold phlegm that collects in the stomach and bowels. This is their element, and the more there is of it, the more there will be of the worms. They never cause disease, but are caused by it. Those who are in health are never troubled with worms, because they are then quiet and exist in their natural element. Every one has more or less of them, and the reason why children are more troubled with what is called worm complaints is because they are more subject to be disordered in their stomach and bowels than grown persons. When children are sick, and their breath smells bad, it is said they have worms, and everything is laid to them, but this is owing to disease caused by canker, for there is nothing in the nature of worms that can affect the breath. In cases of this kind, the only thing necessary is to cleanse the stomach by getting rid of the cold phlegm, and restoring the digestive powers, when there will be no difficulty with the worms. The common practice of the doctors is to give calomel and other poisons to kill the worms. This must appear to anyone who examines into the subject to be very wrong as well as dangerous, for the worms cannot be killed by it, without poisoning the whole contents of the stomach. I once knew of a case of a child who, after eating a breakfast of bread and milk, was taken sick. A doctor was sent for, who said it was caused by worms, and gave a dose of calomel to destroy them, which caused fits. The child vomited and threw up its breakfast. A dog that happened to be in the room ate what the child threw up. He was soon taken sick and died. The child got well. The fortunate accident of the child's throwing off its stomach what it had taken probably saved its life, for if there was poison enough to kill a dog, it must have killed the child. The absurdity of such practice is like the story related by Dr. Franklin of a man who was troubled with a weasel in his barn, and to get rid of the weasel he set fire to his barn and burnt it up. I had the following relation from the doctor who attended the cases. 3 children had what he called a worm fever, and he undertook to kill the worms. One of them died, and he requested liberty to open it to see what would destroy worms, in order to know how to cure the others, but the parents would not consent. The second died, and the parents consented to have it opened, but after searching the stomach and bowels, to their surprise, no worms could be found. The third soon after died. The fact was, their death was caused by canker on the stomach and bowels, and the medicine given increased the difficulty by drawing the determining powers inward, which aided the cold to promote the canker. Where children die by such treatment, the blame is all laid to the worms, and the doctor escapes censure. I have had a great deal of experience in what are called worm complaints, and after having become acquainted with the real cause, have had no difficulty in curing all that I have undertaken. I began with my own children. One of them was troubled with what was supposed to be worms. I employed a doctor, who gave pink root, and then physic to carry it off with the worms. It would shortly after have another turn, which would be worse. He went on in this way, and the worms kept increasing, till I became satisfied that he was working on the effect, and neglected the cause, when I dismissed him, and undertook the cure myself. I firstly gave the warmest medicine I then knew of to clear off the cold phlegm, and gave bitter medicine, such as poplar bark, wormwood, tansy, and physic made of the twigs of butternut, to cleanse the stomach and to correct the bile. By pursuing this plan, the child soon got well, and was no more troubled with worms. A child in the neighborhood where I lived, about 6 years old, was taken sick in the morning, and the doctor was sent for, who gave medicine for worms. Soon after, it had fits, and continued in convulsions during the day, and at night died. I was satisfied that its death was hastened, if not caused, by what was given. When the stomach is diseased, or when poison is taken into it, the worms try to flee from their danger, which causes distress, and they sometimes get into knots and stop the passages to the stomach. Much more might be said on this subject, but enough has been stated to put those who attend to it on their guard against the dangerous practice of giving medicine to kill worms. My practice has been what I shall recommend to others to do, in case of what is called worm complaints, to give the composition powders, or number 2, to warm the stomach, a tea of number 3, to remove the canker, and the bitters or either of the articles described under number 4, to correct the bile. If they are bad, carry them through a course of the medicine, and give the bitters. When there are nervous symptoms, give the nerve powder. Injection should also be frequently given. The butternut syrup is very good. If there should be danger of mortification, make use of number 6, both in the medicine given and in the injections. The tapeworm is from the same cause as other worms, and may be cured in the same manner. They are, when single, about ½ an inch long, and 1/3 as wide. They join together and appear like tape, and often come away in long pieces of several yards. I was once troubled with them, and used to be faint, and have no appetite. I cured myself by taking the butternut physic, which brought away several yards at a time, and by taking the bitter medicine, to correct the bile, was never troubled with it again. I have often heard about people having a greedy worm, but this is a mistaken notion, for there was never any such thing. The difficulty is the stomach being cold and disordered, so that the food is not properly digested, passes off without nourishing the system, and this creates an unnatural appetite. Remove the cause by warming the stomach and correcting the digestive powers, and there will be no farther difficulty. In the year 1805, I was called to see a young woman who it was supposed had a greedy worm. It was thought to be very large, and would frequently get into her throat and choke her, almost stopping her breath. Her mother told me that the day before, one of the neighbors was in, and told a story about a person having a monster in their stomach, which was taken in by drinking at a brook. This terrible account so frightened her daughter that the worm rose into her throat and choked her so bad that she had fits. I took the girl home with me and gave her a dose of hot bitters, with some of the nerve powder that night. The next morning I carried her through a course of the medicine, as well as I knew at that time, which cleared the stomach and bowels, and strengthened the nervous system. I told her there was no worm that troubled her, and she had faith in what I said. I gave her medicine to correct the bile and restore the digestion, and she soon got well, being no more troubled about the worm. The difficulty was caused by a disordered stomach and want of digestion, which produce spasms in the stomach and throat. Consumption. This complaint is generally caused by some acute disorder not being removed, and the patient being run down by the fashionable practice, until nature makes a compromise with disease, and the house becomes divided against itself. There is a constant warfare kept up between the inward heat and cold, the flesh wastes away in consequence of not digesting the food, the canker becomes seated on the stomach and bowels, and then takes hold of the lungs. When they get into this situation, it is called a seated consumption, and is pronounced by the doctors to be incurable. I have had a great many cases of this kind, and have in all of them, where there was life enough left to build upon, been able to effect a cure by my system of practice. The most important thing is to raise the inward heat, and get a perspiration, clear the system of canker, and restore the digestive powers, so that food will nourish the body and keep up that heat on which life depends. This must be done by the regular course of medicine, as has been directed in all violent attacks of disease, and persevering in it till the cause is removed. This complaint is called by the doctors a hectic fever, because they are subject to cold chills, and hot flashes on the surface, but this is an error, for there is no fever about it, and this is the greatest difficulty. If there were a fever, it would have a crisis, and nature would be able to drive out the cold and effect a cure. The only difficulty is to raise a fever, which must be done by such medicine as will raise and hold the inward heat till nature has the complete command. When patients are very weak and low, they will have what is called cold sweats. The cause of this is not understood. The water that collects on the skin does not come through the pores, but is attracted from the air in the room, which is warmer than the body, and condenses on the surface. The same may be seen on the outside of a mug or tumbler, on a hot day when filled with cold water, which is from the same cause. It is of more importance to attend to the preventing of this complaint, than to cure it. If people would make use of those means which I have recommended, and cure themselves of disease, in its first stages, and avoid all poisonous drugs, there would never be a case of consumption, or any other chronic disorder. Fits. These are produced by the same cause as other complaints, that is, cold and obstructions, and may be cured by a regular course of the medicine, which overpowers the cold, promotes perspiration, and restores the digestive powers. Poison, or anything else, which gives the cold power over the inward heat, will cause fits, because the natural tone of the muscular power is thereby destroyed, which produces violent spasms on the whole system. So much has already been said on this subject, that it is unnecessary to say more, to give a correct idea of the manner of cure. St. Anthony's fire, nettle spring, or surfeit. These are all caused by overheating the system and cooling too suddenly, which leaves the pores obstructed, and then by taking more cold, will bring on the warfare between cold and heat, when they break out and itch and smart, as if stung by an insect. When the heat gets a little the upper hand, so as to produce perspiration, it will disappear till they get another cold. The only way to effect a cure is to give the hot medicine, and steam till they are brought to the same state of heat as that which first caused the disease, and then cool by degrees. This I have proved in several instances, and never had any difficulty in entirely removing the cause in this way. Make use of a tea of No. 3, for canker, and the bitters to correct the bile, and a little nerve powder to quiet the nerves, and they will soon be restored to perfect health. Strangury, or gravel. This disorder is often caused by hard labor and exposure to cold in the early part of life, and when they grow old their heat diminishes, the bile becomes thick, and a sediment collects in the bladder, which obstructs the passages. The glands through which the urine passes are clogged and become diseased, so that there is a difficulty in voiding the water, which causes great pain. It is seldom that there is a cure in such cases, but relief may be obtained by a course of the medicine, and making free use of the poplar bark tea. A tea of the hemlock boughs is very good, and also I have known great relief from using the wild lettuce and pipsisway, the tops and roots bruised and steeped in hot water. Many other articles that are good to promote the urine may be used to advantage. Dropsy. There are two kinds of this complaint, One is caused by losing the inward heat so as to stop the natural perspiration, which causes the water that is usually thrown off in this way to collect in the body and limbs. This may be cured by raising the internal heat and causing a profuse perspiration, when the water will pass off in a natural way. Then make use of such medicine as will remove canker and restore the digestive powers, when the food being digested will keep up the natural heat of the body and continue the perspiration. The other kind is caused by cold and obstruction, but instead of the water collecting and remaining in the body and limbs, a leak forms in the glands and lets it into the trunk of the body, where there is no vent to let it off. This cannot be cured without tapping, and is very seldom completely cured. I have never known but two who were in this situation to be perfectly restored. One was a girl whom I attended. I tapped her and took away 17 pounds of water, then swathed her up close, and gave medicine to keep a perspiration. She did not fill again, and was completely cured. The other was a man. He had been tapped twice. I carried him through the course of medicine several times, and gave the juniper ashes, with molasses and gin, which carried off large quantities of water, and he entirely recovered from the disorder. I have cured a number who had the first mentioned complaint by the common course of medicine. One woman was cured by taking the wild lettuce, bruised and steeped in hot water. Mention has been made of several cases of this disease in my narrative, which were cured, and enough has been said to give an idea of the cause and manner of treatment. Bilious colic. The name of this complaint is erroneous, for bilious means the bile, and no one ever heard of a bile colic or pain caused by gall, as it is a friend to health, and never caused disease or death. This pain is caused by a disordered stomach and want of digestion. The stomach is filled with canker, which gets into the narrow passage from the stomach. When the action of the bowel ceases, after the pain subsides, those parts where it was are very sore. To cure it, raise the inward heat by giving the hot medicine, remove the canker with number 3, and give the bitters to correct the bile, and repeat it till a cure is effected. If the case is bad, carry them through a course of the medicine, and often give injections. Pleurisy. This is a distressing complaint, and is caused by cold, or want of inward heat. I never had any difficulty in curing it by my common practice. The only remedy made use of by the doctors is to bleed. This only increases the disease, by reducing the strength of the patient, without removing the cause. I was once called to a soldier at Eastport, who had a violent pain in his side. The doctor that attended him had bled him 5 times, without removing the pain, which made him so weak, that it was with difficulty he could be held up in the bed. I relieved him in 1 hour, by a common course of medicine, and bathing his side with the rheumatic drops. It took 3 weeks to get up his strength, which might have been done in 3 days, if he had not been bled. I was called to another case of the kind, of a soldier, at the same place. He had been bled, and a large blister put on his side to remove the pain, which caused a strangury, and he was in great distress. I declined doing anything for him without the consent of the commanding officer, who was not present. The soldier begged of me to tell him what to do for the latter complaint, as he could not live so. I told him to take off the blister, which was immediately done, and it gave instant relief. By carrying them through a course of medicine, as has been directed for other violent attacks, it will cure all cases of this complaint without danger, and it is much better than bleeding, or blisters, which only increases the difficulty. Relax. This complaint is caused by indigestion, or loss of the powers of the gall, which becomes thick, in consequence of cold, or loss of inward heat, when the stomach will be sour. The best remedy is, to give number 2, which will thin the gall, cleanse the stomach with number 1, and give the bitters to correct the digestion. A dose of the composition powders, with a teaspoonful of number 6, in it, will in most cases effect a cure. The bayberry and poplar bark is good, and also many other articles that have been described as good to restore the digestive powers. Dysentery. This is a distressing complaint, and is very common, especially among children. Although much has already been said on this subject, yet its importance will justify some further directions. It is caused by cold, which gets the ascendancy over the inward heat, so as to draw all the determining powers inward. The stomach is disordered, the digestive powers are lost, the bowels become coated with canker, the food is not digested so as to afford any nourishment or heat to the system, and all the juices flow inward and pass off by the common passage. The canker makes the bowels very sore, and when anything passes them, it causes excruciating pain. The best plan of treatment is to carry the patient through a regular course of medicine and repeat it, if occasion should require, every day till relief is obtained. During the operation, give the chicken broth, and after the disease is checked, give occasionally a little brandy and loaf sugar burned together, and a strong tea of poplar bark. Give the syrup, number 5, 2 or 3 times a day, until entirely recovered, and the bitters, number 4, may be given night and morning, to restore the digestion. Care must be taken to keep up the inward heat in the interim, by giving occasionally, number 2, in a tea of number 3, sweetened. Steaming is very important in this complaint, and injections must often be administered. Rheumatism. This complaint is caused by cold obstructing the natural circulation, which causes pain and swelling. It often affects the joints, so that they grow out of shape. A cure is easily effected, if timely and properly attended to, which must be done by such medicine as will cause perspiration and remove obstructions. In common cases, by taking the rheumatic drops, and bathing the part affected, with the same, will remove the complaint. When the case is bad, carry them through a course of the medicine, and bathe with the drops, repeating it as occasion may require, till cured. At the same time, give a tea of poplar bark or hemlock boughs, and many other articles which have been described as good for this complaint, may also be made use of to advantage. The gout is from the same cause, and the stomach being greatly disordered, and very sour, which produces a burning sensation. I have cured several cases by the common course of medicine, and giving the bitters to restore the digestive powers. Sore lips. They are common in very hot or cold weather, when there is nearly a balance of the power of outward and inward heat, or outward and inward cold, which produces canker. To cure it, take a strong dose of a tea of number 3 with a teaspoonful of number 2 in it, when going to bed, and wash them with the same, then wipe them dry to take off the matter collected. Then wet them again with the tea, and put on as much ginger as will stick. Repeat the same again for 2 or 3 times, till the coat is sufficient to keep out the air. When this comes off, repeat the same process again, until the soreness is gone, then wash again with the tea, and wipe them dry, and apply warm tallow till a cure is completed. Sore eyes. This is generally caused by being exposed to sudden changes of heat and cold, which produces canker, and where this is, there will be inflammation. There are many things good for this complaint, but the best that I have found is white pond lily root, marsh rosemary, witch hazel, and red raspberry leaves. Make a strong tea with all or either, and add 1/3 as much of number 6, with a little of number 2. Bathe the eyes several times in a day. Every morning put your face in cold water, open and shut the eyes till well washed. Repeat this till a cure is effected. At the same time, take the tea to clear the system of canker. Headache. This pain proceeds from a foul stomach. The bile loses its powers, the food clogs, by not being digested, and the effect is felt in the head, which is the fountain of sense. Sometimes there is sickness at the stomach. When this happens, it is called sick headache, and when they vomit, the head is relieved. This proves that the cause is in the stomach. It must be cured by cleansing the stomach and restoring the digestive powers. A dose of composition powders, sitting by the fire wrapped in a blanket, will generally give relief, but if it should not, take a dose of number 1, in a tea of number 3, and take the bitters to correct the bile. Number 2 should also be taken, to warm the stomach, and if it is sour, take the pearl ash water. It is very fashionable with the doctors, to tell about dropsy in the head, but in this I have no belief, for there is no disease in the head but what proceeds from the stomach, except from external injury. If they understood the real cause, and would give the proper medicine to remove it, there would be no difficulty in the head, but when a child is sick, they give calomel and other poisons, which increases the disease, and if they die, it is laid to the dropsy in the head, and this is satisfactory, because the doctor says so. Corns. These come on the joints of the toes, and are very troublesome. They may be cured by soaking the foot in warm water till the corn is soft, shave it thin, take a strip of bladder or skin of suet, 8 or 10 inches long, and half an inch wide, rub it till soft, then supple it well in rattlesnake's oil, or the nerve ointment. Wrap it round the toe, and keep it on till worn out. If this does not cure, repeat the same till the corn is removed. I have seldom known this to fail of a cure. Venereal. This disease, that is called by this name, is more common in seaports than in the country, because there is a more promiscuous and illicit intercourse of the sexes than in other places. It is a very high state of canker and putrefaction, which takes hold of the glands of those parts that are first affected with it, and if not checked, the whole system will become diseased by the venereal taint. It is more common among seafaring men, because of their being long absent at sea, and on coming on shore, they give free scope to their passions, without being very scrupulous about the manner of their indulgence. It originates, probably, with those common women, who have connection with many different men, and going beyond the impulse of nature, this impure connection causes uncleanness, which produces the disease, and when seated, is contagious. The reason why this disease causes so much fright and alarm is owing to 2 causes. The first is the disgrace that is attached to the dishonesty in getting it, and the other is the manner in which it has generally been treated. In giving mercury to cure it, the remedy becomes worse than the disease. That this disorder cannot be cured by any other means is altogether an error, for I have cured a number of cases by very simple means. The first symptoms felt is a scalding sensation and pain when voiding the urine, and within 24 hours after this is experienced, it may be cured in that time, by applying cold water, and making use of the rheumatic drops. If there is much soreness, make use of the tea of No. 3, with the drops in it, which must be taken, as well as applied to the parts. If the disease has been of long standing, and the whole system has become affected, they must be carried through a course of the medicine. Where there has been mercury made use of, and there is all the attendant consequences of such treatment, it is much more difficult to effect a cure, and is only done by a full course of the medicine, and repeating it for a number of times, raising the heat by steam, each time as high as they can bear, to throw out the mercury and remove the canker, at the same time applying the poultice. Then give the bitters to correct the bile. I had a case of a woman, who was brought to me on a bed, 15 miles. She was in a very putrid state, and as bad as she could well be, with all the consequences that are caused by being filled with mercury. Different doctors had attended her for 11 months, and she had constantly been growing worse. She had been kept ignorant of her disease, till a few days before brought to me, on account of her husband. I carried her through 5 courses of the medicine in 2 weeks, and applied a poultice of white bread and ginger, made with a tea of No. 3. This completely broke up the disorder, and by giving medicine to correct the bile and restore the digestion, she was cured, and returned home in 3 weeks after coming to me. By taking things to restore her strength, has enjoyed good health ever since. Another woman was cured in the same manner, who had been in this way for 6 years, and unable to do any business. I attended her 3 weeks, when she was restored to health, and returned home. In less than a year after, she had 2 children at a birth, and has enjoyed good health to this day, in 1822. This disease may be produced by other means than what have been described. It may be taken in with the breath by being much exposed in attending on those who are in a very putrid stage of the complaint, or may be communicated to parts where the skin is broken, and in many other ways, when they will have many of the symptoms, the same as when taken in the common way. Children will sometimes be affected with the venereal taint, whose parents have had the disease. A disease similar in appearance, with much the same symptoms, may be brought on by overdoing and being exposed to the cold. I once had the case of a young married man, who, by straining himself from loading mill logs and being exposed to wet and cold, caused a weakness in the back and loins, and he had what is called a gleat, and an inflammation, with all the symptoms common in the venereal. His wife became affected in the same manner, and they continued in this situation 3 months, when I was called to attend them, and by making use of such things as I then had a knowledge of, to strengthen the loins and remove the canker, was able to cure both in a short time. The man had all the symptoms that appear in the venereal except hard bunches in the groins, called buboes. These I am satisfied are caused by mercury, for I never knew any to have them except they had taken mercury. By syringing with mercury and sugar of lead, it dries the glands and contracts the passage, and stops the discharge, when the putrid matter, instead of going off, collects in the groin and forms hard tumors, which remain a long time and have to be brought to a head to let off the putrid matter. Bunches of a similar kind often come on different parts of the body caused by mercury. Much more might be written on this subject, but it is difficult to find proper terms to convey all the directions that may be necessary in all cases. Enough has been said to give to those who are so unfortunate as to have the disease, a general knowledge of the nature of the complaint, and the best manner of effecting a cure, and to those who are fortunate enough to escape it, anything further will be unnecessary. If the disease be of recent standing, let it be considered merely a case of local canker, and treated as such, but if the whole system has become tainted, and especially if mercury has been given, the disease is more difficult to remove, and must be treated accordingly. Midwifery. This is a very difficult subject to write upon, as I know of no words that would be proper to make use of, to convey the necessary information to enable a person to attempt the practice with safety. The great importance of the subject, however, induces me not to be silent, and I shall endeavour to make known to the public such thoughts and conclusions as long experience and much solicitude has enabled me to form, concerning those who are suffering and are constantly liable to suffer from the erroneous and most unnatural practice of the present day. The practice of midwifery at this time appears to be altogether a matter of speculation with the medical faculty, by their exorbitant price for attendance. The tax on the poor classes is very heavy, and this is not the greatest grievance that they have to bear, for they are often deprived of their wives and children, by such ignorant and unnatural practice as is very common in all parts of the country. 40 years ago, the practice of midwifery was principally in the hands of experienced women, who had no difficulty, and there was scarce an instance known in those days of a woman dying in childbed, and it was very uncommon for them to lose the child, but at the present time these things are so common that it is hardly talked about. There must be some cause for this difference, and I can account for it in no other way than the unskillful treatment they experience from the doctors, who have now got most of the practice into their own hands. In the country where I was born, and where I brought up a family of children, there was no such thing thought of as calling the assistance of a doctor. A midwife was all that was thought necessary, and the instances were very rare that they were not successful, for they used no art, but afforded such assistance as nature required, gave herb tea to keep them in a perspiration, and to quiet the nerves. Their price was $1. When the doctors began to practice midwifery in the country, their price was $3, but they soon after raised it to $5, and now they charge from $12 to $20. If they go on in this ratio, it will soon take all that people can earn to pay for their children. All the valuable instruction I ever received was from a woman, in the town where I lived, who had practiced as a midwife for 20 years. In an interview of about 20 minutes, she gave me more useful instruction than all I ever gained from any other source. I have practiced considerably in this line, and have always had very good success. It is very important to keep up the strength of women in a state of pregnancy, so that at the time of delivery, they may be in possession of all their natural powers. They should be carried through a course of the medicine several times, particularly a little before delivery, and keep them in a perspiration during and after delivery, which will prevent after pains, and other complaints common in such cases. Beware of bleeding. Opium and cold baths invigorate all the faculties of the body and mind, to exert the most laborious efforts that nature is called upon to perform, instead of stupefying and substituting art for nature. I will relate a case that I was knowing to, which will give a pretty fair view of the practice of the doctors. A woman was taken in travail, and the midwife could not come. A doctor was sent for. When he came, the prospect was that she would not be delivered in 2 hours. He gave her some medicine, which caused vomiting, and turned the pains to the stomach. She continued in this situation for 12 hours, when her strength was nearly gone. He then bled her, and to stop the puking, gave her so much opium as to cause such a stupor, that it required all the exertions of the women to keep the breath of life in her, through the night. In the morning, she remained very weak, and continued so till afternoon, when she was delivered with instruments. The child was dead, and the woman came very near dying, and it was 6 months before she got her strength again. Many more cases might be given of the bad success of bleeding, and giving opium to stupefy, and making use of art, instead of assisting nature to do her own work. I have given instruction to several who have bought the right, and their practice has been attended with complete success. Many men that I have given the information to have since attended their own wives, and I have never known an instance of any bad consequences, and if young married men would adopt the same course, it would be much more proper and safe than to trust their wives in the hands of young inexperienced doctors, who have little knowledge except what they get from books, and their practice is to try experiments. Their cruel and harsh treatment, in many instances, would induce the husband to throw them out at the window, if permitted to be present, but this is not allowed, for the very same reason. The following cases, and the mode of treatment, each of which present something new and difficult, will present to view all that will be further necessary on this subject. These will be added by way of supplement. Supplement to the third edition. Introduction. The Hebrew women are lively, and are delivered ere the midwives come in unto them. Exodus 1:19. As an introduction to what I have further to say on the subject of midwifery, the above may answer as a text, from which I have only to observe, that, had this important branch been preserved in its simplicity, attended only by women, as it seems to have been in the days of the ancient Egyptians, when the Hebrews were slaves under Pharaoh, who ordered the midwives to kill all the Hebrew male children at their birth, women might still have been delivered with as little trouble to the midwives, and as little pain to themselves, as from the account, it appears that they were then. For, as a cover to their humanity, and to escape punishment from the king, the midwives excused themselves for not killing the male children on account of the liveliness of the Hebrew women. If those women had had the doctors of the present day, with their pincers, Pharaoh would have had less cause to have issued his decree to kill the male children, as many might have been killed with impunity, before it was known whether they were male or female. Has the nature of women altered, which makes the mode of having children so much more difficult and mysterious now than it was then? Or is it the speculation of the doctors, for the sake of robbing the people of $20, the regular tribute here for each child born? And should the child be born, fortunately for the mother and child both, before the arrival of the doctor, he even then, instead of the price of a common visit, considers himself entitled to a half fee, that is, $10. In all this, you may see the mystery of iniquity. Then dismiss the doctor, restore the business into the hands of women, where it belongs, and save your wife from much unnecessary pain, your children, perhaps, from death, and at all events, your money, for better purposes. Then will your children be born naturally, as fruit falls from the tree, when ripe, of itself. From this source, the doctors and their pincers may be traced the miserable health of women, unable to stand on their feet for weeks and months, and never finally recover, all caused by those horrid instruments of steel, to extend the passage not only for the child, but for the instruments also. In this harsh and unnatural operation, they often not only crush the head of the child, but also the neck of the bladder. After this, there is an involuntary discharge of the urine, bearing down pains, etc., insomuch that life becomes an intolerable burden without remedy. Can anyone believe there was ever an instance of this kind among the Hebrew women, where midwives only were known, or where nature only was the midwife? I think not. Is there any such thing known among the natives of this country, where nature is their only dependence? History gives us an account of their squaws having a papoose at night, and wade several rivers the next day, when driven by Christians in warfare, and by the simple use of taking the unicorn root, they would prevent themselves from taking cold. If all these views of the subject, what has been stated in the body of this work, and what is here to follow, be not satisfactory, neither would people be persuaded though one should arise from the dead. Further remarks on midwifery. As I am often called upon for verbal information on this important subject, I shall endeavor in this supplement to give some further instructions, by relating several important cases, and their mode of treatment, which have occurred since my last edition was published. In addition to the bad practice of the doctors, as before related, I will state another case of which I was an eye-witness. My brother's wife, about 30 years old, was in travail with her first child. The midwife called on me for advice, on account of a violent flooding, which I immediately relieved by the hot medicine. At the same time, some people present privately sent for a doctor. When he came, I told him there was no difficulty, and all that was wanting was time. After examination, he said the woman had been well treated. He then took the command, and very soon began to use too much exertion. He was cautioned by the midwife, but he showed temper, and said, "Why did you send for me, if you know best?" I told him he was not sent for by our request, we found no need of any other help. The doctor persisted in this harsh treatment for about 7 hours, occasionally trying to put on his instruments of torture. This painful attempt caused the woman to shrink from her pains, and the child drew back. After making several unsuccessful attempts, got himself tired out, he asked me to examine her situation. I did so, and told him that the child was not so far advanced as when he came. He asked me to attend her. I refused the offer, and told him that he pronounced the woman well treated when he came, but she had not been so treated since, and I was not liable to bear the blame. He then sent for another doctor, and let her alone till the other doctor came, in which time nature had done much in advancing her labor. The doctors were astonished at her strength, in thus holding out, and I now firmly believe that with the use of the medicine which had been given her, and which ought to have been continued, nature would have completed her delivery. The second doctor did but little more than to say, the instruments could now be put on, which shows how far nature had completed her work. The first doctor put on the instruments of death, and delivered her by force, using strength enough to have drawn 100 weight. Thus the child was, as I should call it, murdered, the head crushed, and the doctor put it in a tub of cold water twice, an application, one would have supposed, sufficient to kill it, had it been well. The woman flooded, like the running of water, so as to be heard by all in the room. The doctor called for cold water to put on as soon as possible. I told the doctor that he need not trouble himself any further about the woman, I would take care of her. I gave her a spoonful of fine bayberry, cayenne, and drops, got her into bed as soon as possible. The alarming situation soon abated, but her senses were gone, and her nerves all in a state of confusion. I repeated the dose with the addition of nerve powder. I put a hot stone, wrapped in cloths wet with vinegar, at her feet, and also at her back and bowels, until she got warm. Then her nerves became more composed. When the doctor left her, he said there was a doubt whether she lived over 12 hours. At that time she was so swollen as to stop all evacuations, besides other injuries she had received by the use of force instead of aid. The midwife used her best endeavors to promote a natural discharge, but in vain. But when all other sources fail, then comes my turn. I succeeded, and saved her from mortification. The second day, I carried her through a course of medicine, steaming her in bed, for she was as helpless as though all her bones had been broken. All the way she could be turned was to draw her on the undersheet, and so turn her that way. After the second course, she began to help herself a little. I was with her most of the time for 5 days and nights. I then left her, with medicines and directions, and she gained her health in about 2 months. I gave them directions how to proceed in case she should ever be in a like situation again. She had another child in about 2 years. The child lived, and both did well, by keeping away the doctor, as I am satisfied would have been the case the first time, had this scourge of humanity been kept away. I have been more particular in relating this case, than I otherwise should have been, had I not been an eyewitness to all the proceedings, and of course to all the facts which I have stated, which I could not have believed had I not seen them. And had it been at my own house, I think I should not have waited for a door, but have pitched the monster out at the window. Yet I have reason to believe that this is only a sample of the general practice where nature moves slowly. The argo or rye spur, which is a very improper medicine, was also frequently given in this case, but it ought to be particularly guarded against, in all cases. Another instance happened in the country, where the doctor was with a young woman in travail, who had fits. The doctor bled her, and took away her child dead by force. The woman is yet in a poor state of health. What could we expect otherwise, where learned men forbid the laws of nature to take their course, take the blood, which is the life, to enable women to go through with the most laborious task which nature is called on to perform. Consider of these things, my friends, and govern yourselves accordingly. Now let me exhibit the other side of the picture. I was called upon to attend a young woman in childbed, 80 miles in the country. I attended. She had been sick, and sent for help, before I arrived, and had got about again. About 1 week after, she was taken again, with every appearance that she would be delivered soon. In about 6 hours, the pains all flattered away, she grew pale and dull in spirits, and the motion of the child had nearly ceased. She had labored hard, and got cold, and had a bad cough, and the moisture of the glands was so thickened, that she could not spit clear of her mouth. I saw that there was no use in any further delay. On Thursday, I carried her through a thorough course of medicine, and steamed her twice in the course of the day, and then let her rest. About the same time she was taken the night before, to wit, about 11 o'clock, her pains were regular, her animation and vigor returned, a fine son was born about 3 o'clock, she walked from the fire to the bed, a portion of coffee and cayenne was administered, and a steaming stone put to her feet. As soon as her perspiration was free, all after pains ceased, and there were none of those alarming symptoms, common to learned ignorance. The second day she showed symptoms of a childbed fever and broken breasts. I carried her through another course of medicine and steam. The 5th day she took breakfast and dinner below with the family, and carried her child upstairs. The 8th day she rode out 2 miles, paid a visit and come back. On the 9th day, I carried her through another course of medicine, and got her so far cleared, that she could spit clear of her mouth for the first time after I saw her. On the 10th day, she rode the same distance, and I have no doubt that, had she been attended in the common way, she would have had the childbed fever, broken breasts, and a poor health afterwards. This case caused much conversation. Why so? It was the different mode of treatment, reversing every mode commonly attended to. What shall we do? Say the people, we shall never dare to employ a doctor again. I answer. Call the doctor, and obtain his advice, and then reverse every prescription given by him in a case of childbed. If he tells you to have a doctor, have a midwife. If he says, be bled, keep your blood for other uses. If he says, keep yourself cold, sweat yourself. If he says, put cold water on your bowels, take hot medicine inside, and a steaming stone at your feet. If he says, take physic, use warm injections. If he says, starve yourself, eat what your appetite craves. By strict observance of the foregoing antidirections, you may enjoy your health, and save the heavy bill for the many visits of the doctor, besides saving him from the trouble of keeping you sick. This is the mode of having patent babies, so highly recommended by Dr. Robinson, in his 12th lecture, who says, even in childbed delivery, a matter never to be forgotten, this practice has very nearly removed the pain and punishment from the daughters of Eve, threatened to our progenitor and entailed upon her offspring. A lady of good sense, and without the least colouring of imagination, said it was easier to have 5 children under the operation and influence of this new practice, than one by the other management and medicine. And she had had experience in both cases, and has been supported in the evidence by every one who has followed her example. This extract speaks volumes in favour of the treatment in the last named case. The following case of midwifery I shall mention, with the mode of treatment, for the purpose of giving instruction to others. I was called to visit a woman in Greenfield, Saratoga County, New York, who had been in travail 10 days, and her life despaired of. I think there was not less than 10 men and women present, and the seal of despair was set upon each one's countenance. The woman, in a low voice, said, I cannot see what can be the use of a woman's undergoing the distress I have for 10 days, and die after all, as 2 sisters of mine have done in a similar case, but a short time ago. I replied, that pain and distress were the common lot of all mankind, and the duty of every one is to alleviate the miseries of others as far as it is in our power. She asked me if I thought I could help her. I assured her that I would do everything I could for that purpose. There were several persons present who owned the right. I took out my medicine, and put in a teacup a large spoonful of composition, 1 teaspoonful of cayenne, 1 of nerve powder, and 1 spoonful of sugar, filled the cup with boiling water, stirred them well together, and set it down. While settling, I took a large teaspoonful of brown emetic, and having poured off the tea into another cup, stirred in the powder, and handed it to the woman, who swallowed it, apparently with all possible faith that it would help her. I called for assistance, to regulate the bed and other things, which were in disorder about the room, as soon as possible. Every attention was paid, the medicine roused the efforts of nature, so that the woman was in readiness before we were. This called all to her assistance. The desired object was obtained in less than 15 minutes after taking this friend of nature. A fine son was born alive, and the woman comfortable and able with steadying, to walk from the fire to the bed, to the great joy of all present. The gloomy veil of despair was raised from the countenance of all, and they heartily partook of the joy and thankfulness of the woman and family, insomuch that some of the women present declared that they would never have any other children but patent ones hereafter. One of my agents, Joseph Mitchell, went with me, and we returned in the space of 2 hours, in a violent snowstorm. He declared that that expedition was worth $100 to the society. The next day, the husband came and purchased the right, with instruction on the branch of midwifery, and has attended his wife twice since, with unusual success. One of my agents says he has frequently heard the woman relate the foregoing case, but never without shedding tears. Case of midwifery, in Columbus, Ohio. This woman I agreed to be with when confined, which was expected in about 3 weeks. I went to see my son, about 130 miles. While there, I fell and broke 2 of my ribs. I had a violent cough, and almost lost my life. I did not return short of about 6 weeks, and then in a very poor state of health. I arrived at the house about 11 o'clock at night. The woman was then in travail. She said she had waited for me 3 weeks. The midwife said the waters had been discharged 3 days, and the woman was in a low and lingering state, often wishing for me. I went to bed that night, but did not sleep much, on account of the distress of the woman, and noise of the moving in the house. I was solicited about noon the next day, by the husband and wife, her father and mother, my agent and his wife, with an earnest desire to attend the woman, as her mind was set on my attention. I reluctantly consented, as I was weak in body and mind, and hardly able to undergo the anxiety and responsibility of so difficult a case. I however agreed to do the best I could. I prepared a dose similar to that mentioned in the foregoing case. It was given. It soon had the desired effect, by rousing the system to action. I delivered her in about half an hour. But the child was apparently dead. I took the placenta or afterbirth, with the child, the grandmother being seated in the corner. She placed the afterbirth on a bed of embers, while rubbing the child. And as soon as the substance on the coals had gained warmth enough to fill the umbilical cord with warmth and moisture, it was stripped towards the body of the child, and so continued until a sufficient degree of warmth through this medium was conveyed into the body of the child, as to expand the lungs, which was effected in about 15 or 20 minutes. Then the string was separated in usual form. I relate this case for the information of those who may not have studied the principle of heat's giving life, as is manifest in the present case. There was no other possible way of communicating heat to the vitals, except through that channel or stem which had supported the growth of the child to that time, the same as any vegetable fruit is supported from the vine or tree by the stem. If the vine be cut off, or pulled up, the fruit will wither and die. Now what was the cause of the death of this child? Recollect the first part of this statement. The water had been discharged 3 days. All that time the child had been starving, the same as the fruit loses its support when the vine is cut. But by raising artificial heat, through the placenta and umbilical cord, by putting the former on the embers, and conveying the heat to the body of the child through the medium of the latter, it gave the child one more meal, which roused it into action, and which was to last till the next means nature has provided, can be obtained. Before the child is born, it is supported by this stem from the mother internally, after birth, from the breast of the mother externally. This food supports the child, till he can eat more solid food, and thus no longer need the breast. Now the attention of the mother may be employed to have another, and so go on with all the rest, your house be filled with children blessed. Case of a false conception. About 2 years ago, I was called on by one of my agents at Eastport, Maine, who appeared to be much alarmed, and requested me to go with him to visit a woman with whom he had been all night, and could give her no relief. She had flowed so much, that she lay fainted away more than half the time, and then, the rest part of the time, she was puking. I asked him if she was in a pregnant state. He thought not. I answered, I thought it must be the case. I went with him, and, on the way, asked him if he had given her an emetic. He had not. If he had used an injection? No, he did not think it would answer. Not answer? What is your medicine good for if it is not a friend in the most alarming case? When entering the house, the man said, My wife has been fainted away more than half the time since you left, and the rest of the time she has been puking. I directed my agent to go after his syringe. The first thing I could find warm was some wormwood tea. I took some in a cup, and added some cayenne, nerve powder, and emetic herb, sweetened, as heretofore directed. She took it. I then steeped 1 pint of coffee and had time to give her about 1 glass, with a requisite portion of the same articles as before, when the syringe arrived. I then prepared about a gill of this liquid, and added the same proportion of the articles taken, and charged the syringe with it, and ordered the nurse to administer it. I, with my agent, left the room for the space of about 10 minutes, when we were called in, and found the nurse much surprised at the discharge. The like was never seen by anyone present. The appearance was like a hog's heart secured in a membrane. The people were at a loss what to call it. My agent was of opinion that there was some human shape in it. I said, no. To satisfy himself, he opened it with his knife, and found it solid flesh. I told them it was a false conception, and void of human shape. I then repeated the dose as before given, and repeated the injection in usual form, which cleared her of all disorder, and set nature at liberty. All flowing, puking, and fainting ceased from the first application I made. The woman soon got well, and in less than 1 year, had a fine son, and her health remains good. Many thanks were given me by the family, believing, as they said, that what I administered to the woman, together with what I prescribed, had saved her life. I shall close this subject with a few brief remarks. The foregoing cases I have described for the purpose of showing the difference between forcing nature and aiding and assisting her. They are 2 theories, directly opposed to each other, and can never harmonize together. As soon as learned ignorance begins to use force to extend the passage, the child ceases from its natural progression and draws back, as nature shrinks from all such operations, and force must then do the whole. And if the child should be caught by such force, as the dog catches his game, it will be likely to share the same fate, as in the case first mentioned. I shall not follow up the simile, by comparing the doctor to a dog, though it might be made a very striking one. Is not this the cause of many women lingering out a miserable existence in pain and torment, and are often heard to say, I have never been well since my last child was born? I was in the hands of the doctor 3 days, and at last was delivered with instruments. I did not stand on my feet for 6 weeks, and have never regained my health. Yet the doctor is looked upon as her benefactor, and is thanked for saving her life. Query: were these evil consequences ever known when nature did her own work, and the child born before the doctor could get there? In all my practice, I never knew an instance where the woman could not bear her weight upon her feet the same day. Nor have I ever heard of a single instance where nature had been assisted according to my practice by others, where the patient was not able to bear her weight on her feet the same day of her delivery. As to the cause of the difference between those attended according to nature, and those attended secundum artem, according to art, I shall leave the reader to decide for himself. Another evil in this branch, which I shall mention here, and of which women have generally either felt or heard, is that of taking the afterbirth by force. The doctor says, it has grown fast to the side, and tears it off, so as to be heard by those present. Alarming, if not fatal consequences are the result. The question is, what other way can be done? Answer: the same as in taking the child. Assist nature, instead of forcing it. The only rule given by me to those who wish to attend their own wives, or others, is simply this. After the string is separated from the child, be careful not to lose it, by letting it draw back, as this is the only sure guide to the placenta. Take the string between the thumb and finger of the left hand, drawing it straight, while having the same between the thumb and finger of the right hand, slipping it forward until you find the solid part to which the string is attached. Take a steady pull when the pain is on. After a few seconds, it will begin to give way, turning inside out as turning the lining to the sleeve of a coat. But if it sticks fast, take care not to break the string, as if you do, you lose your guide. Keep the woman well fed with hot medicine, to prevent flooding. Then carry her through a course of medicine, and when the system is slackened, it will often come of itself. I would prefer having it remain till it discharges itself, according to nature, as it certainly will in time, than to be taken away by force, as I have seen done. The danger is far less. But I never knew a case of the kind where the woman had been sufficiently cleared by the medicine near the time of her delivery. I knew one instance, where the woman had been treated by force in this way, that she had been so injured that all her urine ran away as fast as it collected. The doctors had so injured her, that they declared she would never live to have another child. But they were mistaken. The next one she was attended by my direction, and carried through, I think, 13 courses of medicine before delivery. I attended her. She was sick but about 2 hours, was delivered and cleared without any difficulty, and both she and her child did well. There are as great errors committed in using force for the afterbirth, as for the child. The inflammation caused by using force in taking the child, causes the obstruction in taking the afterbirth. When learned ignorant pretenders, who know nothing about following the umbilical cord for their guide, proceed inward, where they have no business, they often commit irreparable injury. And instead of taking the afterbirth, they injure the womb, sometimes by turning it wrong side out, which causes distressing bearing down pains, and thus the woman must linger out a miserable existence until death comes as a welcome friend to relieve her. Thus, kind reader, I have given you the most important particulars I now think of, and as to any further directions, I can do no better than to refer you to the general directions, as laid down in this book. And it is my opinion that you are better off with your own judgment and this book, than with all the scientific ignorance, called knowledge, as taught in the schools, without it. Hence my advice to you is, dismiss all doctors of law, physic and divinity. Pray for your own soul, if you know what it is, doctor your own body, and make your own will. By so doing, you will save your share of the greatest tax ever imposed on mankind. Outlines of treatment in the hour of travail. To point out a regular rule or form for every woman would be out of my power, as they are restless, shifting their position in every form and manner, to find a place of rest, which is as difficult as that of Noah's dove. When they become so far advanced that they cannot satisfy themselves any longer in their own way, then you may assist them in the best manner to help themselves, and to enable others to help them, by assisting nature to do her own work. The seat is prepared in different ways, according to their fancy. Those who have had children ought to be the best judge how to aid and assist them in this particular. I shall only give advice how to proceed in some alarming and difficult cases, to be handed down for the benefit of generations yet unborn, as none can be obtained from the progress of the learned, for 4,000 years. And if any beneficial information shall now be obtained, it must be from the illiterate, who have studied nature rather than books. I have no authors, dictionaries or concordance, to assist my feeble efforts in arriving at a correct judgment. Necessity and experience are the only sources of my knowledge, from which I draw all my lessons. Among the most desperate cases is the flowing of females, pregnant or not. The treatment is the same. If it happens before delivery, give a portion of composition with more cayenne, and hot water sweetened, or some drops, cayenne and snuff, or fine bayberry, as substitutes. If after delivery, the same. When the woman grows weary and worn out and pains begin to die away, give a portion of the third preparation, in some composition and nerve powder. This will compose the system so as to rest or reinforce nature and hasten delivery. It is of great service, when the pains are lingering, at the time of giving the above-named medicine, to use an injection, in common form, made of the same compound. This will hasten or delay delivery, as nature requires. Remark. About the time of delivery, apply a cloth of several thicknesses wet with hot water, to slack the muscles, repeat it occasionally, and keep it hot till nature is ready to perform her work. I attended one woman in this city, with her first child. Her strength failed, her pain slacked. I gave her a tablespoonful of the liquid of the third preparation, wrapped her warm, which caused her to vomit once, and raised a perspiration. She fell asleep, and in this situation rested 4 hours, when the head of the child was so far advanced as to have been visible. She awoke, her travail recommenced with reinforced vigor. She was delivered rather in a cold state, she flowed badly. I gave her some No. 2, and drops, with a little fine bayberry, which had the desired effect. She walked from the fire to the bed, and did well. There is another distressing complaint incident to females, worse than having children, and often no relief from the doctors. I have seen women in as great agony with false pains, as at the delivery of a child. A strong tea of witch hazel leaves and nerve powder, and a little cayenne, strained, used by injection either way, or both, I have seen relieve like throwing water on the fire. The disorder is canker, and must be met with its antidote where it is. These few remarks, together with the foregoing cases, will be sufficient information on this subject. In conclusion, I would ask, can we attach sufficient value on a medicine that will give rest to a weary patient in travail, and restore the nerves and muscles to a giant-like strength, as refreshed by wine, and continue the strength until delivery is completed? And at the same time guard against all those alarming complaints, which too often follow afterwards. A medicine to which you may resort with perfect confidence, in times of the greatest peril, that, if anything can, it will save your wife and child, and the fee of $20 from the doctor. This is the regular fee in cities, though it is less in the country. Supplement to the venereal. See page 130. There are 4 diseases, or rather 4 names of disease, which are often made fatal, in consequence of the name. 1. Venereal. 2. Hydrophobia. 3. Smallpox. 4. Erysipelas. As the remedy is laid down in the medical pocketbook, the name is doctored instead of the disease. If a child has a sore ear and it runs a yellow water, it will spread like fire, as often seen on a pot, and it will inoculate where it touches. While on the child's ear, women call it a canker sore, and there is nothing alarming under this name. Any old woman can cure it. But take the same infection from the ear, and inoculate with it, in that part of the body where venereal is seated, and call it venereal. The consequence is the same, and by the same mercurial treatment, there would be all the alarming consequences as though the disorder was generated in any other way. Yet, if the patient was well, with the same administration of mercury, in the same way, and to the same extent, the buboes and chancres would often make their appearance in the same manner without the supposed disease, as with. They doctor the name instead of the disorder. The patient, therefore, as often loses his life by the mercury, as by the supposed disease. Equally so in hydrophobia, by taking mercury, the remedy becomes worse than the disease. In either of the above cases, the disorder is far easier cured by a regular course of medicine, than the poison given for it, as the mercury is harder to eradicate from the system, than all the natural disease incident to mankind. Supplement to smallpox. See page 113. Since my last edition was published, the smallpox has been thoroughly attended to, and the general rule, as they're laid down, found to answer every purpose, and produce the desired effect. To bring out the smallpox, as in the measles and other similar disorders, be careful not to have too much outward heat while the pock is filling. I visited a family in Cincinnati last winter who had the smallpox, and who had had the kindpox previous. The appearance of the pustules were more like poison or measles than those of the smallpox. When it turned, it began to flat, instead of drying off, and when it had flatted down to the vitals, it turned in, and one died, and the other it left in a miserable state of health, the pits hard and blue, like other poison sores. And I am of opinion that more people die in consequence of having the kine pox, than would die, let the smallpox have its natural run. Because the nature of the smallpox, when taken the natural way, is to clear the system from every other putrefaction, which, on the turn, scabs off with it. Not so in the kine pox. The infection partakes of every disorder of the persons from whom it was taken, itch, venereal, cancer humours, or worse than all the rest, mercurial taint given by the doctor. When part, or all of these diseases are inoculated into a healthy person, and has no way to discharge itself from the system, it creates worse disease than the smallpox. I knew a man in Portsmouth, New Hampshire, who was inoculated with the kine pox. The infection taken from a man who had a cancer humour. He was a healthy man when inoculated. I saw him within 2 years, and it was judged that he had more than half a peck of cancers on different parts of the body and limbs. He imputed it entirely to this inoculation, and highly disapproved of the kine pox. He died in the most distressed condition. Side note: all people who have been attended by patent doctors are cautioned against putting themselves under regular doctors, as the cases have generally proved fatal to the patient, and the blame palmed on the patent doctor, some after 2 weeks in their care. Why do old people die more in a warm and rainy winter than in a severe cold one? The answer to the above question is at hand. Old people are like the old house which they built in their younger days. The house decays about as fast as its builder, and becomes racked with wind and storms which have beaten upon it until the cracks open, the shingles blow off, and the house grows leaky and cold. So is the man in his old age. He becomes racked with the storms and hardships of life, his heat goes out, the fireplace decays, his food digests poorly and gives but little nourishment or heat to warm the body and expand the lungs. For the inward heat rarefies the air in the lungs, and causes them to expand, by lightening the air within, and the weight of the surrounding atmosphere, being higher charged with oxygen or water, puts out the fire faster than dry cold air. And as the heat decays inward, the weight of the air crowds heavily on the lungs, and causes great difficulty in breathing. The lungs labor like the wheel of a mill in backwater, the fountain almost level with the stream, until the heat in the lungs becomes insufficient to expand them any longer. The weight of the air comes to an equilibrium of weight inside, and all motion ceases. The water in the air has put out the fire. This is the cause why those people who have but little fire in the body, and such a weight of damp air outside, the heat is so soon extinguished inside, like a person falling into the water. The cause of death is, the water has put out the fire, and when the air is full of water, it puts out the fire in the same proportion. Thus I think I have given a satisfactory cause of death upon natural principles. The cause and effect are in themselves. In this case, I would ask the Christian, of every denomination, what power, here, either gave or took away life? Was there any power in the case abstract from the cause here given? Or what soul or spirit went out at death, except heat which is the cause of life and breath? How doctors shorten the lives of their patients. That the practice of the regular doctors, as they are termed, shortens the lives of their patients, is a truth of which I have not the shadow of a doubt, and the cause, to me, is obvious. The cold poisons which they administer have the effect of chilling the stomach and killing the digestive organs, so that the food does not raise more than half the heat it did in a natural state before those poisons had been administered. Then the bleeding and blistering lessens the remainder so as to reduce the heat to the capacity of old age. It is the same thing, no matter what age, from 1 hour old to 100 years. When the heat is so far exhausted that the air is not sufficiently lightened by the heat as to expand the adjoining air, the pressure becomes equalled, external and internal, the same as in the case of a drowned person. There is no difference as to age, sex, or other condition, so far as the practice is concerned, and so far as that goes to lessen the heat by bleeding, by fever powders, or by poison, all tend to lessen inward heat, and to diminish life in the same proportion. And when it is entirely extinguished, death follows as a natural consequence, and from the same cause, loss of heat, whatever it may be that puts out the fire. The putting out of the fire, or extinguishing inward or vital heat, is the cause of death. All practitioners, therefore, may by this rule either condemn or justify themselves by looking back on their former practice, and asking themselves the question, have I cultivated the heat of my patients to prolong their lives, or have I extinguished their heat, and thereby killed or destroyed them? Is not this question fully answered? Do we not see that the lives of human beings are daily sacrificed, at all ages, from birth to death? Who, I would ask, is authorized to say, in such a case, that any mysterious providence is concerned in the death of our friends, when they are destroyed in this manner? In everything that breathes, the breathing is from the same cause. Without heat, there is no breathing. But when heat is continually generated or evolved in a confined room, excepting at one avenue, as in the lungs, there must be breathing, or what is the same, an inhaling of cold air, and an exhaling of oxygen, or vapor from it. Every animal body has its lamp, in proportion to its bigness, and its continuing to burn, is much owing to the one who trims or takes care of the lamp. If it be replenished with water instead of oil, and with an icicle for a wick, it is like the method in which the doctors trim the lamps of their patients. Taking out the blood is like pouring out the oil, and the cold poison is as the icicle for a wick. The effect soon follows, which is cold and darkness. Can we doubt this being the fact at the present time? Do we not often see the head of a family suddenly made cold by his lamp being put out, and 3 or 4 children taken from one house, all having their lamps blown out? Can anyone suppose that had their lamps been trimmed with good oil and good wicks, but that they would have continued burning as long as the body of the lamp remained whole? But if we continue not to be our own guards and sentinels, but employ artificial and learned fools to watch over us, and save our oil for their own use, and trim our lamps with water and ice, we cannot wonder at seeing our wives and children dashed in pieces like the potter's vessel. When we employ seamen to drive our coach of life, instead of horsemen, and as long as custom, superstition, error, and bigotry are the ruling principles of the world, we never can expect to live, while all the oil in our lamps is consumed. But to be blown out by the breath of ignorance, if nothing worse, as mankind have been in all ages where the poisonous breath of the Bohon Upas overtakes them. The learned have added nothing to the healing art, but they have done much in taking the knowledge of the simple remedies from the people. They have substituted the poisonous minerals which have multiplied the forms of disease and thereby added to our bills of mortality. They have taken midwifery from the tender hands of women and substituted the torturing instruments of steel, whereby not only children, but even women have been sacrificed. In relation to such practice, Robinson says, Lecture 8, page 103, it is, in truth, like running the gauntlet among armed Indians, or red-hot ploughshares, to escape from the poisons of medical practice. Seaman's directions. After purchasing the right, and having a sample of medicine numbered, these directions are the first lessons learned, as it gives a short and concise view of the system and practice. In the first stages of disease, 1 gill of a tea of number 3 may be used simple, with or without sugar. In more violent attacks, use from half to a teaspoonful of number 2, let the patient be covered with a blanket, by the fire or in bed, apply a hot stone to the feet. If this does not relieve them, add the emetic, number 1, and nerve powder, and go through a course of medicine. In all cases where the glands are dry, and much fever, the emetic should be used without spirit. The bitters also are best taken in hot water sweetened than with spirit. The objection to physic and bleeding is given in these directions hereafter. The complement of medicine given as a family stock is more to show the simplicity of the articles than the requisite quantity required. Give children drink often, sick or well. Side note. The public are cautioned against employing anyone who shall pretend to use his own improvements with my system of practice, as I will not be accountable for any malpractice of his. The emetic number 1's designed, a general medicine for mankind. Of every country, clime, or place, wide as the circle of our race. In every case, and state, and stage, whatever malady may rage. For male or female, young or old, nor can its value half be told. To use this medicine do not cease, till you are helped of your disease. For nature's friend, this sure will be, when you are taken sick at sea. Let number 2 be used as bold, to clear the stomach of the cold. Next steep the coffee, number 3, and keep as warm as you can be. A hot stone at the feet now keep, as well as inward warmth repeat. The fountain above the stream keep clear, and perspiration will appear. When sweat enough, as you suppose, in spirit wash, and change your clothes. Again to bed, both clean and white, and sleep in comfort all the night. Should the disorder reinforce, then follow up the former course. The second time I think will do, the third to fail I seldom knew. Now take your bitters by the way, 2, 3, or 4 times in a day. Your appetite, if it be good, you may eat any kind of food. Physic, I would by no means choose, to have you first or last to use. For if you take it much in course, it will disorder reinforce. If any one should be much bruised, where bleeding frequently is used, a lively sweat upon that day, will start the blood a better way. Let names of all disorders be, like to the limbs, joined on a tree. Work on the root, and that subdue, then all the limbs will bow to you. So as the body is the tree, the limbs are colic, pleurisy. Worms and gravel, gout and stone, remove the cause, and they are gone. My system's founded on this truth, man's air and water, fire and earth. And death is cold, and life is heat, these tempered well, your health's complete. The practice of medicine. This practice is on the reverse principle from the practice of physic, being agreeable to nature, restoring the very principles which physic destroys, for it opens obstructions, promotes perspiration, and restores digestion. Footnote, see narrative, page 217. These great objects are obtained by the most simple medicines, all of which grow in the fields of nature. The 3 first numbers remove disease of all forms or symptoms by which it may appear. Fevers of every color, as well as plagues caused by the physic of the doctor, under every name, all are removed by 3 articles brought to a unit in practice, viz., lobelia, or as Dr. Waterhouse calls it, Thomsonia emetica, cayenne and bayberry bark, all made fine, and to be administered in a course of medicine, aided by steam. Too simple to be believed. Footnote, this is essential to be used in all disease, because the first effect of disease is canker, and this is the remedy for it, or it is good as a preventive of canker. Then prove it by the 3 witnesses I have named. The rule is proved to be a true one, by the remedy being effectual. 3 numbers remove disease, as I said before, and 3 numbers are restoratives, viz., bitters in 3 forms, under 3 numbers, 4, 5 and 6. These are correctors of the gall, in vulgar English, or bills, bile, in modest Latin. N.B. The most important remark, and most essential to be borne in mind by the practitioner, at all times, day or night, summer or winter, is the difference between correcting and substituting. If you correct the bile, the natural physic of the body is restored. If you substitute calomel and jalap, for gall, you will soon gallop your patient out of the world, as all the learned doctors have done, since the days of Paracelsus, when he introduced poison minerals as substitutes for gall, which has caused all the plagues of the world, as is shown in the treatise on the practice of physic, the practice of physic being substituted for the practice of medicine, or physic for gall. Better late than never. A natural miracle wrought. A case of consumption of 1 year's standing, cured by 1 course of medicine. See William Raymond's certificate, of Beverley, page 188, inserted in full in the first edition, and referred to in this. Another and greater miracle. 100 days' fever, and fevers of all colors, turned in from 24 to 48 hours, by the foregoing simple rule, correcting instead of substituting. Why does this simple correcting cure consumption, fevers, choleras, and all other diseases? Answer, because the gall is a friend to nature, and an enemy to all human disease, whatever name the doctor may give it. Why is it so? The gall is the regulator and physic of the body, which, when kept well regulated, is so fortified that no cold can take place to cause disease. For the food is the fuel, and the gall is the fire to consume the food, which consumption of food will keep up that internal heat on which life depends. But by daily taking food into the stomach, like fuel in the fireplace, it may and often does, like the chimney, become foul, and each one wants his physician with his appropriate remedies. The chimney sweeper with his brush and scraper for the one, and the Thomsonian practitioner with his 3 numbers and steam for the other, and when each one has done his duty, as a skillful physician can and will do, the fireplace will receive and consume the fuel, consequently the whole room be warmed as before. So, in the body, when the Thomsonian has done his duty in clearing the stomach, promoting perspiration, and has restored the digestive powers, then will the stomach receive its natural required food, and the gall will digest it, whereby the heat, life, flesh, strength, and vigor are constantly kept up as his reward. Here, reader, is the simple difference, plain to your understanding, between substituting and correcting the bile. The gall is the regulator of the body, and the medicine is the key to regulate this regulator, and if rightly regulated, your human machine will run until worn out by old age, the only cause of death, casualties excepted. By this rule, the cause of all disorder is before you, when the stomach grows foul and the food is not craved, and of course not received. The gall has nothing to perform, any more than the fire has when there is no fuel. Of course the room grows cold. So in the body, when persons receive no food, the heat, and of course the life, runs down for want of the support from food. This is the beginning of disease, and in the same ratio the end of life. This is consumption, or consuming for the want of support. If one Thomsonian course will answer all purposes for correcting the gall and restoring the digestion, so that the appetite will crave food sufficiently, and the gall will digest it, then will one course of medicine cure consumption, as this is the only cause of consumption in nature, and the only certain cure for it. Here you see the cause of the success of Thomson's fools, as they are called. If they keep in his track they will come out right in the end. For I have made the calculation of the cause of disease and the remedy, and if the directions are followed, they will answer the purpose I intended, whether my fool knows the cause or not, for skillful medicine is better, administered by my fool, than poison administered by the hand of a learned doctor. By these treatises on physic and medicine, the reader will see the cause why I do not order nor give any physic, and why all who follow my directions are successful and yet cannot account for it, and also will be able to account for the bad success of those who pretend to improve on my system, by giving physic, as was exemplified by the improvement of H. Howard, at Columbus, Ohio. The consequence was, 6 out of 8 of his own family, including himself, died with cholera mortification. A short treatise on the laws of life and motion. Clearly, to understand the laws of life and motion, the radical principles of animalization is of infinite moment. Without some adequate views and conceptions of these, the nature of disease cannot be correctly understood, neither can we have knowledge to prescribe a rational, safe, sure and certain remedy for the removal of disease when found in the human system. Through many long and tedious seasons, these subjects had revolved in my mind, before I could form what I considered a correct opinion. I witnessed many distresses in the family of man, my heart was pierced with many sorrows, until my mind was established in those simple truths that have laid the foundation of my practice that has been so successful in subsequent years. Persecution raged against me. All the presses in the country were closed against me, priests, doctors, lawyers and legislators were combined against me. Ex post facto laws were put in operation, prosecutions commenced, false witnesses arose. Bigotry, prejudice and superstition, like Salem witchcraft, waved their magic wand, but all in vain. Truth has prevailed. The darkness of the ancient philosophers is passing away, and those simple truths, which are the genuine philosophy of life, and the fruits of the labors of my life, begin to prosper beyond my former expectations. As I have never been a man of extensive reading, and make no pretensions to school learning and book knowledge, if medical or philosophical writers have taught the same doctrines before me, it is what I am not apprised of. It is for the truth of the doctrine, and not for any claims of reputation as an original writer, that I would more strenuously contend. When Napoleon stood in arms and was acknowledged Emperor of France, the nations were frightened. When a prisoner, the kings of the earth trembled for fear of him. They dared not to suffer him to go at large on main land, but assigned him a more safe retreat in the solitudes of St. Helena. The writer is aware that the success of his system has carried equal terrors into the ranks of medical opposition. Their malice and persecution that brought him to the dungeon and chains were the fruits of envy and fear. I have driven the college faculty to fly to law legs to stand upon, because the strong tide of public opinion, confirmed by testimony, set so heavily against them, that they had no other way to rise over the steam doctors and keep them down. The difficulty appears to have been that the STEAM faculty were, in many instances, so inclined to receive instruction, that they became natural philosophers in faith and practice. Following nature, they were successful practitioners. They could relieve distress and remove disease, when by the regular college doctors, hundreds were hurried to their long home. The subject of life and motion is of great importance, and should be first impressed on the mind of all who intend to study the healing art. Unless this is first understood, the whole business of practice will be at least uncertain. The principles of life in human or other animal bodies is the same, all constitutions are alike, being formed from the same materials, and all partaking of the four elements, earth, water, air, and fire or heat. The component parts of all animal bodies are earth and water. These are the solids, fire and air are the fluids. Death and life are cold and heat. These form my text, a text never yet preached from by man, and yet a sermon was never preached without it. After fully understanding both the text and the sermon, any question on the cause of life and motion can be fully answered. Why a ship goes through the sea, a steamboat through the river, an eagle through the air, or a carriage through the street. The cause of all these is contained in the principle of my text. But what can the text be? It must be breathing, says one. But can breathing be the cause of life and motion? No. Breathing is an effect, not the cause. But heat, the cause of breathing, is the cause of life and motion. This therefore is my text. The cause of life and motion. First try the effect of heat, what is called caloric, or fire, on water. Suppose you put a skillet on the fire full of water. After putting it on a few minutes, put your hand in it, the warm water will be on the top, and the cold water will be at the bottom. The cause of this is, as fast as the water grows warm, it rises, and the heavier water settles at the bottom, and as it heats, it grows lighter, until it all becomes lively and active, called boiling, and thus will all fly away by steam or sweat. This is the effect of fire on water. We next try the effect of fire on air. Suppose a house built in an open field, the air fills all parts equally alike, the same as the surrounding atmosphere. There is no breathing. But close the doors and windows, and build a good fire, and as fast as the air grows light, the house begins to breathe, every door and window is on the hum. The cause of this is, the fire lightens the air in the room, and the air outside of the house being colder, and of course heavier, presses in at every crack to form an equilibrium of weight, and as long as the fire continues to burn, the house will continue to breathe. But as fast as the fire decays, the noise of breathing ceases, and should the air be all taken out of the house at once, the weight outside would crush the house to pieces like a broken eggshell. Thus it will be seen that fire, or whatever produces heat, lightens air and water, causing them to expand, and hence causes breathing which always accompanies life and motion. Thus the cause of breathing will be perceived. If there were no heat in the house would not breathe, and also, if there were no heat in the body would not breathe. All animal bodies breathe as long as they live, and when they die, it is said, they die for the want of breath. If you can find, or understand, what made them breathe while alive, it is very easy to find what made them leave off breathing. They had heat while alive, but no heat, or not sufficient heat to continue the breathing, when dead. Here, therefore, is the cause. When the heat lightens the air in the lungs, the external air being heavier pressed out the light air and filled the lungs with fresh and heavy air, and the lungs will continue to contract and expand as long as the fire or heat continues. And when the heat goes out, the weight of the air comes to a slack or balance, inside and outside, and all motion ceases. This is a state of death. Thus I have shown the cause of breathing, and the cause of leaving off breathing, which is called dying, viz., the heat, which is kept up by the digestion or decomposition of food, lightens the air in the lungs, and causes it to expand, and the cold air comes in to supply its place. Man has both the cause and the effect in himself. All animal bodies move by the power of steam or heat, the heat causing the lungs to expand, and the steam goes off with the breath, in part, and partly by the pores of the body in perspiration. And this steam engine carries its own pump, the pump of the heart, which pumps the blood through the arteries and returns it back through the veins, which warms the whole body and limbs, and will continue as long as the fire and water continue to perform their respective offices in the body, with a good engineer to govern and take care of the ingenious and delicate machine. The fuel is next to be considered, which continues the fire or life of all animal bodies. The food taken into the stomach is as fuel in the fireplace of the house or in the boiler of the steam engine of life. The drink, or water taken, supplies the boiler whereby the steam is raised, which carries the pump of the heart. The same heat lightens the air in the lungs whereby the breath goes on regularly, the light air is thrown out and the heavy air pressed in, the same as in the house. In the body there is but one avenue, so that the inhaling and exhaling of the air are through one and the same channel, half one way, and half the other. This is called the breathing of the engine within, which engine will continue to go, or move, as long as it is managed according to its nature and principle, or until it is worn out with old age, the only death incident to the machine or life of animal bodies. All others are untimely deaths, as hinted at by the wise man. Thou fool, why shouldest thou die before thy time? The wicked do not live out half their days. And the ignorant suffer the same consequence by doctors, or by those who pretend to be engineers to keep your steam engine of life in order. Instead of applying proper fuel to continue the fire of life, they tap the boiler, draw out the hot water or blood, and throw in snow and ice, or mercury, arsenic, antimony, nitre, etc. Down goes your boat in the prime of life, destruction and death caused by learned fools, who know not the cause of life and motion any more than as though they never possessed a human body. Here the fool has led the fool into the ditch until it is full and running over. Who cannot see, by the foregoing principle of life, as here laid down, that mankind are killed as untimely as the beasts, and nearly as many of them, even before the noon of life? This is caused by the force of education, which has made them more ignorant than the beasts, for the beasts were never known to kill off each other in so ignorant and ridiculous a manner. Look, then choose schoolmasters among the beasts, and learn wisdom, and prolong your lives, and not sacrifice each other as you do the beasts, and as many of them, for no purpose unless it be to get rid of them, as you would mad dogs, and then throw them in heaps to rot in like manner. Whether this sacrifice of human life is done through ignorance or design, it is the same with regard to its victims, the loss of life is the same. Is there no way to remedy such evils? Look, weep, and tremble. I return to the cause of life and motion. Besides animal life, there is the life of vegetables, which, to a certain extent, is under control of the same principles as that of animal life. Without earth, water, fire, and air, no vegetation can exist. In the winter season there is a state of death in proportion to the loss of heat, or a suspension of life. In the spring, a new birth is given, not only to vegetation, but to insects. Reptiles of the dust also rise from a state of silence or suspended animation, to a state of life and vigor. Heat in this case is not only an agent of life, but it is in fact life itself. So, in the reverse case, cold is not only approximation to death, but it is death itself. Heat will not act alone, but in accordance with the other elements, without which there is no life, neither animal nor vegetable. Neither could there be any action in the other elements without it. For instance, let the element of fire be taken out of the other elements, and they would all be silent, all life would be swallowed up in death. The earth and sea would be frozen to one solid mass of substance, as one solid rock, the air would be as silent as the other two elements, a total state of death. Pause, doctors. Look back on your cold patients. While looking on the cold corpse of the elements, when the God of nature has withdrawn his attributes of heat, light and life, then conclude, and say to thyself, have I cultivated the heat of my patients to prolong their lives, or have I drawn out their blood, as does the butcher the blood of the beast to kill, which has produced the same effect? Look at your cholera patients who have been bled and the requisite dose of brandy, opium and mercury given, their extremities and breath nearly cold, and then answer the question to your own conscience and to your God. The question is, what has killed or destroyed them? Study of anatomy, or the skeleton in its natural dress. This view of the skeleton has been almost totally neglected. The study of a live anatomy has scarcely entered the mind of the anatomist, but the dead one has been thoroughly examined, and also how to make them. But the study of the live anatomy, and how to keep it alive, is yet a dark subject to the learned, but to the illiterate, it is plain and simple. The constitutions of all mankind are essentially alike. They have similar solids and fluids, viz., bones, cartilages, tendons, nerves, veins, arteries, flesh, blood and other juices, bodies and parts or members, and all are sustained in as similar a manner as their formation, from the earth and the other elements, the common mother of us all. Man is composed of the elements, and by the same elements he is supported. A state of perfect health arises from a due proportion of these elements, and when this is by any means destroyed, the body is more or less disordered, and there is always in the first instance an actual diminution of the element of fire, heat, or life, and it is produced by its opposite, cold or death. Heat may be denominated life itself, the best physician of the body, and whoever has not studied the living anatomy is not qualified to be a physician of value, or to kindle up the decaying spark of heat or life, but such a one will be like those of the present day, forgers of lies and physicians of no value. When I studied the live anatomy of my own body, I observed when I was mowing, or making hay, and the sun came the nearest being directly over my head, I found I had the most heat, most life, most sensation, and most ambition. Here was my college, here was my book open, here was the God of nature, my president and instructor, here I graduated, here I got my diploma. Here I come before the world to prove the facts and instruct others in the true principles of anatomy of human life, and how to restore the decaying spark of life in suffering humanity. The book is open, the lesson plain to common sense, of what is life, and what is death. There is no mistake with those who have studied this anatomy as laid down in this book of nature. Taught by this president, and having received a diploma from his unerring hand, I speak with confidence, believing that there can be no mistake in the rules as taught in this school of anatomy. Here are the principles of life, and even life itself. The next lesson is to know the symptoms when this principle begins to decay or move onward towards death. The patient complains, I have got a bad cold. Here death begins, and will continue until the patient is all cold, unless checked by heat or fever, nature's friend. Strange to tell. Can fever or heat be a friend to life? Surely. Remember when I was at college, making hay, and studying anatomy in its most lively form with the meridian sun over my head, when I had the most life, sensation, and ambition. Was not this condition life itself? If so, restore the patient who has got cold, or lost his heat, which is the same thing, as soon as possible, to the same condition as he was when the sun was over his head. Open the obstructions caused by cold, promote perspiration, take off canker, and restore digestion, so that the food may keep up that heat on which life depends, and let all the people say, Amen. Glory to the God of nature, president of this college. Heat, the moving principle of life and motion. The rays of light reflect back heat and steam, which rises to a certain height where the atmosphere settles, or the reflection of the sun meets it, and condenses the steam taken from the earth, which makes clouds or fog. And the hotter the day the higher will this reflection rise, and the more sudden will be the shower, and the heavier will be the wind. The greater the space lightened by heat, the greater will be the drift of the cold and damp wind until the space is equalized. By this effect of heat lightening air and water all the motion of the elements is caused. Without heat there would be no motion. As before stated, all space must be filled either with air or water to form an equilibrium. When heat lightens any space of air, the adjoining air will move in to make the space equal. This causes the blowing of the wind, and the more sudden the space is made, the more rapid will be the blowing of the wind. In some places it is so great it is called a hurricane, especially in the West Indies. Where the heat is great, the wind drives in proportion until the space is filled. So on, by the same rule, from the smallest breeze to the greatest blow, the noise is in proportion to the weight and swiftness of the current. The greatest drift or current of air, and the greatest report, is that of lightning. The space is made so sudden by the fluid passing with such speed, and the air is so suddenly expanded, that the adjoining air fills the space, it only makes one sudden crack, and the space is filled. The same with the report of a cannon, the air is broken by the drift of the fire through the air, and the adjoining air filling the space, makes the report. Caution. Side note, those who have family rights are hereby cautioned against being imposed upon by spurious or adulterated articles, under the name of Thomsonian medicine, as wine bitters, cholera syrup, cholera preventive, etc., etc., which, although they may have some value, yet, still, they are rather an imposition on the public than otherwise. 1 ounce of spice bitters, 12.5 cents, contains all the real value there is in a bottle of wine bitters, and hot water, sweetened, is better to take them in than wine, and at the same time it is not likely to lead to intemperance under the idea of taking medicine. So also, number 6, or hot drops, in bayberry tea, sweetened, is a better cholera preventive than the same articles in rum and molasses, and may be had at less than 1/2 the price. NB cough powder, as mentioned on page 85, which was intended to have been expunged, is not necessary in any case. All the powders are cough powders, as they are loosening, particularly the composition, and the more the whole practice is simplified the better. Conclusion. The following address to the public was appended to the supplement to the narrative in the former edition of this work, but to make room for the treatise on the practice of physic, published in the present edition, it was thought proper to transpose it. To the public. Friends of humanity. You have seen by the foregoing narrative, the labors, the trials, the persecutions, as well as the anxieties and vexations, which the author has experienced in bringing his system of medical practice to the state of perfection to which it has arrived. And also in laying it fairly before the public, trials that would have broken down many hearts, and worn out, long before this, many constitutions. You have seen the system growing into practice, in spite of all opposition, not only against the inveterate hate of the doctors, but also against legal enactments, and that it is calculated to put to silence, and even to the blush, every species of opposition with all those who shall give it a fair trial. You have also seen those, after having tested the virtues of the system, and proved its value, who have been not only ready to rob Dr. Thomson of his hard-earned reputation, and fair meed of praise, but also to build themselves up at his expense. All this you have seen, and much more. And it now remains to be seen, whether either you, or the public, will any longer patronize, any longer uphold, any longer countenance, either directly or indirectly, such iniquity, such ingratitude, such shamefaced hypocrisy. How much better a person must feel, to act in an open and honorable way. And were you sure that you could purchase the same thing, or nearly the same thing, of those who have no right to sell it, and might even use it with impunity, would you, for the sake of a few dollars, obtain it clandestinely, and thus rob the patentee of his just rights? It may be thought, perhaps, that Dr. Thomson has already become rich by his patent, and therefore can well afford to sustain these losses. Were this the fact, it is no good reason why he should be robbed. But you must consider the immense expense he has been at, and is still liable to bear, to defend his system of practice against legal enactments and unfounded complaints, together with the losses he has sustained by unfaithful agents. This is a constant drawback upon his income. The defense of his legal prosecutions, and those of his agents, in far distant and remote states, as well as in almost every state in the Union, as in South Carolina, not long since, his answers to various slanders by handbills, the only way, at one time, that he could obtain anything from the press in his favor, even for pay, and his various travels from the eastern to the western states, and from the north to the south. All these, and much more, are constant outgoes upon what should, and did the public duly appreciate the value of his system, otherwise would be his fair and honest gains. But he has one consolation. his system will live to bless mankind, and his name will live, with it, be hailed with gratitude, when Dr. Thomson shall be no more. Cold comfort this, when the subject or object of their gratitude shall be in his grave. Yet even this is better than nothing, and to know now, or to be firmly persuaded that such will be the fact, must afford some present peace, a heartfelt satisfaction. But I hope that it is not too late to do the subject of this narrative justice, even in some measure, at least, now while he lives, to make the eve of his life as comfortable and happy as human nature, in a person of his years, is susceptible of being. And I can assure him and the public, that whatever I can do to bring about an event so just, and at the same time so desirable, shall be faithfully and cheerfully performed, for all that my life is now worth, either to myself, my family, or the public. I consider that both I and they are wholly indebted to the Thomsonian system of practice. And it is with much pleasure that I here once more have the opportunity of acknowledging the gratitude and pledging the faithfulness of his and the public's humble servant, Abner Neeland, General Agent for Dr. Samuel Thomson. Index to the New Guide to Health, page 167. Index to the New Guide to Health, page 168. Index to the New Guide to Health, page 169. Index to the New Guide to Health, page 170.
About Samuel Thomson. This portrait of Samuel Thomson is from the Thomsonian Materia Medica, 1841. This publication includes many diagrams, including plates, several of which are in color. The portrait shows the doctor holding two plants. His right hand is holding Lobelia inflata and his left Capsicum annuum, cayenne pepper. These were the two basic building blocks of the Thomsonian system. Background. The early history of American medical practice is not complete without an understanding of its humble origins. The knowledge, practice, and use of herbal preparations to restore a balanced health condition can be largely attributed to one man, Samuel Thomson, who labored tirelessly to bring it about. Thomson set up a system called the Thomsonian System of Medicine and invited the general public to participate by purchasing family rights, which gave them the legal right to use, teach, and promote the practice and share it with others. For this reason, Samuel Thomson is regarded the father of herbal medicine in America. About this document. Development of technology and access to multiple sources of information affords the possibility for everyone to be informed about their own health. Therefore, in this context, maybe we should say here's looking at you, dear reader. This is a text-rendered copy of the 1835 edition of Samuel Thomson's New Guide to Health, or Botanic Family Physician, Boston print edition. A PDF copy of the scanned original can be obtained from archive.org. The layout, appearance, and format of the original has been respected to the extent possible. The original spelling is also preserved, along with some of the typos in the original document. Page numbering is identical to the original document, smartphone version, as well as the topic indices at the end of each section. The format of the original 1835 print copy lends itself quite well for a smartphone. The wide text version was used for making this audiobook and follows the page formatting of the original 1834 print edition for the most part, but allows some flexibility for the audio to complete on each page before going to the next page. This helps maintain the proper flow when listening. Notes at the end of pages are included. Reference numbers in square brackets at the bottom of pages are also included, although it is not always clear what they reference. Audio version. While the PDF version contains all sections, parts 1 and 2, of the original 1835 Boston print version, the audio version of this project has been divided into two separate parts to make it easier and simpler to present and navigate. Chapters in the audiobook map onto respective pages of the document. Click on them to quickly go to location specified. The titles of the audiobook version are Part 1, A Narrative of the Life and Medical Discoveries of the Author, by Samuel Thomson, 1835 edition. Part 2, New Guide to Health, or Botanic Family Physician containing a complete system of practice, on a plan entirely new, 1835 edition. The spoken part of the audiobook was generated by free, publicly available online resources with TTS, text-to-speech, engines. Links are provided below. The video was made from separate images of each page, compiled and then joined with audio via FMPEG on a Linux system. Subtitles from spoken text were generated by Whisper AI and added to the video as a separate file. Portrait and title pages from 1835 Boston print edition. PDF version. The PDF version was created from LibreOffice and exported to PDF. Print version links are given below. New Guide to Health or Botanic Family Physician, widescreen format. New Guide to Health or Botanic Family Physician, smartphone format. Copyright. This book is in the public domain, Creative Commons. Please feel free to share and redistribute it. Enjoy reading. Edited and proofed, February 2026, by K.S. Knowledge Seeker.